हैं कि वो एक इलेक्टेड लीडर हैं, इसीलिए अब हम उन पर छोड़ते हैं कि वो चीफ मिनिस्टर बने रहना चाहते हैं या नहीं। इसे आप कैसे देखते हैं?
वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इशारों में कहा है कि आप अब इस गद्दी को छोड़ दें। एक मुख्यमंत्री को इस तरह से जेल में रहना, वो भी अपराध और घोटालों में जेल में बंद होना, ये शर्मनाक है। लेकिन जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ, जितना हमने आम आदमी पार्टी को समझा है, इन लोगों को शर्म और आंखों के पानी नाम की कोई चीज़ है नहीं। ये बेशर्म लोग हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने दिल्ली की जनता को लूटने का मन बनाया हुआ है। चाहे वो शराब नीति का घोटाला हो, अभी जो पानी का हाल हमने देखा, दिल्ली एक एक बूंद के लिए तरस रही थी, और जो आज बिजली के बिलों पे जिस तरह से ये पीपीएससी 8.75% बढ़ाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लगातार दिल्ली की जनता की जेब पे डाका डाल रहे हैं।
Slipping into a very short break now, but right after the break, we will tell you why BJP is protesting against the Karnataka Chief Minister.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन, जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी यूज कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते। क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से। सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए, बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। सेकेंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो है ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं हैं तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें। ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड योर ईयर, और आपके कान के चारों तरफ जब कुशन लगेगा एंड कान बीच में आपका फ्री रहेगा तो कंफर्टेबली आप लंबे समय तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। तो बेसिकली मार्केट में आपको ऑप्शन मिलेगा ऑन ईयर हेडफोन्स का भी, बट आई वुड रिकमेंड इफ यू कैन गो विद द ओवर ईयर डिज़ाइन। और
Now, the Karnataka BJP held a massive protest in Mysuru over the mismanagement of the Mysuru Development Authority. The protesters demanded allocation of sites to the poor by withdrawing those distributed illegally and a CBI probe into the scam, as the allegations are against the Chief Minister and his family. Meanwhile, the Karnataka Congress refuted the charges levelled by the BJP, and the Chief Minister said that the probe is underway into the alleged scam. Listen into the political blame game.
See, when there is serious allegation against the CM family itself, he can't defend his family. When corruption to the tune of 5,000 crores has been exposed by Bharatiya Janata Party, it's the duty of the Chief Minister to hand over this investigation to the CBI and tender his resignation. It is none of his business to defend himself. It is none of his business.
I want to ask Rahul Gandhi, who claims to be the champion or the self-appointed custodian of the rights of OBCs, STs, SCs in the country, as to why he hasn't taken any action against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Congress government in Karnataka. Is this your model of tribal development? By siphoning off 100 crore rupees of fund that was earmarked for their welfare and purchasing Lamborghini cars, it exposes the duplicity of the Congress party, the hypocrisy of the Congress party.
In connection with the MUDA scam, sir?
No, it is all nothing, only political scam it is. It is what they are trying to do, politics. There is nothing scam. Whatever has been done, it is done at the BJP tenure, and there is nothing is there. They wanted to, they feel that after winning the election, now again they wanted to see that Karnataka put in a very bad shape, but nothing is there. Everything is perfect, and we will face all this political, whatever their plans are there.
Now, my colleague Pratibha Raman is also joining us on the broadcast. She has been tracking the story from day one. Pratibha, Karnataka Chief Minister is also playing a caste card, and he said that he's being targeted as he's from a backward class.
That's right. He has made this statement yesterday where he said that he's being targeted because he is from the backward class. He has also said that he is ready to take the EC notice if there is any, considering the fact that there's been a complaint that has been filed with the Chief Electorate Officer talking about how the controversial land that we've been talking about for quite some time that has already cleared a political face-off was not mentioned in the election affidavit that was filed during the 2013 Assembly election that brought the Congress to power here in Karnataka then. The other issue is also the fact that the BJP has been pretty aggressive and has been on the offensive for quite some time now with respect to the MUDA scam as well as the Valmiki scam. In fact, today they attempted to stage a protest from Bengaluru to Mysore, but they were thwarted right at Nayandahalli, which is en route to Mysore, and they were taken into preventive custody by the police and have been lodged at the Bidadi police station, which is again on the way from Bengaluru to Mysore there. Even at the police station, the BJP had been raising slogans against the Chief Minister, two demands that have been laid out. One is the resignation of the Chief Minister and the other is the CBI probe. While we see political face-off on ground, we have to wait to see how this would take shape in the assembly session that is scheduled to begin on Monday. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha Raman, for reporting on the very important story of the day. We will be slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More news and updates on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly
unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, तब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
Adani Group's Vizhinjam port, India's first transshipment port near Cauvery beach in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, Maersk, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating a history. A water salute was also given to the mothership. It is a 300-meter-long cargo ship and will offload 1,900 containers. Now, Karan Adani, MD of Adani Ports, also spoke to NDTV. Listen in.
We have MB Rajesh, Minister for Local Self-Government, Excise and Parliamentary Affairs joining us. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Sir, when we talk about, we heard Karan Adani say that no other port in India, including their own highly advanced Mundra port, has these technologies. So take us through how will the state benefit from this project?
Yeah, this is a historic moment for Kerala. And we are expecting that the state will benefit hugely because of this port. This will stimulate the economic activity of the state. This will generate more than 5,000 direct and indirect employments. And other development will also take place as a result of this first transshipment port at Vizhinjam. And further, this will benefit country also. Earlier, our shipping companies and ports were mainly depending on Colombo and Dubai for transshipment purposes. But now that dependence will not be there. This will help us in saving cost and time. So this will have huge benefit for the country as a whole. Especially this will benefit the state of Kerala.
Right, so like you mentioned, this mega investment is going to open doors for more jobs, and like we heard Karan Adani say that it has created already direct or indirect jobs to the tune of 2,000 so far. How will this benefit maritime economy as far as the state is concerned?
That is what I said. Earlier our shipping companies and ports were depending on other ports like Colombo and Dubai, but now that dependence will not be there. That business will come to Vizhinjam, and there will be huge benefit in terms of cutting costs, saving costs, and saving time. Further, this will have a overall positive impact on our economy. This will enhance economic activity, stimulate our economy. So these are the results of this project. And as far as Kerala is concerned, this is the biggest PPP project in the state. And this is the biggest private investment in a project.
Right, so they're talking about investment to the tune of 20,000 crore rupees in this project. And of course, once all the clearances are met with, they'll start the work as far as remaining phase is concerned. And they're saying it could be as early as October of this year. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, it's possible because the government of Kerala has been in the forefront to make this a reality. That is why the Adani Group has acknowledged how the government of Kerala has facilitated this project. And this also shows the investment-friendly climate in the state of Kerala. There has been a lot of misconceptions and propaganda against the investment climate in the state of Kerala. This clears the air, and now the country is got to know how investment friendly is Kerala. So this is a big achievement for us.
Right, calling it a class of its own as the most technologically sophisticated transshipment port in the world. And Gautam Adani, who had set out to make this a port of the future, and that dream finally has been realized. So, sir, how do you feel? How optimistic are you about, the future when it comes to how long do you think this project will take before it's completed?
This project will be completed by 2028. And we are optimistic that the timeline will be strictly, we will be able to adhere to the timeline. And the state government will extend all possible support as we did earlier.
It was a historic day today for Kerala and also for Vizhinjam port, as its dream of 33 years has come to reality today, with the commercial operations starting today with the inauguration of the first phase of the Vizhinjam port. We have with us the Managing Director of Adani Ports and SEZ, who is also building this port along with the state government, to talk to us about the significance as well as the vision for the port going ahead. Welcome to NDTV, Mr. Adani. So I would like to start with by asking about what exactly is the significance of this port. This is the transshipment port, first port and the largest transshipment hub that India is creating. So going ahead, what is the relevance of this port for the country and also for the group?
I think as you rightly said, it is a big day. This is country's first transshipment terminal, semi-automated as well as automated terminal. It is the deepest transshipment port in the country. And it is apart from the infrastructure, it is a showcase from a technology perspective, because this is the port where we have implemented all the AIs, IoT, video analytics, all the kind of technology that we can think of to make the operation most efficient. And it is a very significant development, because as you know that most of the Indian cargo gets transshipped into other parts of the country, other parts of the world, other parts of the region. This gives us an opportunity to bring the cargo of Indian importer and exporters into the country and help in reducing the logistics cost, and in turn help in terms of help our manufacturing companies to be more competitive at the global scale.
If I can ask an additional question to this, like with the operation of the first phase and then finally the second phase and third phase, what kind of impact you see? You spoke about the EXIM trade, benefits that might accrue to us. So have you all done any kind of calculation, the kind of benefit that India would get from this?
So we do expect at least 4 to 5% reduction in the logistics cost with having your own transshipment hub within the country.
Right. And you spoke about this being the largest, deepest natural harbor that we have. So with this, what kind of investments we are doing in this port, and what are the plans or the visions going ahead for this port?
So far, total investment between government of Kerala, government of India and APSEZ, total investment port is 8,800 crores. From that, APSEZ has put in 3,600 crores of capex. Going forward, once we get the environment clearance for the whole master plan, we would look at investing additional 20,000 crores by 28-29.
So this is over and above 8,000 crore, the additional 20,000. So total 28,000 crore total investment. And can you talk about the total capacity of this port in various phases?
So currently the capacity is 1 million TEUs, 1 million boxes. With efficiency we can take it up to 1.5 from the current phase. This 1.5 we will take up to 5 million boxes by 28-29.
28-29. So the final completion of the project is. So earlier I think it was planned to 3 million tons, which has now been increased to 5 million tons. Okay. And we are also closer, I mean this is the closest port that we have to the international sea channel that we have. So what kind of strategic importance this port can hold for the country as such?
So as you rightly said, it is on the international trade route. This allows the largest ships to come in. It allows hub and spoke model for Indian ports to create and make Vizhinjam as a hub and distribute from here to all the other ports. A lot of value addition which can happen with transshipment. It's not just about transshipment, but what more value additions from a manufacturing perspective we can create over here. and that is what we are looking at. And as I said, that we were looking at reducing the logistics cost for our customers, and also reducing the transit time, because you don't have to now move into any other international other international location for transshipment.
So earlier it used, I read somewhere that it used to take almost 1 month also at some of the transshipment hubs before the products are delivered, you know. So with these kind of transshipment hub, that time period can be reduced by how much?
By almost 30 to 40%.
30 to 40%. Okay, you are also expanding globally, you know, in terms of ports. You all have done a lot of acquisition in Israel, South Africa, Australia we already have.
South Africa, East Africa.
Sorry, East Africa. Then we also have in Sri Lanka. So what are our acquisition plans going ahead? Would you be looking at strategic locations, or you are open to other locations?
No, so we are more focused on Southeast Asia and East Africa and Middle East. So, and obviously Bay of Bengal. So Bangladesh, and this is the region that we are focused on, basically looking at countries which are of has a high manufacturing base, or look at countries which have high consumption. And basically the idea is that from a trade perspective, how do you make Indian ports as the hub and supply from the Indian ports into all of these countries.
Would it make sense to look at ports even in, say, Latin American countries?
Not as of this time.
So one last question on group's total capacity, you know, the kind of capacities you all are looking at in the short term as well as in the long term, say between 2025 to 2030, what is our plan going ahead?
So our plan is by 2030 we want to be handling 1 billion ton of cargo. That's our aspiration. From that roughly 900 million tons will come out of India, and as the country, if country reaches the $5 trillion mark, I think we would achieve that goal, because we are indirect beneficiaries of the country growing. And so we would look at expanding our capacities across all our 14 ports, and look at giving better service to our customers.
So Vadhavan port is what government has announced recently that they will be coming up, you know. So would you be looking at participating in those terminals also, or bidding out?
We keep evaluating all possibilities on PPP mode which are available, and we would definitely look at.
Thank you very much for talking to NDTV.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, in the SpiceJet versus CISF case, now the airline has filed a counter FIR against the CISF personnel, alleging that the Jawan used coloured language. Remember, the incident came to light after CCTV video from the Jaipur airport surfaced, where a SpiceJet employee was seen slapping a male assistant sub-inspector at the airport, allegedly after an altercation broke out over security screening. Now, CISF has refuted the allegations by the airline, claiming that their officer was only doing his job. Airport security has also filed a complaint regarding preventing a government official from carrying out his duty. Listen into what the cops have to say, and then my colleague Harsha Singh will give you more details.
शायद टेम्परामेंट हाई होने की वजह से उन्होंने एक कुछ मारपीट टाइप से कुछ किया एएसआई के साथ. उसके बाद हमने रिपोर्ट दर्ज की. रिपोर्ट दर्ज करने के बाद जो बयान वगैरह लिए, और उसके बाद जो सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस थे वो रिकवर किए, और मुकदमा दर्ज करने के बाद हमने जो महिला क्रू मेंबर हैं स्पाइसजेट के, उनको गिरफ्तार करके कोर्ट में पेश किया.
उनकी तरफ से भी मामला
जी, कल इवनिंग में उनकी तरफ से, महिला क्रू मेंबर की तरफ से भी एक अभद्रता का एक मुकदमा एएसआई गिरिराज प्रसाद के खिलाफ दर्ज करवाया गया है.
Well, just to give you a sense of exactly what happened at the Jaipur airport, this lady who's a SpiceJet ground staff, she was entering the airport at very early in the morning on Thursday at about 4 a.m. There she was stopped by the CISF personnel, and he was alone. There was no women staff present there. Apparently she showed her valid papers for entry into the airport, but he said that she needed to be frisked. Now, when she said that, there was no, women constable there, so apparently the women staffers were also called, and you can see in the CCTV footage that 2 CISF women personnel are present. Then this argument got heated. This lady has alleged, and the police complaint has also been filed, that, he used inappropriate sexually colored language against her. There was no case, I would like to clearly say that there has been no case of inappropriate touching or any kind of assault. A sexually colored language was used against her, to which she objected. You can see that the argument got very heated, and on CCTV you can see that this lady has slapped the CISF personnel. The CISF personnel has also filed, from the airport security point of view, there's also been a police complaint which has been filed, saying that inhibiting a government official from carrying out his rightful duty. So these are the two FIRs, complaints which have been filed. From the lady staffer's side, the fact that sexually colored language was used against her. From the CISF side, that stopping inappropriate behavior and stopping a government official from the rightful discharge of his duties. That's why she has been arrested. SpiceJet has come out and said that they absolutely stand by her. From CISF's side, we don't have any official version, but the Jaipur police are of the opinion that the lady should have she refused to be frisked at all. That's what we are being given to understand. Now, given the fact that airports are high security installations, you have a CISF contingent there. The CISF looks at high security installations across the country. They have a certain protocol of behavior. When they ask that someone needs to be checked, that person just absolutely needs to be checked. So this is keeping in mind national interest and national security. Of course, the lady lost her temper. Whether there was any kind of sexual misconduct, any kind of language used, that the police is definitely investigating.
More breaking news coming in. Leader of opposition and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, in a rare move, has defended BJP's Smriti Irani and asked people to stop being nasty towards her. Now, Mr. Gandhi said winning and losing is part of life and humiliating others is a sign of weakness. Congress MP's post is a reference to the hate Mrs. Irani has been receiving online after she vacated the official residence allotted to her in Lutyens, Delhi following her defeat in the Lok Sabha elections in 2024 in Amethi. For more details, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is also joining me on the broadcast. Sunil, how do you read into the statement given by the leader of opposition and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi?
Well, Rahul Gandhi has basically done this statement to send a signal across to various stakeholders, in particular his own Congress workers, not to abuse and humiliate and use remarks which are not becoming of a Congress person, and requesting them to refrain from derogatory remarks and the language that has been used and being nasty towards Smriti Irani. Yes, there is no doubt about the fact that recently Smriti Irani vacated her residence. She has been extremely there has been a war of words between her and the Congress party, and in particular Rahul Gandhi, during the time when he had to vacate his residence, when he was unseated as a member of parliament by low court of the Gujarat. Ultimately, of course, his membership was restored by the Supreme Court. But be that as it may, Rahul Gandhi has said humiliating and insulting people is a sign of weakness, not strength. And really urging Congress workers and others not to humiliate and use nasty language and derogatory remarks against Smriti Irani and for that matter, any other leader of the BJP.
Right. Thank you, Sunil, for giving us all the details. But stay with us. We have more breaking news coming in. The Apex Court, which has initiated suo motu contempt proceedings against the Vice Chairman of the DDA over alleged cutting of 101,000 trees in the Ridge Forest for a road widening project, has now said that no one told the Delhi LG about court's permission. The Supreme Court also said that the contractor needs to file an affidavit in the case and on whose directions were the trees cut. My colleague Sunil Prabhu remains on the phone line with us to give us more details. Sunil, Supreme Court is coming down heavily in the matter.
That's right. As we speak, in fact, the judges are still going through the orders of the thing. They have said the truth has come out now with Mr. Ashok Kumar Gupta's affidavit. He was the member engineering of the DDA. As you're well aware, that everybody was denying first that there was a visit of the Lieutenant Governor. And as the Supreme Court indicated while hearing this matter, everybody, they could have all come and said that made a mistake. But instead, everybody is trying to cover up. In fact, so much so that the Lieutenant Governor has also put Mahesh Jethmalani as an advocate to be present in the court without, of course, an advocate on record at this stage to be present. And everybody is trying to blame each other from the DDA to the Principal Commissioner, Secretary Forest, to the tree officer, to the Delhi government, to various other people. So they have asked everybody to come clean on this matter. They've asked for a full affidavit in this regard, and we'll have to wait and see what exactly happens in the days to come once these affidavits are filed about the current situation. But definitely they have said that the DDA, the Delhi government, will file an affidavit stating the seizure of the logs and where they have been kept, the location of the transplanted trees. They're also making it clear that this road will not be allowed. This cannot be done in terms of alignment. A whole host of issues. They continue to hear this matter, but the order for the first part has been dictated and asking them to really come clean about the entire act.
Right, and Sunil, as we speak, the next hearing on the Delhi tree felling case will be heard on 31st August. Thank you so much, Sunil, for giving us all the details. We're taking a short break, but right after the break, we will tell you what's happening in the Maharashtra MLC polls.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In a कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Now, amid fears of cross-voting during the ongoing biennial Maharashtra Legislative Council elections, the voting for the polls is 90% complete now, more than 90% complete now. The elections to the vacant seat is likely to spring surprise as both Mahavikas Aghadi and Mahayuti leaders have exuded confidence that their candidates are winning in the seats. The Congress has denied any speculation that 9 of its MLAs would cross-vote in favor of the BJP-led Mahayuti candidates. Listening to the political reactions, meanwhile, the UBT is also claiming that this is the last day and last session of the Khoke government of the BJP. Take a look.
नहीं नहीं, आज बिल्कुल ही क्रॉस वोटिंग होगा तो रूलिंग पार्टी में होगा. हमारे में कोई कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. हमारे सभी एमएलए एक साथ है. हमारे एमएलए पे विश्वास है और विशेष रूप से हमारे तीनों भी महाविकास आघाड़ी के तीनों उम्मीदवार चुन के आएंगे और पहले ही इसमें चुन के आएंगे. इतने वोटों की भी हमारे पास में पूरी व्यवस्था है और इसमें जो एक कांग्रेस के वोट फूटेंगे करके जो कुछ बातें फैलाई जा रही है, झूठ है.
I'm with former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh and NCP leader. Mr. Deshmukh, my question, how confident are you that all three of your candidates will win MLC votes, MLC polls?
Mahavikas Aghadi, all the three candidates, they are going to win 100%.
Why are you so confident? But are you relying on cross-voting at this point?
Mahavikas Aghadi is united. Congress, Rashtrawadi and Shiv Sena, we work together. And there is very good coordination between all these three parties.
But when you look at the numbers, you may have to rely on cross-voting as well. Do you think there will be cross-voting?
We have got the sufficient number and all the three seats will 100% will win it.
So far, no details as the counting will start only post 5 p.m. But yes, both MVA and Mahayuti quite confident, 90% voter turnout so far. Almost about 250 MLAs have cast their ballot. 274 is the strength. Perhaps one or two may not vote, but almost 98-99% will be the turnout, simply because whips issued by each party, all the party MLAs hold up together in multiple hotels in the city to ensure that their flock stays together. There's no cross voting, but there is a possibility of cross voting. 11 seats, we're talking about 12 candidates in fray for these 11 MLC seats. And now Uddhav Thackeray decided to field a third candidate, which is what made this entire equation tricky. He obviously did field that third candidate in the hopes that there will be some sort of cross voting. He is quite confident that all three will win. You know, as far as numbers are concerned, both MVA or Mahayuti do not have the adequate numbers when you look at just the party candidates, but they will have to take help of independent candidates, smaller parties, neutral parties also, and if that gets divided, what they will have to rely on would be cross voting. So will cross voting happen? Murmurs of Ajit Pawar MLA is not very happy with the entire Mahayuti equation. Will they sort of switch sides, and before switching sides, will this be the message sent by them that we are going to vote for the other side in the MLC poll? So that could happen, because this is what happened in 2022, just ahead of MVA government collapse. Eknath Shinde Sena's MLAs cross-voted. After that, the rebellion took place, and then the government collapsed. And this time also, the political landscape has changed. Equations have changed post Lok Sabha polls, ahead of assembly elections. You know, a lot of churning is set to take place, and this could be the prelude of all that churning that will take place during assembly elections. So we'll have to wait and watch for a few more hours, especially when the results come out, just to know who are the loyalists as far as each party is concerned. Are these leaders going to be loyal to their parties, or are they going to switch ships? Are they going to indicate switching ships by cross-voting? We'll have to wait and watch out for that.
Now, a massive political storm is brewing in Assam after a statue of Mahatma Gandhi was removed for installing a clock tower. The incident from Tinsukia region sparked political debate, after which protest even broke out in the region. Now, the Assam Chief Minister has said that they will verify facts about the statue removal, and Assam owes much to Gandhi. Listen to the political reactions, and my colleague Ratandeep joining you for details.
Gandhi Murti Dhongkho Korise BJP টাউন কমিটিয়ে তেওঁলোকে কৈছে গান্ধী মূৰ্তি আঁতৰাই তেওঁলোকে ক্লক টাৱাৰ বনাব। গতিকে আমাৰ বক্তব্য আছে যে গান্ধী মূৰ্তি থাকিব, য'ত গান্ধী মূৰ্তি আছে, য'ত গান্ধী চক আছে, তাত গান্ধী মূৰ্তি থাকিব লাগিব। ইয়াত ক্লক টাৱাৰ ক'ত বনাওক আমাৰ ক'ব লগা নাই।
আৰু ডুমডুমা টাউনৰ মাজত যদি গান্ধীজীৰ এটা মানে ক্ষত বিক্ষত অৱস্থাত থকা মূৰ্তি যদি থাকে, ডুমডুমাৰ কাৰণে ভাল হ'ব পাৰে জানো? আমি মূৰ্তিটো খুব ধুনীয়াকৈ বনাব খুজিছোঁ। 5.5 ফুটৰ মূৰ্তি আছিল, এতিয়া 6.5 ফুট বা 7 ফুটৰ মূৰ্তি হ'ব, আৰু তাৰ লগতে সেই জেগাটো সৌন্দৰ্যবৰ্ধন হ'ব, আকৰ্ষণীয় হ'ব। গতিকে ইয়াক লৈ পেলাই বিতৰ্ক কৰাৰতো কোনো প্ৰশ্নই উঠিব নোৱাৰে।
সুধিছোঁ যে পৌৰসভাই কাক সুধি বা কাৰ লগত আলোচনা কৰি তেওঁলোকে এই ধৰণৰ সিদ্ধান্ত লৈছিলে। তেওঁলোকে কৈছে নাগৰিক সভা দিছিলোঁ, কিন্তু আমি তেওঁলোকক সুধিছোঁ যে ডুমডুমা অঞ্চলৰ স্থায়ী দল সংগঠনসমূহক তাত নিমন্ত্ৰণ কিয় কৰা হোৱা নাছিল। এই কথাখিনিৰ কাৰণে চাগে কাম কাজসমূহ আজি বিতৰ্কলৈ গৈছে। তেওঁলোকে সেই সময়তে পৰামৰ্শ পালে হয় যে ক্লক টাৱাৰ আমাৰ সংস্কৃতি নহয়।
A controversy is erupted in Assam over a statue of Mahatma Gandhi. This is in the tea town of Dumduma in Tinsukia district, where on Wednesday the town committee and the municipal board actually removed an old statue of Mahatma Gandhi, which has been there for decades at the Gandhi Chowk in the heart of the city, and the authorities say that this was done to replace it with a larger statue and beautification of that area, including a proposed clock tower in the area. But there have been opposition to it by the main opposition party Congress, as well as civil society groups like the All Assam Students Union and therefore now this has erupted into a controversy. The local BJP MLA saying that the opposition is trying to make a politics out of it, while the idea of the the authorities was just to beautify the place with a clock tower and place a larger statue of Mahatma Gandhi, because the local MLA claimed that the present statue is broken in some parts, and then it does not look nice to have an old statue there. However, the allegation that the Congress is making is that there was a deliberate attempt to remove the statue of Mahatma Gandhi and replace it with a clock tower. Now Tushar Gandhi has tweeted about it, quoting media reports, and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma responded to it saying that this matter was not in his knowledge. However, Mahatma Gandhi has a long association with Assam, and he would look into it. So therefore now this has erupted into a major issue, and what we are picking up from authorities in the state administration that the state government is going to look into this matter.
That was all from my side. More news and updates continue. Slipping into a very short break.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Rahul Gandhi posts in defense of arch nemesis Smriti Irani. He posts against derogatory remarks on Smriti Irani. He tells trolls, "Don't be nasty," to Smriti Irani. More trouble for Maharashtra IAS trainee Pooja Khedkar. The central government probe begins. A report expected in the next 2 weeks. Khedkar claimed disability and misused power for a beacon on her car. Sources say if anything is found in the probe, she may lose her job. The Supreme Court orders interim bail for Arvind Kejriwal in the ED case in the alleged liquor policy case. A larger bench to hear the Chief Minister's plea challenging ED arrest. This is Kejriwal to remain in jail despite the Supreme Court relief, as the CBI had arrested Arvind Kejriwal as well. In West Bengal, it's a new government versus governor flashpoint. Well, the Bengal government approaches the Supreme Court against the governor. The government in court says a governor is withholding bills. This is the government says a governor is not clearing bills, and that is unconstitutional. The BJP ups the ante against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the alleged land scam. The BJP protests across the state demanding the Chief Minister's resignation. The Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister says this is nothing but political vendetta by the BJP. And it's SpiceJet versus the CISF. The airline staffer who slapped a CISF employee has been sent to jail. The CISF says the airline employee objected to mandatory screening. The SpiceJet files a counter FIR against the CISF Jawan. SpiceJet makes damning allegations, says the Jawan used sexually colored language against the SpiceJet employee.
The Supreme Court questions the Haryana government on a key highway. The Supreme Court says, how can state government stop highway traffic? The Haryana government had challenged the High Court order on the Shambhu border. The High Court ordered to open the highway amid the farmers' protest. Hello, welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedanta Agarwal. Our top story, well, Rahul Gandhi has now posted in defense of our arch nemesis and long-time rival Smriti Irani. Rahul Gandhi took to social media to say that, any leader must not be treated with this kind of disrespectful remarks. In fact, this after a Congress handle actually posted about Smriti Irani vacating her bungalow, saying this is karma. But Rahul Gandhi there, being the bigger person, asking trolls not to disrespect or humiliate a leader, saying that, humiliating somebody is not a sign of strength, but weakness. Our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us live. So, Sunil sir, there was this huge controversy about a Congress handle posting about Smriti Irani vacating her bungalow, saying that, this is karma. Many BJP IT cell members and supporters took to social media to say that these are disrespectful remarks. But Rahul Gandhi here, clearly being the bigger person, also as a leader of opposition, asking, Congress supporters and other trolls not to use disrespectful or distasteful language against any leader.
That's right. I think they're trying to send a message loud and clear that don't humiliate somebody, especially somebody who's down and out at this particular stage. He's, of course, been at the brunt of it, as you know, when he was out-seated as a member of parliament during the time when the Gujarat Lower Court had convicted him, and then he had to vacate his residence. There were a lot of people who had jeered and made very caustic remarks at that time. Rahul Gandhi telling his supporters as well as Congress workers and leaders to refrain and not humiliate. It's a sign of weakness. This is clearly something that the Congress leader, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, wants to send a message across. That even if you are down and out, this is not the time to make disparaging remarks, to humiliate somebody, to be nasty. This is not the decorum that one should do against a political adversary, and for that matter, anybody, be it Smriti Irani or be it anybody else. That's the way you should be able to do things. Hopefully, this will bring a good public discourse. I've seen, of course, some other BJP leaders from Arvind Kejriwal to others make the remarks saying this is a little bit too rich, and somebody has done that. But be that as it may, between the politics between the BJP and the Congress, I think this is a welcome step to ensure that at least the public discourse, nobody is nasty, passes derogatory remarks, and when you are down and out, you should not humiliate and be negative towards somebody at this stage.
That's right, and Sunil, this also comes at an interesting time when we've seen a complete breakdown of communication between the opposition and the government, as we've seen in Parliament as well. So as a leader of opposition, as you said, a welcome move there, given the fact particularly that there hasn't been any love lost between the Gandhis and Smriti Irani, in the past 10 years or so. Smriti Irani herself has, come all guns blazing at the Gandhis whenever she campaigned in Amethi.
That's right. There has been no love lost between Smriti Irani and the Gandhis, and there has been, the ups and downs. Smriti Irani losing first in Amethi to Rahul Gandhi, then subsequently winning in Amethi, then Rahul Gandhi getting Mr. KL Sharma to contest and win this time round in 2024. It's been a roller coaster in terms of, who wins and loses in Amethi. But be that as it may, as you rightly pointed out, this is an extremely troubling fact. The fact that the opposition and the treasury benches are not speaking to each other. What we witness in Parliament is a sad reflection of the parliamentary democratic spirit that needs to be followed. You have the presiding officers, and you saw Rahul Gandhi make it a point right from day one to say that the real cooperation is not coming and forthcoming. They wanted to have the matter to be resolved on the speaker issue and get the deputy speaker. That was not done. So it's definitely a lot of war of words, but Be that as it may, Rahul Gandhi's remarks to the Congress leaders is a welcome step to ensure that at least the public discourse is not brought to such a low.
All right, so thanks very much for joining us with that update there. So Rahul Gandhi there, in a rare sort of move for decency and some sort of conciliation, saying that trolls must not disrespect any leader, particularly when they're down and out. And looking at the other big headline this afternoon, well, the central government has begun its investigation into the case involving the Maharashtra probationary IAS officer Pooja Khedkar. The probe will be completed in the next 2 weeks, is what we are being told. And sources have indicated that if Pooja is found guilty, she may be dismissed as well. Remember, this was a pretty contentious case there where Pooja reportedly asked for privileges that she was not entitled to, including a beacon on her car and a VIP number plate as well. But the most contentious has been her disability claims, and that is something that the government panel will be probing as well. Take a look at all the reactions that have come in.
I am not authorized to talk on this issue, and मेरा जो भी submission होगा, जो भी है, I will give it to the committee, but I am not authorized to say anything to the media.
पूजा खेड़ेकर जैसे पैसे वाली औरत यूपीएससी के माध्यम से आईएएस बनती है, क्या हो रहा है भारत में? ये भारत ने ऐसे ऐसे बड़े-बड़े आईसीएस ऑफिसर देखे हैं जिन्होंने दुनिया का इतिहास लिखा है.
So 2-week time has been given by the central government to the interrogating officer and to the officer who has been allowed to probe into this entire matter. In 2 weeks time, this report has to be submitted to the central government, because this is very important, and the case is getting complicated every day because new facts are coming out in this entire matter. We had seen that today Pune Traffic Police has also given a notice to Pooja regarding the car and regarding the beacon that he has installed in her car. With that, the Maharashtra Sasan sticker was also strict on her car, and it was not allowed. So Pune Traffic Police has also taken action on her and served her a notice about this entire thing. In this notice also, one thing has came out in light is that there are total 21 e-challans which has not been paid yet, and 27,000 rupees are still not paid by Pooja regarding the e-challans which has been given to her for disrupting the traffic rules. So there are many things which has came into light, and this probe which has started has been now given 2 weeks time to submit the report, and in this whole report the whole scenario will be narrated by the officer which has been given the responsibility to file the report on this. Already there are many facts which are available with the collector. The collector has also written a letter to Chief Secretary, and after that this whole matter has came into light. So the whole procedure will be little easy for the officer who is probing into this entire matter and has been given 2 weeks time to submit the report. It will be little easier because there are many proofs with collector which he has already submitted to Chief Secretary, and after that the Pooja was transferred to Washim. So probably 2 weeks time will be very important for Pooja also and for the probing officer also, because many things will come into light after whole investigation will be over.
And looking at the other big headline, well, no relief for Arvind Kejriwal, even though the Supreme Court ordered interim bail in the ED case against the Delhi Chief Minister. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal is also in jail as far as the CBI case is concerned. The CBI is probing corruption allegations as far as the liquor policy case is concerned. A larger bench will now be hearing Arvind Kejriwal's challenge to the ED arrest. Remember, earlier the Delhi High Court had upheld Arvind Kejriwal's arrest under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and now the Supreme Court granting interim bail to Arvind Kejriwal. This indeed is a big development, but in effect there is no real relief for Arvind Kejriwal because he's also in jail in the CBI case as far as the money laundering as far as the corruption investigation is concerned. But what is Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy going forward? Well, my colleague Maria Shakil spoke exclusively to Arvind Kejriwal's counsel, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Listen in.
Joining me now is senior Congress leader, member of Congress Working Committee and a 3-term member of Parliament, also a senior advocate, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Dr. Singhvi, really appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
You have coined a rather interesting phrase, insurance arrest. But one would say that that is the case in several cases. CBI and ED investigations often happen parallelly.
You're absolutely right. Just because something happens several times doesn't make it right. Consider 4 dates and 4 facts. Judge for yourself. Don't have to be a lawyer. Don't have to be any political party. The CBI, the liquor scam so-called, starts by documents registered officially in mid-2022. Kejriwal is interrogated for 9 hours by the CBI in mid-2023, 1 year later. Kejriwal is arrested by ED in March 2024 after the elections are announced. And while he's in arrest, he's arrested 2 years after the scam and 1 year after CBI interrogation by the CBI in June 2024. Case is the same. CBI is the main offense, what we call the predicate offense. Facts are similar. Context is similar. Please answer, what is the necessity to arrest? What is the need to arrest? Just because it happened in other cases, should it happen to Kejriwal also? Do these facts justify is he a flight risk? In this case, there is no special provision of bail. It's a normal law. Is he running away? Is his passport with him? Is he interfering with witnesses? 10,000 documents have been examined. Witnesses are there. What is it that you need to arrest him in June? This is nothing but malafides writ large. It is politics writ large. This doesn't arise in every case. There are separate offenses. The cases you are talking about, Maya, are cases, for example, where I have done a serious frauds case of offense and also a CBI offense. Qualitatively different. But money laundering is a purely consequential offense. You do a basic murder, the money flow must come out of that murder. You do a basic kidnapping, the money flow must come out of that kidnapping. So they are intrinsically intertwined offenses. One called predicate, one called, if I may coin that phrase, a consequential offense.
Okay.
But how do you arrest a man when he's already in custody? For what need?
Okay. Now that the Supreme Court, Dr. Singhvi, has referred the question that you had asked, that is need or necessity of arrest, to a larger bench, does it mean that the entire PMLA will be undergoing review?
Look, I don't want to, give broad statements. I think the heart of the matter is what the Supreme Court has dealt with, namely need and necessity of arrest. I think prima facie, they found very strong strength in our arguments in that. They have a lovely sentence there in the judgment that mere interrogation cannot be need and necessity for arrest. They have referred it, but meanwhile, rightly thought it fit that while a matter is under consideration, the man must be released and must be free. There is a weight to Article 21, right to life. Now, having said all this, I don't know which way to be decided, but it's very clear from these facts there can never be a necessity to arrest the CBI offense. After 2 years, and remember, in mid-23, when he went to CBI and spent 9 hours, he has never been called for interrogation after that. That is why, is it not an insurance arrest? Is it not an arrest because I am apprehensive that my case against you on the PMLA front is weak? If I lose, I still want to keep you behind bars, so I go and do an insurance arrest under CBI.
But
it reeks of that.
Yes, but your client will continue to be in jail despite that relief that is coming from the Supreme Court. The news has just come in that Rouse Avenue Court has extended judicial custody of Mr. Kejriwal, Chief Minister Kejriwal, in fact, to July 25th.
That is irrelevant. The CBI case is going on. I'm very confident we have a very strong case. In fact, we have a stronger case in the CBI case because there is no flight risk, nothing. And he should succeed. But the government knows, the prosecutor knows that the process is the punishment. So they are delaying it. They do an insurance arrest. Then I start a ladder from the bottom. Then I go to the High Court. Then I go to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, whether in High Court or Supreme Court, I get relief. But you have achieved your purpose. You have prolonged. I would be out today. Now you have prolonged it by a few weeks more. That's why I called it an insurance arrest. This is not the approach of prosecutors. It is not even the approach of persecutors. There has to be ethics, morality and fairness in the system. Everything can't be written down in the law. It has to be the spirit of it also.
All right, some breaking news coming in. Well, the face-off over the emergency is only intensifying, with the government now deciding to observe the 25th of June as Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Now remember, it was the 25th of June in 1975 when the Indira Gandhi-led government imposed emergency, and that set in motion a series of political events that were to alter India's history and the history of the Indian Constitution. But now the government deciding to observe this day as a Samvidhan Hatya Divas. This of course comes after that huge political face-off that we saw in Parliament as well. Our senior colleague Maria Shakil now joins us live from the NDTV newsroom. So Maria, the government going all out as far as the emergency is concerned, but why has the government decided to do this year? It's not a round year anniversary in the sense that, you know, it'll be 50 years next year, but why has the government decided to go all out as far as the emergency is concerned this year?
In the government, certainly, that narrative which was built by the Congress party, that if the BJP were to cross 400 before the election results, of course, then it would lead to some kind of alteration or change in the constitution. Now, that narrative did cost BJP on a number of seats, particularly where the Dalits voted against the party in the state of Maharashtra, for example. Now, the party and the government going all out to fix that narrative, and that is the reason why this announcement is coming from Home Minister himself, who has put out a tweet saying on June 25th, 1975, the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, in a brazen display of a dictatorial mindset, strangled the soul of our democracy by imposing the emergency on the nation. Lakhs of people were thrown behind bars for no fault of their own, and the voice of the media was silenced. The government of India has decided to observe the 25th of June every year as Samvidhan Hatya Divas. The day will commemorate the massive contributions of all those who endured the inhuman pains of the 1975 emergency. So the BJP trying to make that narrative around emergency relevant. Remember, in the inaugural session of the 18th Lok Sabha also, the Prime Minister had talked about how there is a need to remember those dark days of emergency and how there is a need to preserve and protect the Constitution. Something that we saw play out in the first few days of the session as well, with a resolution being moved by none other than the Lok Sabha Speaker, which the opposition, including the Congress party, had objected to, saying that if a resolution of this nature had to come, it should have come from the Treasury benches. Why a bipartisan chair, that is the Speaker's chair, indulging in politics of this nature? Something that we also heard from the President of India in the joint address, that those dark days should be condemned, but at the same time repeatedly remembered. So now the government going ahead and fixing that narrative in which they realize that Save the Constitution movement of sorts of Rahul Gandhi, who also, when he took oath as a member of parliament, it was holding the Constitution. So were all the MPs of the Congress party. We'll try and get the first reaction from the Congress now, Vedant, because that certainly is going to be witnessing a huge or a massive political, a face-off between the two sides.
That's right, Maria. In fact, Pooja Tripathi of the Congress is live with us on the phone line. Pooja Tripathi, your first response to this, because whatever said and done, the Congress cannot completely sort of get away with what has been one of the darkest periods of Indian history, and now the government going ahead and deciding to observe the 25th of June as a Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Your response to this?
Government is a government of misplaced priority. Congress has never shied away from accepting the mistakes. On January 24, 1978, Indira Gandhi herself took the responsibility of emergency, and Congress has apologized for it. But will the government apologize for suspending 150 parliamentarians when the parliament was in session? Government does not have time to pass a joint resolution for giving justice to the NEET students, and government now comes up with a Samvidhan Hatya Divas on June 25th. The government does not send the bills to the parliamentary standing committees, does not open it for
But Pooja Tripathi, many would say you started this entire narrative. You know, it was the Congress actually that brought constitution and, this entire narrative around the BJP wanting to destroy the constitution into the picture.
Who said we brought it? It's Anand Hegde, it's Lallu Singh, it's Diya Kumari who said कि 272 में तो सरकार बन जाती है, हमें 400 पास चाहिए संविधान बदलने के लिए. It's Arun Govil. These were the people who came out and publicly, and they were the Bharatiya Janata Party's official Lok Sabha candidates.
Okay.
They said that they want 400 part to change the constitution, and seeing their democratic history, seeing the way they have performed in last 10 years, it was true, and that's why the citizen gave them a mandate that they could not reach up to a simple majority on their own numbers.
Okay, let me get Shazia Elmi of the BJP to respond to this. Shazia, many within the Congress and the opposition say that what is the point in delving into what has been, what is now history? The fact that it's more important for the government to address pressing issues of today, including the NEET issue and of course the situation in Manipur and many other such pressing issues. What is the need for the government to go ahead and sort of talk about the emergency again and again, whether it was in the first session of the parliament or now with this decision?
Is addressing all the key issues. We are on top of it. They're all very much being not just addressed, but strict measures are being taken every day to ensure that something like NEET is not repeated. But I think also at the same time, it's important. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Shazia, we can hear you.
Also at the same time, it is crucial that we remember our past, what our democracy has endured, how the civil liberties were mauled, and how one party roughshod and arrested all the opposition leaders. I think it's very important to have that as a memory so that it's never ever repeated. And I think those people who are reminding others about the constitutional and the value of constitutional, importance of the constitution must know as to how they themselves have, not once but many times over, whether it's changing of the preamble or using of Article 356 to topple elected state governments or to make amendments, have done it time and time over. So I think this is just not valid for BJP or Congress. This is important.
Shazia, stay on with us. Manikam Tagore, Congress MP, is also joining us now live on the phone line. Manikam Tagore, your response to the government's decision to observe the 25th of June as Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Would you say that the Congress's narrative around the Constitution and saving the Constitution in a sense has backfired, with the government now going all out over the emergency?
I can only just laugh and say that it is a ridiculous part by Mr. Amit Shah. We all know that RSS has trained them to divert from the real issues. RSS has trained them again and again to divert every time when they are in the back foot to divert the people of India. They are doing that part, but one thing is very clear that this time they can't divert because the NEET has affected 25 lakh students and the NTA's failure has affected crores of youngsters. Every exam is being leaked and railway accidents are hitting lakhs of families, and farmers are getting agitated over their refusal for minimum support price to be a law, and the MSME sector is being completely rattled. All these things are happening, and Mr. Amit Shah and Modi wants to have a diversion in it. We all know that 400 Par was the slogan which they only created, and people of India rejected it. From 303, they came down to 239, and Mr. Modi lost the single majority, and he is now supported by Mr. Amit Shah.
But Manikam Tagore, would you concede that, while the Congress party and the opposition talks about how sacrosanct the Constitution is, it is in a sense important to remember what many would call the biggest blot on India's history as a constitutional democracy, and perhaps introspect and see what we stand to learn from those months when India was under emergency.
The problem with NDTV is that you don't hear what we are saying. You wanted to have your agenda, means that please don't call me. when I'm saying you can't intervene and ask your questions. This kind of journalism is lost, and these kind of things won't be accepted.
Go ahead, sir. I'm listening to your point, which is why we have you here.
I can't continue with these things.
Please go ahead and make your point, sir. All right, we'll try and get back Mr. Manikam Tagore, but Shazia Ilmi and Pooja Tripathi continue to be with us. Pooja Tripathi, what Manikam Tagore was saying, in fact, let me get in Shazia first, was a fair point that, you know, while there are more important issues like the NEET issue, the solution for peace in Manipur, you know, the government and no less than the Home Minister talking about the emergency, many would say is not justified, given the fact that there are so many issues concerning the people that people expect the government to talk about and the top leadership to talk about.
The government has been talking about all of these issues, and we've been following the news, and we know that all these issues are being addressed on a war footing, and so whether some matters are pending in the Supreme Court or otherwise. But the fact is that the party that is talking about saving the Constitution should be reminded, and more than the party, more than the Congress or the BJP, this goes beyond. This is about a democracy. We should ensure that everybody knows as to what dark days we have seen, what dark days India has seen. Had one person, one PM, if one PM takes on extraordinary powers and starts mauling the civil liberties for ordinary people and for the opposition, this is a sense of dictatorship that Indians first felt. So we must always keep that memory alive so as to ensure that we never go back. We can never have a fascist dictatorial regime like Congress was at that point of time. And we must constantly remind Congress about this and people of India that we cannot go back again to the same state.
Okay, Pooja Tripathi, your response to that quickly.
I think very rich coming from BJP. They should look in the mirror and they're very happy, you know, revoking emergency, celebrating Samvidhan Hatya Divas. They should answer the country on the educational emergency that's going on the country with 24 lakh students out and protesting. The demographic emergency that 16.5 crore youth are out unemployed. The emergency on the peace and security of the country when the one portion of Manipur and the one portion of India, Manipur is burning since last 1 year and Pradhan Mantri ji hasn't visited yet. So, you know, they can celebrate their Samvidhan Hatya Divas, bring it again and again, but they have to answer the people on the, you know, the issues that are plaguing the country, with unemployment. We are buying tomatoes at 100+ rupees. They'll not answer on this. The youth are out on the streets. We saw the visuals from Ankleshwar and Bharuch when, you know, lakh of people were applied for some just 12 menial job at a hotel, a private hotel, and the railing fell off. They'll not answer people on these issues. But they will bring in emergency, they'll bring in Samvidhan Hatya, and I think that's the mockery of democracy they are making.
Shazia, your response to that, because many would say that, you know, this narrative really in a sense backfired for the BJP as well in states like Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. I'm being told Shazia, we've lost Shazia there. But thanks very much, Pooja Tripathi and Shazia LB, for joining us with that. This is the latest political flashpoint between the government and the opposition. This, of course, after we saw that huge showdown over the emergency in Parliament as well, with you know, various opposition leaders holding the constitution. But the top leadership of the BJP, including, of course, the Home Minister as well as the Prime Minister, talking about the dark days of emergency, saying that must be remembered as well. In fact, the President as well in her address talked about the emergency. So this certainly becoming a central point as far as the discourse is concerned between the government and the opposition. And this also comes amid a complete breakdown of communication between the opposition and the Treasury benches. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there's no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter.
Welcome back. An attempt to murder case has been registered against ex-Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Reddy. Of course, this comes after 2 senior IPS officers were also among the 5 people who were booked in an attempt to murder case following a complaint by a TDP MLA. In fact, former CID Chief PV Sunil Kumar and former Intelligence Chief PSR Anjaneyulu are also the 2 IPS officers who have been booked alongside Jagan Reddy. What exactly is the case and what does it mean for the politics of the state? My colleague Uma Suthir reports.
So this FIR has been booked against former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister YS Jagan Reddy as well as 2 senior IPS officers PV Sunil Kumar who was heading the CID and also PSR Anjaneyulu who was heading intelligence. The FIR has been filed by TDP MLA Raghuram Krishnaraju who was in fact a Lok Sabha MP of the YSRCP elected from Narsapuram. What he has alleged is that on May 14, 2021 he was picked up from Hyderabad and taken to Andhra Pradesh without following due process and that he was beaten up and treated very badly, brutally by the police, and he says all that happened at the behest of the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, then Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister YS Jagan Reddy. So Raghuram Krishnaraju had in fact filed a plea in the court here, CBI court here, saying that the bail plea granted to the former Chief Minister Jagan Reddy in the disproportionate assets case, that should be cancelled, and subsequently is when this action was taken, and he says he was picked up by the police here and without taking a transit warrant, he was taken directly to Andhra Pradesh, and he also says that he was beaten up very brutally by these police officers, that he was not even allowed to take medicine that he was to take because he had just undergone a heart surgery a few months before that. So he says all that was an attempt, and that's the reason why under multiple sections 120B, 166, 167, 197, 307, 326, 465, 506 criminal intimidation, all of that read with 34 IPC, all of that sections have been booked against Jagan Reddy. The background I must point out is that Raghuram Krishnaraju was seen as a rebel YSRCP for the most term that he was from 2019 to 2024 as an MP from Narsapuram, and just before the elections he had joined the TDP and became its MLA as well. But yes, the politically vitiated kind of an atmosphere in Andhra Pradesh in which YSRCP is alleging that all this is political vengeance and that it is revenge politics that the TDP government is indulging in. You would recall that during the regime of YS Jagan Reddy as Chief Minister, Chandrababu Naidu had been sent to jail, and the YSRCP sees this as revenge politics.
And moving now to news from Karnataka, well, the allegations of a land scam against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah now snowballing into a political controversy. Well, the Karnataka BJP held a massive protest in Mysuru over what they call mismanagement of the Mysore Development Authority or the MUDA as it is called. The protesters demanded allocation of sites to the poor by withdrawing those distributed illegally, and a CBI probe into the alleged scam, as the accusations are against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his family as well. Listen to all the reactions that have come in.
See, when there is serious allegation against the CM family itself, he can't defend his family. When corruption to the tune of 5,000 crores has been exposed by Bharatiya Janata Party, it's the duty of the Chief Minister to hand over this investigation to the CBI and tender his resignation. It is none of his business to defend himself. It is none of his business.
I want to ask Rahul Gandhi, who claims to be the champion or the self-appointed custodian of the rights of OBCs, STs, SC, STs in the country, as to why he hasn't taken any action against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the Congress government in Karnataka. Is this your model of tribal development? By siphoning off 100 crore rupees of fund that was earmarked for their welfare and purchasing Lamborghini cars, it exposes the duplicity of the Congress party, the hypocrisy of the Congress party.
In connection with the MUDA scam, sir?
No, it is all nothing, only political scam it is. It is what they are trying to do, politics. There is nothing scam. Whatever has been done, it is done at the BJP tenure, and there is nothing is there. They wanted to, they feel that after winning the election, now again they wanted to see that Karnataka put in a very bad shape, but nothing is there. Everything is perfect, and we will face all this political, whatever their plans are there.
And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see that the MC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, सब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
Welcome back. The Vizhinjam port, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating history. In fact, there was a water salute that was given to the mothership as well. And San Fernando, remember, is a 300-meter long cargo ship. So new milestone there for conglomerate Adani Group. In fact, this has been welcomed by people of Kerala and of course the political leadership as well. My colleague Divya Vadhwa spoke earlier with MB Rajesh, a minister in the Kerala government. Listen to what he had to say.
We have MB Rajesh, Minister for Local Self-Government, Excise and Parliamentary Affairs joining us. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Sir, when we talk about, we heard Karan Adani say that no other port in India, including their own highly advanced Mundra port, has these technologies. So take us through how will the state benefit from this project?
Yeah, this is a historic moment for Kerala. And we are expecting that the state will benefit hugely because of this port. This will stimulate the economic activity of the state. This will generate more than 5,000 direct and indirect employment. And other development will also take place as a result of this first transshipment port at Vizhinjam. And further, this will benefit country also. Earlier, our shipping companies and ports were mainly depending on Colombo and Dubai for transshipment purposes. But now that dependence will not be there. This will help us in saving cost and time. So this will have huge benefit for the country as a whole. Especially this will benefit the state of Kerala.
Right, so like you mentioned, this mega investment is going to open doors for more jobs, and like we heard Karan Adani say that it has created already direct or indirect jobs to the tune of 2,000 so far. How will this benefit maritime economy as far as the state is concerned?
Yeah, that is what I said. Earlier our shipping companies and ports were depending on other ports like Colombo and Dubai, but now that dependence will not be there. That business will come to Vizhinjam, and there will be huge benefit in terms of cutting costs, saving costs, and saving time. Further, this will have a overall positive impact on our economy. This will enhance economic activity, stimulate our economy. So these are the results of this project. And as far as Kerala is concerned, this is the biggest PPP project in the state. And this is the biggest private investment in a project.
Right, so they're talking about investment to the tune of 20,000 crore rupees in this project. And of course, once all the clearances are met with, they'll start the work as far as remaining phase is concerned. And they're saying it could be as early as October of this year. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, it's possible because the government of Kerala has been in the forefront to make this a reality. That is why the Adani Group has acknowledged how the government of Kerala has facilitated this project. And this also shows the investment-friendly climate in the state of Kerala. There has been a lot of misconceptions and propaganda against the investment climate in the state of Kerala. This clears the air, and now the country is got to know how investment friendly is Kerala. So this is a big achievement for us.
Right, calling it a class of its own as the most technologically sophisticated transshipment port in the world. And Gautam Adani, who had set out to make this a port of the future, and that dream finally has been realized. So, sir, how do you feel? How optimistic are you about, the future when it comes to how long do you think this project will take before it's completed?
This project will be completed by 2028. And we are optimistic that the timeline will be strictly, we will be able to adhere to the timeline. And the state government will extend all possible support as we did earlier.
So the Kerala government saying that this will have positive ramifications for the maritime economy in the state. But listen to what the Adani Group has to say. The Adani Group says this is a glorious milestone for India. Take a look.
It was a historic day today for Kerala and also for Vizhinjam port,
as its dream of 33 years has come to reality today, with the commercial operations starting today with the inauguration of the first phase of the Vizhinjam port. We have with us the Managing Director of Adani Ports and SEZ, who is also building this port along with the state government, to talk to us about the significance as well as the vision for the port going ahead. Welcome to NDTV, Mr. Adani.
Thank you.
So I would like to start with by asking about, what exactly is the significance of this port. This is the transshipment port, first port and the largest transshipment hub that India is creating. So going ahead, what is the relevance of this port for the country and also for the group?
I think, as you rightly said, it is a big day. This is country's first transshipment terminal, semi-automated as well as automated terminal. It is the deepest transshipment port in the country, and it is apart from the infrastructure, it is a showcase from a technology perspective, because this is the port where we have implemented all the AIs, IoT, video analytics, all the kind of technology that we can think of to make the operation most efficient. And it is a very significant development, because as you know that most of the Indian cargo gets transshipped into other parts of the country, other parts of the world, other parts of the region. This gives us an opportunity to bring the cargo of Indian importer and exporters into the country and help in reducing the logistics cost, and in turn help in terms of help our manufacturing companies to be more competitive at the global scale.
If I can ask an additional question to this, like with the operation of the first phase and then finally the second phase and third phase, what kind of impact you see? You spoke about the EXIM trade, benefits that might accrue to us. So have you all done any kind of calculation, the kind of benefit that India would get from this?
So we do expect at least 4 to 5% reduction in the logistics cost with having your own transshipment hub within the country.
Right. And you spoke about this being the largest, deepest natural harbor that we have. So with this, what kind of investments we are doing in this port, and what are the plans or the visions going ahead for this port?
So far, total investment between government of Kerala, government of India and APSEZ, total investment port is 8,800 crores. From that, APSEZ has put in 3,600 crores of capex. Going forward, once we get the environment clearance for the whole master plan, we would look at investing additional 20,000 crores by 28-29.
So this is over and above 8,000 crore, the additional 20,000. So total 28,000 crore total investment. And can you talk about the total capacity of this port in various phases?
So currently the capacity is 1 million TEUs, 1 million boxes. With efficiency we can take it up to 1.5 from the current phase. This 1.5 we will take up to 5 million boxes by 28-29.
28-29. So the final completion of the project is. So earlier I think it was planned to 3 million tons, which has now been increased to 5 million tons. Okay. And we are also closer, I mean this is the closest port that we have to the international sea channel that we have. So what kind of strategic importance this port can hold for the country as such?
So as you rightly said, it is on the international trade route. This allows the largest ships to come in. It allows hub and spoke model for Indian ports to create and make Vizhinjam as a hub and distribute from here to all the other ports. A lot of value addition which can happen with transshipment. It's not just about transshipment, but what more value additions from a manufacturing perspective we can create over here. And that is what we are looking at, and as I said that we are looking at reducing the logistics cost for our customers, and also reducing the transit time, because you don't have to now move into any other international other international location for transshipment.
So earlier I read somewhere that it used to take almost 1 month also at some of the transshipment hubs before the products are delivered, So with these kind of transshipment hub, that time period can be reduced by how much?
By almost 30 to 40%.
30 to 40%. Okay. You are also expanding globally, in terms of ports. You all have done a lot of acquisition in Israel, South Africa, Australia we already have.
South Africa, East Africa.
Sorry, East Africa. Then we also have in Sri Lanka. So what are our acquisition plans going ahead? Would you be looking at strategic locations, or you are open to other locations?
No, so we are more focused on Southeast Asia and East Africa and Middle East. So and obviously Bay of Bengal. So Bangladesh and this is the region that we are focused on. Basically looking at countries which are of has a high manufacturing base, or look at countries which have high consumption. And basically idea is that from a trade perspective, how do you make Indian ports as the hub and supply from the Indian ports into all of these countries.
Would it make sense to look at ports even in, say, Latin American countries?
Not as of this.
So one last question on group's total capacity, the kind of capacities you all are looking at in the short term as well as in the long term, say between 2025 to 2030, what is our plan going ahead?
So our plan is by 2030 we want to be handling 1 billion ton of cargo. That's our aspiration. From that roughly 900 million tons will come out of India, and as the country, if country reaches the $5 trillion mark, I think we would achieve that goal, because we are indirect beneficiaries of the country growing. And so we would look at expanding our capacities across all our 14 ports and look at giving better service to our customers.
So Vadhavan port is what government has announced recently that they will be coming up, So would you be looking at participating in those terminals also, or bidding out?
We keep evaluating all possibilities on PPP mode which are available, and we would definitely look at.
Thank you very much for talking to NDTV.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स, या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, you can utilize the full potential of Google's AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has initiated suo motu contempt proceedings against the Vice Chairman of the Delhi Development Authority over the felling of 1,100 trees in the Ridge Forest area of the national capital for a road widening project. In fact, the Supreme Court has said that no one told the Delhi Lieutenant Governor about the court's permission and the contractor must file an affidavit. In fact, the Supreme Court coming down heavily, asking on whose directions were the trees cut down. Our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu joins us live now. So Sunil sir, as we've reported from the ground as well, that the Delhi Development Authority went ahead with its decision of cutting down those 1100 trees despite a Supreme Court stay, despite a Supreme Court asking the authorities not to cut down those trees. But in whose court really is the ball? Because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Aam Aadmi Party government and the Delhi Lieutenant Governor continue to blame each other for this. In fact, the Delhi government has formed a 4-member panel as well as far as this is concerned. But who is really answerable?
Well, a lot of people are answerable. I think this is a systemic failure, as the Supreme Court bench very categorically said. They should have come clean right from day one. Instead, what was being done was a cover-up. First, they said that there was no Lieutenant Governor visit. There was no directions. Then they said that, it took at least 5 sittings to find out that it was the Lieutenant Governor who has come. And then after that, they've gone ahead with that entire process. So it's in that backdrop we'll have to see now that they've asked the DDA to come clear. The DDA, through his affidavit, as the Supreme Court order says, the member engineering's affidavit, when he put it in there, he's made it very categorically clear that the Lieutenant Governor was present. In fact, the Lieutenant Governor brought in Mahesh Jethmalani to be present in the court to defend him, even though he does not have an advocate on record, just to clear it. 1,100 trees, and they have been able to see some of them. The Delhi government will have to come clean on that, explain what they've done for the last 5 years, what is the money that has been done. They made it clear to Maninder Singh, who's appearing for the DDA, to say very specifically what exactly is their position on these issues of felling of trees, whether they're defending the DDA or the LG, and in that regard, this entire matter has been heard.
So, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. 1,100 trees being cut down there. This has serious ramifications for the, the air quality here in the national capital, which is already at an all-time low. With that, we'll take a short break now. But on the top of the hour, a joint press conference being addressed by Uddhav Thackeray and Mamata Banerjee. We'll get you all the latest on that.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही unveil किया था, and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, stopwatch, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Let me see first কি বলেছে, then I can reply. Without seeing, I cannot reply. No.
दोनों एक मिनट, मुझे जो कुछ कहना है मैं ठीक से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस लेके कहूंगा. आप कृपा करके समझिए, ये हमारी पारिवारिक मुलाकात थी. कृपा करके इसमें राजनीति ज्यादा मत लाइए. हम जो हमें कहना होता है हम खुलेआम कहते हैं. कहने के लिए कुछ हम डरते नहीं है. और जहाँ जो कुछ कहना है मैं और दीदी हम कहते हैं और कहेंगे, उसमें कुछ डरेंगे नहीं. लेकिन थोड़ा सा बात समझिए कि पारिवारिक मुलाकात है, जिसमें कृपा कर राजनीति ज्यादा मत करिए. तो धन्यवाद.
खाली एक बात हमारा लिए, हमारा पार्टी का स्टैंड इज वेरी क्लियर. यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी इज आवर मेन आइडियोलॉजी एंड वी यूज टू प्रोटेक्ट इट.
दीदी, महाराष्ट्र में कैसे किस तरह से देखते हैं जो तानाशाही को इंदिरा गांधी पर बड़ा आरोप लगाया है?
मैंने तो बोल दिया ना.
नहीं, अभी जरा
A joint press conference there by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Uddhav Thackeray. Mamata Banerjee met Uddhav Thackeray just a short while back, and that joint press briefing that we just saw was from Matoshri, the official residence of the Thackerays. In fact, several important points there. Mamata Banerjee said this government is not stable and will collapse soon. Khela has already begun, is what Mamata Banerjee said, and she also announced that she will campaign for the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena in the upcoming polls in Maharashtra. So that's going to be important. Very interesting optics there with Mamata Banerjee sitting right next to Uddhav Thackeray and addressing that press conference. This also comes on the day when there's a crucial election underway. In fact, that crucial MLC polls in Maharashtra just concluded, the semi-finale before the big assembly elections in Maharashtra. Maharashtra, of course, has been one of the most interesting states in the Lok Sabha polls as well. A bit of a rout, as many would say, for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, and it's going to be another direct contest between the two alliances, between Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi in the state assembly elections that are likely to be held later this year in Maharashtra. In fact, Maharashtra is one of the 4 states that will be going to polls this year. It's going to be an important contest there, and important there that Mamata Banerjee is saying that she will campaign for Uddhav Thackeray as well. Of course, it has been a turbulent 2 years in the politics of Maharashtra, with the split in the Shiv Sena and then the split in the NCP as well, and both the original factions, so to speak, of the Shiv Sena and the NCP losing their symbols and their names as well. But some sort of revival there for a beleaguered Mahavikas Aghadi with the Lok Sabha polls, with an impressive performance, in fact, in the Lok Sabha polls, and now we're all set for the state assembly elections in Maharashtra. And very interesting optics, as I said, Mamata Banerjee is sitting right next to Uddhav Thackeray, and Mamata Banerjee is there in Mumbai. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray was in Delhi as well. He met various leaders of the opposition bloc. In fact, Mamata Banerjee couldn't attend that crucial India bloc meeting when it was held in Mumbai last time around, I remember, because Mamata Banerjee said that she had other commitments. She was campaigning in West Bengal, so her absence in that crucial meeting that was held in Matoshri earlier of the India bloc, it was a couple of weeks back, that before the elections, before before the June 4 mandate, she was missing in action as far as that meeting in Matoshri was concerned. But interesting there that Mamata Banerjee there met Uddhav Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray also present there, sitting right next to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. My colleague Radhika, I'm told, is now joining us live on the phone line. So Radhika, Maharashtra politics has been in a churn in the past 2 years, particularly. It's been a turbulent 2 years for the politics of Maharashtra. But interesting there that Mamata Banerjee said that she will be campaigning for Uddhav Thackeray as well.
That's right. In fact, as far as Uddhav Thackeray's relation with Mamata Banerjee is concerned, it's been of bonhomie. They've shared a good connection over the last couple of years. So therefore, this doesn't come as a surprise with Mamata Banerjee wanting to campaign for Uddhav faction in the upcoming polls in Maharashtra. So that's the decision that has been made and that has been announced in this press conference. Of course, we also saw Abhishek Banerjee a few weeks back meeting Uddhav Thackeray as well as Aditya Thackeray. Again, a courtesy meet that happened. Of course, Mamata Banerjee is in town for an industrialist son's wedding, and therefore she is also planning to meet Sharad Pawar as well. So yes, it doesn't come as a surprise when Mamata Banerjee has announced that she will be campaigning for Uddhav Thackeray. In fact, they are part of India Alliance. Uddhav Thackeray had also made a call to Mamata Banerjee soon after Lok Sabha elections were out, saying that she must take claim to form government in the centre, and that all the parties must stand together for this. So yes, as far as the politics of Maharashtra is concerned, yes, as you said, there has been a turn in political landscape. There have been splits, and post the Lok Sabha polls, Maharashtra, MVA came victorious with winning substantial number of votes, which has come as a setback for the ruling Mahayuti government. So as far as MVA in Maharashtra or Uddhav Thackeray's party, Sena, UBT Sena is concerned, they are upbeat and very, very optimistic about a win in assembly polls, and therefore Mamata Banerjee also supporting Uddhav's campaign.
Absolutely, Radhika, as you've been reporting, in the past 2 months or so, we've seen many TMC leaders, in fact, visiting Matoshri. Abhishek Banerjee, as you pointed out, was also there, and it was a courtesy visit. Abhishek Banerjee, I remember, congratulated the Mahavikas Aghadi for its victory, so to speak, in the Lok Sabha polls. In the past 1 year, we have seen a lot of setbacks for the Mahavikas Aghadi, but now it's moving to sort of, in a sense, consolidate its position with the help of its allies. So that's an interesting turn. In the politics of Maharashtra, we've seen a beleaguered Mahavikas Aghadi with the NCP as well as the Shiv Sena losing their symbols and losing their names as well. But now with the help of allies, a bid to, in a sense, resurrect the Aghadi in Maharashtra.
Absolutely. As far as Maharashtra's political landscape is concerned, it has seen a lot of changes. And yes, MVA did suffer setback. We know for a fact that it was in 2022 that Eknath Shinde led that rebellion, post which there was MVA government collapse, and then BJP formed the government with the help of Shinde and his set of MLAs. And one more setback in 2023 with NCP also splitting. Ajit Pawar, along with a set of MLAs, joining hands with the NDA in Maharashtra. So multiple setbacks as far as MVA is concerned, yet they managed to garner the votes for Lok Sabha polls. Of course, fiery campaigns is what we saw ahead of Lok Sabha polls. Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and Congress leaders stayed united, and there were less disputes as compared to Mahayuti in terms of seat sharing and candidate selection and so on, which is what sort of led to the stellar win that the MVA saw in the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections, which has given them the much needed impetus to perform in assembly as well. And today is the MLC polls, which would also determine a trend as far as as far as assembly elections are concerned, considering there are murmurs of some of the leaders in Mahayuti, especially within NCP, wanting to go back to MVA, wanting to join hands with Sharad Pawar as well as Uddhav Thackeray. So yes, multiple churns witnessed, and there will be more churns ahead of assembly elections as well.
Absolutely. Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with that update. Very interesting optics there. Mamata Banerjee addressing a joint press conference with Uddhav Thackeray. But this is a crucial day in Maharashtra, the semi-finale before the state assembly elections, with the MLC polls being held to 11 legislative council seats in the state. Now remember, this is crucial, and the fight for the local body has become even more interesting with Uddhav's 11th hour surprise, and Uddhav Thackeray, remember, fielded a 12th candidate for the 11 legislative council seats that have gone to polls. Voting has concluded is what we are being told, and the results will be out in the next 4 to 5 hours. Now remember, who really forms the electoral college as far as the MLC polls are concerned? It's the MLAs, and there was some sort of resort politics also that we were seeing with both camps moving their MLAs to various resorts. In fact, Maharashtra is not new to resort politics, but this is crucial in more ways than one. Of course, it comes right ahead of the assembly polls in the state, and that is going to be crucial as well. And it's the first direct contest, a direct face-off between the Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti after the Lok Sabha polls. The Lok Sabha polls, as many would say, was a big upset for the Mahayuti, for the NDA in Maharashtra, with the NDA losing some of its key stronghold seats as well as far as Maharashtra is concerned. And Uddhav Thackeray, as I said, has made this fight even more interesting by fielding a 12th candidate. Now, what is the latest? Voting has concluded. Voting went on for about an hour, and after that, you have the results that will be out in the next 4 to 5 hours. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy continues to be with us. So Radhika, local polls are always very interesting because, there's a secret ballot and there are always, apprehensions and fears of cross-voting. In Delhi also, when we had those local polls, it had wide-ranging ramifications on the assembly polls as well. But tell us the significance of these polls coming right ahead of the assembly elections.
As you rightly pointed out, this is happening right ahead of assembly elections in Maharashtra. Maharashtra itself has seen a lot of political churns over the last few years, and post Lok Sabha results, more churns expected, which is why MLC polls very, very significant ahead of assembly elections. Now, of course, the elections have concluded at 4 p.m. is when it concluded. It went on from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. In fact, over 274, in fact, exactly 274 MLAs voted for 12 candidates. In fact, 11 seats and 12 candidates in fray, 9 as far as Mahayuti is concerned, and MVA 3. Now, if it was just 11 candidates, of course, it would have gone unopposed. But, Uddhav Thackeray decided to add one more person in the mix because he was optimistic that he will get the votes of the smaller parties, the neutral parties, the independents, and also relying on some sort of cross-voting. Cross-voting becomes very interesting here because there had been murmurs of Ajit Pawar MLAs wanting to go back to Sharad Pawar camp, and there is a lot of dispute within Ajit Pawar camp, especially after Lok Sabha results. So therefore, will that cross-voting happen? Will these set of MLAs vote for the other side? All that remains to be seen. Of course, this is preferential voting. Each candidate must get at least 23 votes. So 11 candidates, in fact 12 candidates, 11 seats, 23 votes each, and it is preferential voting. So it all boils down to last two candidates. How much votes they will get, who got more preference over whom, and how will they make that equation work based on preferential voting. So it is complex, of course, when it comes to the arithmetic of things, but the fact remains that this will determine whether, all the MLAs are staying loyal to their parties or whether they want to jump ships or not. So all these, factors will be taken into consideration ahead of assembly elections, and one would know the loyalty and the trust factor of all the MLAs today when the results are out.
Absolutely, Radhika, and it's very crucial for both camps to sort of project that they're united and their flock is intact, because the kind of developments that we've seen in the past 2 years, that becomes key in the optics of the politics of Maharashtra. And moving now to the other big headline, well, the showdown over the emergency continues. This as the government has now decided to observe the 25th of June as Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Now, of course, this comes after the huge political face-off between the government and the opposition over the emergency in the parliament as well. It was a Home Minister who announced just a short while back that the 25th of June will be observed as a Samvidhan Hatya Divas. In fact, the Prime Minister has also tweeted on his social media, saying that this was a day when the Constitution of India was trampled over. The opposition, however, continues to say that this is just a diversionary tactic, a bid to divert attention from key pressing issues like unemployment and the conflict in Manipur. Listen to all the political reactions that have come in.
We all know that the BJP is rattled and they are unable to face the Constitution story. We all know that when we named the India Alliance as India, they try to bring Bharat into it. Now when Jai Samvidhan is an issue, they wanted to divert it from this kind of things. It's a diversionary tactics. The RSS has trained BJP friends for it. And we all know that the real issues, they want to divert the people of India from the real issues of NEET, the examination leaks, the Agniveer's failure, and the price rise. This is the diversionary tactics. People won't accept this kind of politics. People will reject this kind of diversionary tactics.
And our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us live. So Sunil, we've seen in Parliament as well this showdown over the emergency. But the opposition continues to say that this is just a bit to divert attention from key issues. When you have an issue as emotive as the NEET issue, which involves 24 lakh students, the opposition and the country at large would sort of expect the government to talk about that and not the emergency. And also, interestingly, this is not a round-year anniversary. The emergency completes 50 years next year.
That's right, and that's the reason why they're trying to, the government is trying to set that agenda straight to say that, when it's celebrated, when the day happens, it will be seen as, a day when India's democracy was under threat. I think across party lines, including no less than Sonia Gandhi, who has been the Congress president, has said that Mrs. Indira Gandhi regretted and knew that it was a mistake. And that she has said in an interview to NDTV herself way back in 2003, 2004. Having said that, I think, as you heard from the Congress spokesperson, they are saying this is a diversionary tactic for the BJP. It's a time to reignite this because they have to counter what is now being seen as a very powerful Jai Samvidhan, hail the constitution, and attempts being made to change the constitution. So that campaign that is being done by the opposition, the BJP wants to negate at this present juncture.
Right, so thanks very much for joining us with that update. Maria Shakir is also live with us on the phone line, I'm told. So Maria, what really is the government's messaging here? Because, even in the president's address, we saw reference to the emergency, top leadership of the BJP coming all guns blazing on the opposition as far as the emergency is concerned. What is the message that the government is trying to send out here?
Yeah, so the government here is trying to ensure that the narrative which cost them the elections in many ways, several seats in Maharashtra in particular, is actually able to counter this narrative of the Samvidhan being in danger or the entire constitution being in danger. If you look at the information which has been shared, it has been shared by Home Minister Amit Shah, who talks about it in the context of the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and he says that how in 1975 it was her dictatorial mindset which actually strangled the soul of democracy and its institutions when the emergency was imposed. Thereafter, we saw a tweet that was put out by the Prime Minister, and in which he says that the Congress unleashed dark phase of Indian history. So, this is an acknowledgement by the BJP that they have to go all out in countering the narrative that the Congress says that they have to be, and particularly Rahul Gandhi, that they have to be protectors or custodians of the Constitution, when the BJP, the Prime Minister, the Home Minister are saying that they have been the ones who had in fact unleashed those dark phase of Indian history.
Right, Maria, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So a big political flashpoint between the government and the opposition over the emergency, with the government now deciding to observe the 25th of June as the Samvidhan Hatya Divas. And well, amid a complete breakdown of communication and trust between the opposition and the government, Rahul Gandhi's interesting Twitter post on Smriti Irani. Well, Rahul Gandhi asked trolls not to attack Smriti Irani. This, of course, comes after it was indeed a Congress handle that, posted a video of Smriti Irani vacating her official bungalow, saying that this is karma. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has now said that, one must not be nasty towards Smriti Irani, and that winning and losing is part of the game, and humiliating or insulting somebody is not a sign of strength but weakness. In fact, my colleague Sunil Prabhu continues to be with us. So Sunil sir, very interesting there that Rahul Gandhi here choosing to be the bigger person, because we've seen that there's been this huge war of words over Amethi, and then not many would have anticipated that a backroom strategist and a Congress Karyakarta like KL Sharma would defeat Smriti Irani. But here Rahul Gandhi extending some sort of an olive branch, as many would say, and being the bigger person.
Apart from olive branch and bigger person, I think what is important is the public discourse, in public decorum that has to be followed. Yes. And I think that's the most important point that he's saying, that whoever it may be, we should not use insulting remarks. We shouldn't be disparaging. And it is only a sign of weakness. One should not humiliate anybody. And I think it's in the fitness of things that he's sending that message, even though he himself has been at the receiving end when he had to vacate his house after he was unseated as a member of parliament, after he was convicted in the Gujarat lower court. So it's in that regard, we'll have to wait and see how things play out. But definitely an attempt is being made at this present juncture to reach out and send a very strong message to the Congress workers, not to demean anybody else.
Right, so thanks very much for joining us with that. Very rare to see this kind of dignified political discourse in the times that we live in. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India.
Welcome back. Some relief for B.S. Yedurappa in the POCSO case against him. Remember, now the High Court has relieved him of personal appearance before the court. There were serious allegations against B.S. Yedurappa in that POCSO case, and now some relief there from the court for the strong Lingayat leader there, for the BJP leader. In fact, the trial court, remember, earlier had issued a summons to the ex-Karnataka Chief Minister. And moving now to the other big story we've tracked very closely on NDTV, and that is the cutting down of 1,100 trees in the ridge area of the national capital. Now remember, the Supreme Court has initiated suo motu proceedings as far as this case is concerned, and in fact the Supreme Court had tough questions for the Delhi Development Authority. In fact, the Supreme Court also went on to say that the Delhi Lieutenant Governor was not apprised of the fact that there is a Supreme Court order in this regard, and the contractor has to file an affidavit as well. Remember, 1,100 trees were cut down in the ridge area of the national capital despite a Supreme Court stay. What really had the Supreme Court say in this regard? My colleague Sunil Prabhu with the latest.
Well, a lot of people are answerable. I think this is a systemic failure, as the Supreme Court bench very categorically said. They should have come clean right from day one. Instead, what was being done was a cover-up. First, they said that there was no Lieutenant Governor visit. There was no directions. Then they said that, it took at least 5 sittings to find out that it was the Lieutenant Governor who has come. And then after that, they've gone ahead with that entire process. So it's in that backdrop we'll have to see now that they've asked the DDA to come clear. The DDA, through its affidavit, as the Supreme Court order says, the member engineering's affidavit, when he put it in there, he's made it very categorically clear that the Lieutenant Governor was present. In fact, the Lieutenant Governor brought in Mahesh Jethmalani to be present in the court to defend him, even though he does not have an advocate on record, just to clear it. 1,100 trees, and they have been able to see some of them. The Delhi government will have to come clean on that, explain what they've done for the last 5 years, what is the money that has been done. They made it clear to Maninder Singh, who's appearing for the DDA, to say very specifically what exactly is their position on these issues of the felling of trees, whether they are defending the DDA or the LG, and in that regard, this entire matter has been heard.
Looking at some other news now, Adani Group's Vizhinjam port, India's first transshipment port near the Kovalam beach in Kerala, received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it, thus creating history. A water salute was given to the mothership as well. San Fernando, remember, is a 300-meter long cargo ship, and that will offload 1,900 containers as well. And with that, we'll take a short break now. But on the other side, our special focus on the Ola CEO talking about a 70-hour work week now after Narayan Murthy. Call in with your views. What do you think about this? Is it really an attempt to be productive or punishing for the youth?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते।
Welcome back. A special focus at this hour. After Narayan Murthy, the Ola CEO, Bhavish Agarwal, has now backed a 70-hour work week. This, of course, had sparked a raging debate a couple of months back when Narayan Murthy had said that youngsters must work for 70 hours a week. Well, the Ola CEO says that this is an attempt to improve productivity and sort out delays. In fact, something that Narayan Murthy had also said earlier. Narayan Murthy had said exactly what Germans and Japanese did after World War II was to work for 70 hours a week. But on the show this evening, we focus on whether this is a reasonable proposition or not. Can youngsters actually be made to work for 70 hours a week? Is this promoting the toxic hustle culture, or is this the only way to ensure productivity? We'll have callers on the show and also a very special guest. But first, let's take a look at what the Ola CEO had to say.
मैंने publicly जब Mr. Murthy ने वो बोला था, I was publicly in support and I got trolled on social media because of that. But वो हमारी generation को तपस्या करनी पड़ेगी ताकि we can build the world class, the number one country in the world we dream to build, right? Largest economy. And you know, also I don't think India's journey is just economic resurgence. India's journey is economic number one combined with a cultural renaissance.
And when we request all of you to call in with your views, what do you think about this contentious statement there by the Ola CEO? But joining me on the show this evening, Shantanu Rooj, founder and CEO of the Team Lee's EdTech. Thanks very much, Shantanu, for joining us. As a young CEO yourself, what do you make of these remarks? Would you encourage your employees to work for 70 hours a week? Many would say this is promoting what's called, quote-unquote, toxic hustle culture.
Yeah, so we have spoken about this earlier also, Vedant.
Yes.
I mean, somehow I don't believe this is something that should be promoted a lot. That must be Bhavish's independent individual decision. But then I think the world has moved on from there on. I mean, India today is not growing just because we work many number of hours, but because we work harder. We are doing policy reforms, there are economic reforms, there's fiscal reforms, there are monetary reforms, infrastructure building, manufacturing resurgence. All of these things are actually leading to India's growth, not just because some people are working harder or some people are working more number of hours today.
That's an interesting point there, because many have pointed out that, you know, this is against what we call work-life balance, and that, you know, ultimately this is no way of ensuring productivity. Would you agree, as somebody who works very closely with youngsters, yours is a new age startup as well, work-life balance seems to be very important for youngsters. Do you think that that's the way forward to ensure productivity? Because many would say that, you know, one has to go on a holiday, one has to have a life beyond work to actually come back refreshed.
Yeah, so actually COVID taught us that. Yes. And it's important that both medically, psychologically, everybody has told us, and with so much of conviction, that work-life balance is absolutely necessary for somebody to ensure that their brains are refurbished, their bodies are refurbished again to do the next course of work. So that's absolutely important. Now, Bhavish thinks that the tapasya is important. I'm not too sure what he means by that. I think he means it more philosophically than anything else. But the work-life balance is absolutely important. COVID taught us that. And if you look at the work culture shift that happened after COVID all across the world, people have started talking about gig economy. People have started talking about work from home. And people have started talking about giving importance to their own personal health, personal family, everything else put together. I personally believe that this balancing all of these things is absolutely important to maintain productivity. What's just not important is number of hours that you spend in office or at workplace, but what's more important is what you do in those number of hours. So I think, in my opinion, work-life balance is absolutely important, not just philosophically, but also medically. Otherwise, you land up into all these other challenges.
And what's your mantra for productivity? As somebody who heads a young startup, I'm sure there are a lot of youngsters who work with you. What is your mantra for ensuring productivity?
Two things. One is I've been talking to my employees all the time, but two things which are important to ensure employee productivity. One is to ensure they're absolutely rightly skilled and continuously upskilled to manage the vagaries and uncertainties of the business organizations today. Number one. Number two is to ensure that if somebody possesses the skills, they're also motivated to work. Just because I'm skilled, I may not just be wanting to work today because I don't like my manager, the way I'm treated. All of these things are softer issues. So it's important that a person is rightly skilled so that he has the ability to work hard and become productive. Second is to ensure that he works in the right work culture to ensure that
Chandru, stay on with us. I'm being joined by a caller at this time. Utkarsh Raghu is joining us from Chennai. Utkarsh, go ahead and tell us what you do and your opinion on what the Ola CEO said.
Yeah, I am a professional engineer. I also run an industry. So my take on this is this is industry specific as to the number of working hours. And number two is, why don't we reduce the number of government holidays? On a pan-India basis, different states have different set of holidays. I think we must have minimal number of holidays across India. And number three is, what is the productivity that the person can offer by working 70 hours a day? Is it really necessary? I think this needs a very human resource kind of approach, and I think we must work on that rather than simply saying across the board, yes, we must put in 70 hours of work. For example, my employee works about 6 hours in a day, but I get a productivity of 12 hours, and I'm quite happy about it.
So you're of the opinion, Utkarsh, that 70 hours, working for 70 hours a week actually hampers productivity, and government holidays must also be relooked at, and there has to be a humane approach. That's an interesting point there. Captain Jagpal from Rohtak is also with us. Go ahead, Captain Jagpal, and tell us your opinion.
Good evening to you. I had an opportunity to give this opinion on Narayan Murthy also. I'm an 80-year-old decorated soldier, had the opportunity to command largest unit. You see, working for 8 hours is more than adequate by an Indian worker. Our army men fought 2 world wars with a basic pay of 18 rupees. Our minimum wages are the lowest. What these two individuals are saying is, have no fundamental rights, have no freedom, and let them make money.
Right. Sir, it was really an honor to have you on the show, and as somebody, as you said, who has commanded a battalion, you really don't pitch for 70 hours a week because it hampers productivity. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Ravi is also joining us from Hyderabad. Ravi, go ahead and tell us your opinion on what Bhavish Agarwal, the Ola CEO, said. Go ahead, Mr. Ravi.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Okay, great. See, so basically, if you look at the economies like US and Europe, they are mostly driven by consumer market, right? So to have a consumer market, you need to have a balanced society. People purchasing products, creating a demand, and creating value by the companies, so that people buy the interesting products. So when you put 70-hour work week, you are saying don't buy anything, sit in the office. You should not have life anything other than the work. And so that will eventually kill the internal demand of the country, and which eventually kill the companies. See, here the synergy is to have a consumer market where people use the products of the companies. If company says, I want to have people work 70 hours, so let us say hypothetically everybody sits in the office 70 hours. Then where is the future of the country, right? So I think it's a wrong idea. What we have to do is create value, be innovative, and working 70 hours is not a problem or a solution. The solution is to create value, and that is what we're missing in India. That's my opinion.
That's a very interesting point there, Ravi. As you say that it will ultimately lead to burnout if one works for 70 hours a week, and the focus should be on creating value. That's an interesting point there. In fact, Rebecca is now joining us from Mumbai. Rebecca, tell us, how many hours do you work for, and what is your opinion on what, on this raging debate around a 70-hour work week?
Hi. So thank you firstly for having me online. I work for 45 hours. That's the regular standard 45 hours that we do, which is almost 9 hours per week, 9 hours per day. My thing is, like, if you want me to work for 7 hours, are you going to compensate me? Are you going to pay me according to that? Or are you going to still pay me what you are? I also want to know, if I'm going to work 70 hours a day, what is the time that I'm actually going to give my family? What is the time I'm going to devote to my family?
That's a very interesting point there, because if the onus really is also on the person at the helm, whether you're going to be compensated for the extra hours you put in. That's also a very important point you're making, because as somebody from this generation, we realize what our worth is. So you have to be adequately compensated, is what you're saying, if you put in those extra hours. Rebecca?
Yes, I'm here. So also besides that, I want to know whether the CEOs, whether the people who are actually pitching this idea, whether they're also going to be putting in those many hours of work week, putting in those many hours. Because if you want to lead by example, you actually have to do it first. You cannot expect your employees to be doing something when you're not actually doing it yourself. So I think they should start working those many hours in office and doing that before kind of trying to tell their employees to do it.
So interesting there, you've turned the tables on these CEOs making those claims of a 70-hour work week, that they must lead by example and they should also put in those extra hours. Very interesting there. Venkat Rama Reddy from Bengaluru is also joining us on the phone line. So go ahead, Mr. Rama Reddy, and tell us your opinion.
Good evening, sir. My opinion is against the views of the CEOs of Ola and Infosys. I think it's a ridiculous statement made by these CEOs. I've been listening to the earlier person as well and their views, and I think I totally align with that. If you start working 70 hours a week, when are you supposed to give time to your wife, your children, their education, and leave about personal life? What about society? Today's society, we need to give back more time back to the society to develop a sense of feeling and belonging in the society, which is totally missing today. And working in an air-conditioned room for 70 hours, I think it's a pure greed. I think we need to stop this, and we need to look at a collective development of the nation, which is beyond kind of GDP growth. Bhutan doesn't have a GDP based on money. They have based on happiness. And, we need to start thinking on that. And I think the Indian philosophy, irrespective of what religion we come from, has always been pitching for this one. Self-actualization is what we need more. So that's my view, sir, to start with.
All right, very interesting there, Mr. Rama Reddy. Thanks very much for joining us with that. In fact, Sarvana Perumal is also joining us from Chennai. Go ahead, Mr. Perumal, and tell us, what do you think of this, this raging debate around a 70-hour work week? Mr. Perumal, if you can hear me?
Yeah. I'm going. Yeah.
Go
ahead. Good evening. See, this 70 hours work style is one of the good things that corporate side or on the company side, it will give an effective output, productivity and things. But on the other side, like if you see what is the kind of recreation or the kind of stress relief activities that the corporate is going to give for the employees, that they have to look into it. So I've been in the field of HR and research on that. So basically, like, you have to how do we balance these things? Well, primarily important. Simply saying that 70 hours work and burdening with another extra 2 hours will not fit into the style of working, the work-life balance. So they need to strike a balance on how they are going to relieve the stress of these workers, and as well as give the right compensation or whatever it is. That's my point.
All right, Mr. Perumal, thanks very much for joining us with that. In fact, so Shantanu, the sense seems to be that work-life balance is sacrosanct, and one must not sort of play around, or play with that idea of work-life balance. That is extremely important. But two of the callers made very interesting points that one has to be compensated for the extra hours you put in. So, it's a generation that realizes its worth. You are not going to put in those extra hours for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was right when she asked for it, that in case if I'm working for so many hours extra, are you going to pay me extra for it? I'm not too sure that, that's a choice that she's making, that there could be some employees who are willing to put in extra amount of hours and want to earn that extra buck, but you can't make it standard for everyone. I mean, it should be left to choice. There are gig workers that I'm aware of who actually work for many number of hours, but not everybody works for so many hours. Not everybody works for every day so many hours. It's a choice left on me. So making a standard is absolutely not sustainable. There are companies and there are countries who have tried this in the past. They said that I'll make it a 4 days week, and that means that people will work for close to about 11 hours per day, making it 44, 45 hours. That actually did not work. Most companies did not move into that direction. I think it's
But Shantanu, as somebody on the other side of the spectrum, as a boss or as somebody at the helm, it's always a tempting idea, for a boss to have employees that put in those extra hours, and that who don't demand any sort of compensation in that sense. It always makes you more employable, let's say, if you are willing to go that extra mile.
It will be a more amateurish and short-term view in case an entrepreneur is looking at that. I think if you're building a company for the longer term, you need to build a culture in which people thrive and people love to work in that organization. That culture is very important, and you can't be short-term looking just for your benefit, and it will not go anywhere. I think it's important to make a culture where everybody thrives. People love their work, and if you don't care about the people, they don't care about you either.
Yes, so it's essentially not sustainable to make it mandatory, at something like a 70-hour work week. But, one of the callers also mentioned something interesting, that it's about creating value, which is why you have more and more of these startups talking about things like performance with purpose. How to give your employees something more purposeful, something that drives them, something that motivates to show up for work every day.
That's absolutely true. And if you look at today's generation, that's a great renaissance that I'm seeing. I mean, a lot of people who come to me for a job interview today, I come from a company called Team Lease.
Shantanu, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there. I'll come back to you. Shama Datta from Ahmedabad is joining us. Shama, go ahead and, chive into this discussion. What do you feel about the 70-hour work week proposition?
Yes, I think they are striking the wrong note. We need to go in for quality, not quantity of work. The basic fault is we are looking at it from a wrong angle. We need to educate our youth. The basic roots should be good. Once that level of, out of the box thinking and good working and commitment to your job, when your profession becomes your pleasure, that time the productivity increases. And that's my view. I do not believe in lot of time and too much of work stress. I believe in quality, not quantity.
So the focus must be on creativity and innovation and not looking so much at how to sort of make your employees hustle. Shama, that's what you're saying.
And not only that, it starts from the grassroots, from the school level, from internship, not at job level.
Okay, interesting there. Shama, thanks very much for joining us. Shantanu, go ahead and complete your point.
Yeah, so I was just making a point that I come from a company called Team Lease, and we are known to be in one of India's largest hiring company. We have been hiring one person every 5 minutes for the last 10 years. So, which means that we must have taken so many interviews. And of late, there's a trend that we are noticing that youngsters, this generation actually wants to work for purposeful work. When they come to me for an interview, they actually ask us, and what does the company stand for? Why do you exist? What's your purpose? What's your reason for existence? Why do you have a reason for succeeding? Right? What's your sole purpose of winning? So that's the thing. And they want to actually contribute to companies and organizations where they believe that they're doing something really worthy enough, which they'll be proud of one day. Giving back to the society, working for the environment, working for the distressed, working for somebody who's needy, I think is becoming we are seeing this consciousness among these youngsters these days, which is a great thing to observe, actually.
That's right. So interesting there. In fact, many of them look for a long-term vision. You know, what is the vision of a startup? What is the vision of a company? And that really matters to them. In fact, I know a lot of people who switch jobs because it sort of hampers their work-life balance, and that's something that is extremely important to today's generation.
Absolutely correct. I mean, they want to work for purposeful work. They want to work.
And if you have this mandate of a 70-hour week, you actually you're actually risking losing your employees as well. Given the fact that there are so many opportunities available these days, that if a company does not offer work-life balance, an employee may quit the job.
Yeah, I mean, employees can see that today. It actually breaks the fabric of trust between the employer and the employee. I mean, it is not sustainable for the longer term. They can see that you're only bothered about yourself, not bothered about the team that you're trying to create. And the team actually matters the most in a company in itself. I mean, your customers will be happy only when your employees are happy, because you don't take care of our customers, your employees do.
I'll have to interrupt you there. Santosh, Srimu from Hyderabad is joining us on the phone line. Srimu, go ahead.
Yes, sir. But I have seen the news that it is a punishment or to absolutely punishment, because 40 hours a week also it is it brings a lot of health issues and family problems. Even when we work for 9 hours a day, so we are getting back pain and some obesity and sugar, because so many it brings a lot of health issues. But 70 hours a week is unbearable. So even if you increase like 5 hours, 50 hours, okay, then manageable. But 70 hours is not manageable anyway.
So it's in a sense detrimental to your health also, is what you're saying. You know, one can not manage 70 hours a week. Srimu?
Yes, correct.
Right. Shantanu, would you like to come in on this? That it's not just about work-life balance, and it's not just about having a balanced life, but it's also detrimental to the employee's health, as many would say.
That's true. That's absolutely true, because there are medical evidences to say that this type of excessive long working hours can actually lead to several issues, right from clinical depression to type 2 diabetes to heart problems, coronary issues, and ultimately has actually led to, led doctors to believe that it has actually led to fatalities. I mean, it's serious as that.
Absolutely. Manik Paul is also with us from Mumbai. Manik Paul, go ahead and tell us your view.
Namaskar. What I have to say that the 70-hour work, is that just the attendance for 70 hours or work for 70 hours? That's very important to me. You want somebody to sit there for 70 hours or you want somebody to work there for 70 hours? Why? My primary reason of calling is to tell you guys, why do we work?
Okay.
Do you realize that we work to run our family? And if you are spending 10 hours in the office, 1 hour going, 1 hour coming, 12 hours. And 8 hours you sleep, 4 hours you left with the family if somebody is around. This is absolutely dumb when we have millions of people looking for work.
That's a very interesting point.
Target. I want you to make some target. See, we have this target, you have completed, go home. And if you cannot complete, sit for 10 hours. That's okay with me. So, intelligent and fast working people will get rewarded and slow working will have to work for 10 hours. That is the way to think positively. So people, all these people will be benefited. I am smart. I can do things in 6 hours. And so I go home. Fix the target, daily target.
Okay, so that's interesting there. Whether these CEOs and these bosses want to make you sit in the office for 70 hours a week, or do they actually want you to work? So that's an interesting point there. Nagesh is also joining us from Bengaluru. Nagesh, tell us, what do you think of this raging debate?
Yeah, I've worked for nearly 25 years in a corporate environment. See, you should not make any fixed hours of minimum of 70 hours. That is not okay, because, given the liberty, we always have worked for more than the stipulated hours of 8 hours or 9.5 hours. See, I'm in Bangalore. It is not only working, we have, after coming back home, we take online calls, we take calls coming from United States and so forth. So, if you restrict saying that we have to work for 70 hours, there are lopsided effects on our family. There is going to be an effect on our health and many things. Even we cannot have the time to learn to provide quality work. This kind of a fixed hours is something getting into a rigid pattern. So we want to contribute, qualitatively contribute, bring content. Than, putting something like a minimum of 70 hours is not at all okay. In a city like Bangalore, it is not only we work there, we spend literally around 3 hours on travel itself.
Yes.
So my experience has been that this view is a very lopsided view, not good for the country. On the other side, we are going to have a lot of other social issues.
Okay, very interesting there. Shantanu, would you like to come in on this, that a company also must factor in, the travel hours, especially in cities like Bengaluru and Mumbai, with the kind of nightmarish traffic, those hours also need to be factored in.
So here, Vedant, there are two things that I'd like to add to here. One is somebody spoke, Mr. Paul spoke about the goal-based, outcome-based work rather than number of hours being spent in office. So if you look at, there are two different types of work. One is the blue collars and the second is the white collars. The blue collar workers, actually the punch-in time and the punch-out time is one thing that Bhavish is talking about today. But for the white-collar workers like you and me, for example, look at today's, because of automation, digitalization, and the mobile phone in our hands, most employees are connected all the time today, right? I'm not too sure whether you're counting all of these together. It's productivity which matters more than
Shantanu, you must not put me in the same bracket, because for journalists, 70 hours a week is all, many times it's the norm rather than the exception. But Sriram from Hyderabad is also live with us on the phone line. Sriram, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Sriram. I'm also an ex-serviceman. I also do the social activism. I could see the human being are used like the so-called elite CEOs or whatever, the corporate world, like a guinea pigs. How much the social problems are taking place. They are not even bothered. The woman's fertility rate has come down. The male fertility rate has come down. They are only interested in making the human as a materialistic person. India does not. India has a different values. Lot many things are there. Absolutely, it is taken out. And we have no connection with this earth at all. We just think that humans are, only for the material we have taken the birth. It's really shocking what type of academic education they are holding it.
Right. Interesting there. Shantanu, would you like to come in on that?
I'm not too sure whether, we agreed with that one, each of their own. I think we have to figure this out. People have to actually bother about what suits them rather than somebody is materialistic, somebody is not. For us, what is important is to ensure that we maintain our health as much as our work.
Yes.
And work-life balance. All of these things are very, very important, going to be very important now.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Shantanu, for being with us throughout. Very interesting voices there. Many of them saying that this is against a healthy lifestyle, against work-life balance. But again, this has brought back in focus that raging debate around work-life balance. That's all the time that we have on the show, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken. बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, तब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो। एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई, इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट। मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं। ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई। तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है। वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The Constitution showdown escalates after a big decision by the central government. June 25th is declared Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Congress calls it headline-grabbing exercise. The voting in Maharashtra MLC polls concludes it is being seen as a semi-final ahead of the assembly elections in 90 days. Rahul Gandhi posts in defense of Smriti Irani, says derogatory remarks against her is not acceptable, tells trolls don't be nasty. Relief for former Karnataka Chief Minister from the High Court. In fact, B.S. Yediyurappa has been exempted from appearing in the court. More trouble for Maharashtra IAS officer Pooja Khetkar. Central government begins the probe. The report will be submitted in 2 weeks. Keskar claimed disability, misused power for beacon. Delhi tree felling case. In fact, the Supreme Court has fumed at the DDA. The Supreme Court tells DDA no one told the Lieutenant Governor about court's notice. You're watching NDTV and I'm Maria Shakil. Keeping up its attack on the Congress over the emergency, the government announced on Friday that June 25th will be observed as Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Making the announcement on X, Home Minister Amit Shah posted a Gazette notification and wrote, and I'm quoting him, on June 25th, 1975, the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, in a brazen display of a dictatorial mindset, strangled the soul of our democracy by imposing the emergency on the nation. Lakhs of people were thrown behind bars for no fault of their own, and the voice of the media was silenced. Prime Minister Modi also quote-tweeted Mr. Shah on X and said that the day will serve as a reminder of the constitution being trampled over. The Congress has hit back and accused the BJP of indulging in yet another headline-grabbing exercise in hypocrisy. Going on the offensive, the BJP, remember, has been bringing repeatedly the issue of emergency in order to target the Congress narrative that the central government is violating the constitution. Let's listen in to all the reactions.
ये बहुत अच्छा निर्णय है क्योंकि हमको एक एग्जाम्पल सेट करना है कि भविष्य में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जैसे संविधान की हत्या की ऐसा कभी दोबारा ना हो, इसके लिए निर्णय किया गया है। ये बहुत देश के लिए ज़रूरी है, संविधान के लिए ज़रूरी है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी संविधान की हत्या करते हैं और फिर नाटक करता है, संविधान का कॉपी पकड़ के लहराने का नाटक करता है। ये बहुत गलत बात है। और जिन्होंने भी 1975 में जो जुल्म सहा है, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने टॉर्चर किया है इनोसेंट लोगों को, सिविल लिबर्टी राइट ख़त्म कर दिया है, फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस एक्सप्रेशन सारा ख़त्म किया गया था, वो दोबारा ना हो, इसके लिए बड़ा कदम उठाया गया है।
We all know that the BJP is rattled and they are unable to face the constitution story. We all know that when we named the India Alliance as India, they tried to bring Bharat to peace. Now when Jai Samvidhan is an issue, they wanted to divert it from this kind of things. It's a diversionary tactics. The RSS has trained BJP friends for it. And we all know that the real issues, they want to divert the people of India from the real issues of NEET, the examination leaks, the Agniveer's failure, and the price rise. This is a diversionary tactics. People won't accept this kind of politics. People will reject this kind of diversionary tactics.
देखिए कौन बोल रहे हैं ये? अभी मैंने देखा गृह मंत्री जी का, कैसे बोल पा रहे हैं भाई? आप लोगों ने तो खुद ही संविधान को तहस-नहस करके रख दिया, उसके मर्म को आहत करके रख दिया, चुने हुए प्रतिनिधियों को जेल में रखे, ह्यूमन राइट एक्टिविस्ट जेल में है, फादर स्टेन स्वामी दुनिया से चले गए। आपने तो ईडी, आईटी, सीबीआई के माध्यम से संविधान के पन्नों को तार-तार कर दिया। मैं हत्या फिर भी नहीं बोलूंगा क्योंकि इस तरह के शब्द आपके वैचारिक रुझान के हैं। मैं तो आपसे आग्रह करूंगा, शहीद दिवस 30 जनवरी हमारे बापू की हत्या हुई थी, उसको कहिए गांधी हत्या दिवस, और जिस व्यक्ति ने किया था उसके वैचारिक सांगठनिक रुझान को सामने लाइए, स्वीकार करिए। कर पाएंगे? ये भी याद रखिएगा, इमरजेंसी के दौरान माफी मांगने वाले कौन कौन लोग थे? सब आप ही के संगठन के थे।
And will this narrative really help the BJP and the central government? How will it be playing out? Joining me now is Rashid Kidwai and Guru Prakash Paswan, spokesperson of the BJP. Guru, you know, what the Congress is saying is that this is more of a headline-grabbing exercise, something that we saw play out also during the inaugural session of the 18th Lok Sabha, where from the Prime Minister to the Lok Sabha Speaker and also to the President, all of them talked about it, because you feel that this is the only way you can counter the Congress's narrative manipulation or how the Congress has been saying that the Constitution has been wrongly used or misused by the central government and the BJP?
No, Maria, I think today is a remarkable moment, especially someone who is a citizen of Bihar, and Bihar was the epicenter of the anti-emergency movement. We all remember Sinhasan Khali Karo Ki Janta Aati Hai, the place where Sampoorn Kranti originated, the place where Jayaprakash Narayan from Gandhi Maidan, the historical Gandhi Maidan road. We have to understand that today it is the Congress party that is throwing sermons on constitutional values, on constitutional ethos, the same Congress party. I would not like to go very far. This is a very phenomenal book by a senior journalist, Neerja Chaudhary ji, and she has observed, and it is very important for the future generations to know. I would like to quote a couple of incidents. Neerja Chaudhary ji in her book on page number 29 has said that Mr. Sanjay Gandhi, while talking to Mr. Gujral, the former Prime Minister, he said the All India Radio is not projecting Indira Gandhi enough. He told Gujarat dismissively, you are not handling All India Radio properly. This was just one example. Another example where Neerja Chaudhary observes, according to government figures, more than just a second, 10 seconds.
The entire Congress leadership has apologized and regretted. My question is, yes, I can also quote you several instances of how things were accepted as one of the worst chapters in India's history. But for a generation that you are appealing to, which is the younger generation, they do not have this memory. How are you not looking at the future with a rear view mirror?
Maria, you are just twisting the entire understanding of this concept. Why do we remember Holocaust today? You tell me. It is important to remember Holocaust because the level of atrocious violence one man, humankind can get onto. It is important to remember Holocaust. The emergency was a constitutional Holocaust. We must remember more than 7 million men involuntarily faced the Nasbandi. Who is responsible for that? It is very important for us. As someone from Bihar, I consider it as a very important historical moment when the constitution was paralyzed, when there was actually the death of constitutional ethos, constitutional values, Maria.
Every time the issue of emergency is raised, the Congress goes on a back foot, because they realize that they have perhaps much explaining to do regarding those 17 months of emergency which started in 1975, continued till 1977. Do you think they will be able to counter this narrative of what, I'm looking at the tweet of the Prime Minister where he has also gone on to say that the Congress party subverted basic freedoms and trampled over the Constitution of India, which every Indian respects greatly.
Maria, this is a overt politicization of an event which was also to say a blot on the political history of the country. Indira Gandhi, we must remember, apologized. She ordered elections. Fresh elections were called. Emergency per se is not bad because there is a constitutional provision. If Mr. Modi and Mr. Guru Prakash and many others feel very strongly about emergency clause in the constitution articulated from Article 352 to 360, they are empowered to get rid of it. So emergency clause is fine by us, in the sense by every citizen who values the Indian constitution. Now comes the misuse of it, and there was a gross misuse. Mr. Guru Prakash has also mentioned in a book. I have also mentioned in several articles and books. There was gross misuse of had taken place. Now, what do we do to avoid misuse? Misuse is something that is not time bound. It's happening. It's happening as we speak in Manipur. It's happening in many parts of the country. Wherever there is an illegal detention or there is a sort of violation of human rights or any communal disturbance, this all goes against the very grain of Indian constitution. So therefore, this day business is, Maria, and you are a very well-known journalist. You see, day is something which is very misleading. It is not something that we just go one day, either we condemn or we clap and it's end of the day. So it becomes very ritualistic. If the government of the day and the political followers of the government are serious about protection of constitution, they can do it on a day-to-day basis. In BJP state,
okay, so you have to follow it in letter and spirit.
Absolutely.
Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan, rather than making it ritualistic. And why are you doing it at this point? If you were indeed so worried, and it was about the Hatya of Samvidhan, then the government has been in power for 10 years. Is this also an acknowledgement that the narrative which was built by the
Maria.
opposition and Congress in particular, that the constitution can be altered or tinkered with, has BJP worried? And it cost you some electoral seats in the Lok Sabha polls?
Maria, we are the largest party in the parliament. We have come back to power for the third time, and this is historic because this has happened only after 1962. This decision has got nothing to do with the verdict of 2024 parliamentary election. Point number one, Baba Saheb Ambedkar observed, and he said that the soul and the spirit of the constitution is reflected in the preamble of the Constitution of India. What was the original preamble? What was the preamble after the 42nd amendment? What was the 42nd amendment? It was called the mini constitution. Article 21, right to personal life, right to personal liberty, even that was trampled upon. So I think as a student of law, as someone who is doing politics of aspiration, it is very important for us to realize the future generation must be aware of the atrocity
while the future
and the violent
generation must
extent to
know
which the Congress party
and
can
remember
go.
what
Like I
happened,
said,
what happened, but is this the right way of making the future generation remember it? And Rashid, while the Congress may have managed to build this entire bogey against the central government, with now this kind of day being announced, and the BJP will be able to counter it. They have gone on an offensive with also a resolution which came from the speaker. Do you think the Congress will find it difficult going ahead?
And not really, Maria. You look at it's a very kind of polarized polity we have. The other day, BJP had announced, the government had announced actually partition horror day. What happened to that? There was no follow-up. So what I'm saying is, if we do this jublebazi business of coming up with a day, as I said, all days are have become highly ritualistic. The Constitution of India is being violated in every time there is something happen, whether it's paper leaks happen, or I keep saying about Manipur situation, about political defections, horse trading. These are all against the very grain of Indian Constitution. If Mr. Paswan and his party is serious about it, they can do this rather than announcing something that happened so many years ago, and for which a prime minister had gone on record to apologize, and she paid a political price for it.
Okay, but overall, with Rahul Gandhi, swearing in with the constitution in hand, he made it like almost like a symbolic battle this time around. All the opposition leaders talked about it and the manner in which they did it. Now it is Home Minister who's leading the charge. It's the Home Minister who has put out that gazetted notification. The Prime Minister has spoken about it in the context of a Congress party. How will this play out?
Yeah, so Maria, it's a very interesting situation regarding that thing about Rahul Gandhi and opposition. They basically raised this bogey of reservation as if the reservations are a very kind of sacred article in the Constitution, which again is is not a fact. Reservations, whether it is for a scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, they were temporary in nature, 10 years, and they keep coming under review. And of course, Mandal Commission and reservation for OBCs and all came much later. So these are the political postures, Maria. We must understand that are adopted by political parties. They are not effective simply because there is no sound basis of it. So anything that is shallow or hollow is not going to.
So you are of the opinion that this will not affect the electoral outcomes. But Guru, coming to you, because in 90 days there will be elections in very important states, which includes Maharashtra, one of the big catch for the opposition and also for the BJP. Among the states where this entire Samvidhan Khatre Mein Hai narrative did lead to electoral losses for you was Maharashtra, where Dalits of the state voted against the BJP only because they felt that there could be some tinkering in the constitution if BJP was to go 400 par. Has that been done with that in mind? Is this announcement keeping that in mind?
No, Maria, Maria, like I said, we are an active democracy. There is some election going on every now and then. We just came over with the general election. There are state elections to Maharashtra, Haryana, Jharkhand, Jammu and Kashmir. So The point is you cannot associate every policy decision with respect to election. Number two, it was the Bharatiya Janata Party. We said that 26th of November should be celebrated as a Constitution Day. If I go by the argument of Mr. Kejriwal that everything is ritualistic, then why do we celebrate Hindi Divas? Why do we celebrate Republic Day? Why do we celebrate Independence Day? It is not
here
important.
you are saying
it is not
Constitution
about being
Hatya
ritualistic,
Divas.
but it is important for us. Maria बोलने दो ना. तो Constitution Day भी तो it was the Bharatiya Janata Party that said we must celebrate Constitution Day. A fortnight must be dedicated to remember the values of the Constitution, the ethos of the Constitution. The background of the emergency is something which is very peculiar. That has happened only once in the history of our country. Madam Indira Gandhi, superseding Justice A.N. Grover, Justice Hegde and Justice Shelat, appointed Justice A.N. Ray as the Chief Justice of India. Was that not the constitutional hatya? Did it not amount to the hatya of constitutional ethos and the constitutional values? Our simple point is this, that you have to abide by the Constitution. When it comes to Constitution, when it comes to reservation, when it comes to social justice, the Congress Party is very well aware and conscious of the fact that they are on a weak footing.
It
is the Bharatiya Janata Party that gave the opportunity to the Adivasi
that the BJP is beginning now onwards, and they will try to counter the Congress with this narrative is the clear picture which is emerging, and some sharp reactions having come in from both the sides. Rashid Kidwai and Guru Prakash Paswan, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Now to what will be seen as some relief or massive relief at the same time for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who has got relief from the apex court but he is still going to be in the CBI custody till July 25th. The Supreme Court has granted interim bail to Arvind Kejriwal in the case related to Money Laundering Act over the Prevention of Money Laundering Act over the liquor policy case, while referring his petition challenging the arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Soon after the Supreme Court's verdict, political blame game has erupted, with Aam Aadmi Party saying that BJP's political witch hunt has been exposed, while the BJP reiterating that the Aam Aadmi Party is the most corrupt party and has demanded the Chief Minister's resignation. Earlier today, I spoke to senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who appeared for Arvind Kejriwal in the Supreme Court. Listen in to what he had to say. Joining me now is senior Congress leader, member of Congress Working Committee and a 3-term member of Parliament, also a senior advocate, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Dr. Singhvi, really appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
You have coined a rather interesting phrase, insurance arrest. But one would say that that is the case in several cases. CBI and ED investigations often happen parallelly.
You're absolutely right. Just because something happens several times doesn't make it right. Consider 4 dates and 4 facts. Judge for yourself, don't have to be a lawyer, don't have to be any political party. The CBI, the liquor scam so-called, starts by documents registered officially in mid-2022. Kejriwal is interrogated for 9 hours by the CBI in mid-2023, 1 year later. Kejriwal is arrested by ED in March 2024 after the elections are announced. And while he's in arrest, he's arrested 2 years after the scam and 1 year after CBI interrogation by the CBI in June 2024. Case is the same. CBI is the main offense, what we call the predicate offense. Facts are similar. Context is similar. Please answer, what is the necessity to arrest? What is the need to arrest? Just because it happened in other cases, should it happen to Kejriwal also? Do these facts justify what is he a flight risk? In this case, there is no special provision of bail. It's a normal law. Is he running away? Is his passport with him? Is he interfering with witnesses? 10,000 documents have been examined. Witnesses are there. What is it that you need to arrest him in June? This is nothing but malafides writ large. It is politics writ large. This doesn't arise in every case. There are separate offenses. The cases you are talking about, Maya, are cases, for example, where I have done a serious frauds case of offense and also a CBI offense. qualitatively different. But money laundering is a totally consequential offense. You do a basic murder, the money flow must come out of that murder. You do a basic kidnapping, the money flow must come out of that kidnapping. So they are intrinsically intertwined offenses. One called predicate, one called, if I may coin that phrase, a consequential offense.
Okay.
But how do you arrest a man when he's already in custody? For what need?
Okay. Now that the Supreme Court, Dr. Singhvi, has referred the question that you had asked, that is need or necessity of arrest, to a larger bench, does it mean that the entire PMLA will be undergoing review?
Look, I don't want to, give broad statements. I think the heart of the matter is what the Supreme Court has dealt with, namely need and necessity of arrest. I think prima facie, they found very strong strength in our arguments in that. They have a lovely sentence there in the judgment that mere interrogation cannot be need and necessity for arrest. They have referred it, but meanwhile, rightly thought it fit that while a matter is under consideration, the man must be released and must be free. There is a weight to Article 21, right to life. Now, having said all this, I don't know which way to be decided, but it's very clear from these facts there can never be a necessity to arrest a CBI offense. After 2 years, and remember, in mid-23, when he went to CBI and spent 9 hours, he has never been called for interrogation after that. That is why, is it not an insurance arrest? Is it not an arrest because I am apprehensive that my case against you on the PMLA front is weak? If I lose, I still want to keep you behind bars, so I go and do an insurance arrest under CBI.
But
it reeks of that.
Yes. But your client will continue to be in jail despite that relief that is coming from the Supreme Court. The news has just come in that Rouse Avenue Court has extended judicial custody of Mr. Kejriwal, Chief Minister Kejriwal, in fact, till July 25th.
That is irrelevant. The CBI case is going on. I'm very confident we have a very strong case. In fact, we have a stronger case in the CBI case because there is no flight risk, nothing. And he should succeed. But the government knows, the prosecutor knows that the process is the punishment. So they are delaying it. They do an insurance arrest. Then I start a ladder from the bottom. Then I go to the High Court. Then I go to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, whether in High Court or Supreme Court, I get relief. But you have achieved your purpose. You have prolonged. I would be out today. Now you have prolonged it by a few weeks more. That's why I called it an insurance arrest. This is not the approach of prosecutors. It is not even the approach of persecutors. There has to be ethics, morality, and fairness in the system. Everything can't be written down in the law. It has to be the spirit of it also.
And you heard from Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who spoke on this, bail that has been granted by the Supreme Court. Shifting focus to Maharashtra now, the counting has begun for the MLC elections. Remember, there are 12 seats, in fact 11 seats and 12 candidates. The counting officer to the first count valid votes, after which the quota will be decided. In fact, it is the way it is done is that the first preference is counted first, and then the second preference counting begins. All 274 MLAs have voted for the 11 Maharashtra Legislative Council seats. This is being seen as a semi-finals ahead of the big elections which will happen in 90 days in Maharashtra. Radhika is joining us live. Radhika, so what's the update? Who is through, who's not?
Well, the counting has just begun. We'll have to wait for some more time to figure who is through and who's not. But as far as this entire political equation of MLC polls are concerned, yes, as you mentioned, 274 MLAs will be voting for 12 candidates, of course 11 seats and 12 candidates. In fact, had it been just 11 candidates, then it would have been an unopposed election. But in the last minute, Uddhav Thackeray decided to field a third candidate because he was quite confident that he has the numbers and perhaps also confident that there could be cross-voting from the other side. So there is apprehension and fear of cross-voting, which is what makes this very interesting. A lot of allegiance and, loyalty is in doubt at the moment because Ajit Pawar MLA is not happy post the Lok Sabha results. They wanting to switch sides to the other side, to Sharad Pawar faction, and some of the Congress MLAs also not happy and perhaps may support some of the candidates within Mahayuti is another rumor doing the round. So there is, cross-voting rumors from both the ends, but both of them have denied it and said that they have the numbers. What is interesting is they will also have to rely, while they don't have adequate numbers as far as just the parties are concerned, they'll have to rely on smaller parties, independent candidates, neutral parties and so on to get those numbers. And of course, cross-voting also could perhaps happen. All of that boils down to the two last candidates, the standing candidates in the end is what it boils down to. But we'll have to wait for a couple of more hours to get clarity. But this is going to be a prelude, certainly, to assembly elections, setting the tone for the assembly elections and a changed political landscape in the days to come.
All right, Radhika, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. With that, it's a wrap from me. A special world coverage coming up next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही unveil किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon, but then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are, जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained.
Hello and welcome to India Essence, NDTV's premier international show. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. In this show, I view the world of global politics, global economics, and the buzzing world of technology all through the lens of India, with stories about India's rise, its ascent. So let's get started. Voter apathy, fractured polity is now defining elections in some of the oldest democracies in the world, from France to UK to US. As electorates seek better political choices. Even as research suggests, voter satisfaction highest in young democracies like India. Is it time for political elites in US, UK
France and Iran to stop being delusional about their political setups. Prime Minister Modi visits Russia as his first bilateral summit in his third term. The two countries signed agreements to boost trade and defense ties and enhance cooperation on nuclear energy. Prime Minister Modi also urged Putin to identify solutions to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. NATO turns 75 as the military establishment pledges support for Ukraine. NATO will induct Ukraine as a member, signaling fewer peace options between Russia and the US-led bloc. Indian companies raised a record 2.5 lakh crore rupees in equity markets through IPOs and FPOs during the first half of 2024, double the amount India Inc. raised last year. Pakistan Finance Minister and Planning Minister are set to be in China to seek restructuring of massive loans under China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Is this the beginning of the end as Pakistan faces dire situation as loan repayment will make its ability to make ends meet zero? And top voices on the show, Atul Keshav, former Charge d'Affaires of US Embassy in India, says India and US ties will not be impacted by the flux in American politics. Pakistani author Salman Masood tells NDTV the volatile situation in Pakistan is unlikely to end anytime soon. The big story on India sets. The last 1 week has seen a lot of activity with elections in UK, France and Iran. But more than the victories, this is a lot about how the leaders have shaped up. Keir Starmer's brute majority, Marine Le Pen so near yet so far, and Masood Pezeshkian's sudden leap into electoral mainstream have a larger theme, and that is of voter apathy, of electorates not being happy with the political choices they are stuck with. And then there is the US election, where recent Washington Post ABC News poll found that half the respondents felt both Donald Trump and Joe Biden are just too old to govern. In effect, they rejected both the choices that they had. The big story on India Sense. Are the political elites in Western democracies delusional about what their voters, their electorates really want? And can they take lessons from the world's largest democracy, India, which seems to be doing far better than some of these democracies? Let's start with UK first. Keir Starmer has a brute majority in the House of Commons. He got there with a nearly 34% vote share. By the way, this is the second lowest in 100 years. This was an election where UK's smaller parties like the Greens, the Reform UK, have had their best showing in the last 111 years. Not since 1913 have voters searched for regional parties for better political choices. Now take a look at the voter turnout. The Institute for Public Policy Research found out that just 52% of UK adults cast their ballots on the 4th of July, which is the lowest turnout by share of population since 1928, when the vote was extended to all adults over the age of 21. In effect, people don't care about the political choices they had, they just don't want any of them that are available. Let's now move on to France, where the French President Emmanuel Macron is breathing a sigh of relief since he managed to stop Marine Le Pen's RN party's march to victory. But there's a lot more to that. RN received 33.2% votes in the first round, just 0.5, 0.5% less than neighbouring England, which unleashed the Starmer storm, which swept big names like Liz Truss. Since 1958, voter turnouts in France have fallen steadily, indicating the disillusionment that French voters have with their political class. From the high 70s, it fell to a record of 45% in 2022, only to rebound this year because of tactical voting by every party after the first round. But given how unpopular Macron is, this is a message for a change of guard for the Prime Minister. But that's not what happened. Gabriel Attal continues to fight for another day as Macron figures out what to do with the fractured polity that French landscape is in right now. Let's now move on to Iran, the other place where elections took place in the last 1 week. Its President Masood Pezeshkian, who's supposed to be a moderate, who won when Iranian people felt there's a real possibility of change taking place. The first round saw 40% voting. It's when Pezeshkian survived it that voting percentage rose to almost 50%, 49.8% on your screens. But unlike the UK and France, Iran has a much higher ratio of young people. So what do voter turnouts of 40%, 49.8% tell about people in Iran? That is, there is complete trust deficit when it comes to the political system. They have lost faith in their systems. There are no international observers for Iranian elections. There is no way of verifying their claims about following due process. So one needs to just go back and take it for what it is. Even though doubts regarding the rise in invalid votes indicates that the process was probably scripted, orchestrated maybe. And as for Masood Pezeshkian's reformer credentials, well, guess what? The first thing he did was he reiterated support for terror outfit Hezbollah, suggesting he may not be very different from his predecessors. And his moderate credentials could just be the regime's way of placating the massive anger of Iranians against the draconian regime and the theocratic state that they are stuck with. Let's now move on to US. Voters now there must choose between Democrats and Republicans in each of the 50 states. Essentially, Americans that teach democracy to the world give their people, their own people, a binary choice. But that isn't the case in India, the world's largest democracy, where smaller regional parties are thriving. And in none of the states and UTs of India, voters are stuck with a binary choice. In fact, a startup political party now rules in 2 Indian states in just a decade. A party that had monopoly over power in 40 years is now struggling for survival. In fact, as per Pew Research Center, India ranks high in the satisfaction index of how democracy is running in their country. On your screens, you can see that it's the high-income nations that are not seeing that. People are dissatisfied with the democracies and the democratic systems they had. I told you that why. Because of voter apathy, the fractured polity that they have. The crisis of confidence that the political elites in UK, France, US, Spain, Italy, I can go on, are facing is acute. Democracy is a journey. And while some nations started this centuries ago, they are now struggling with a political landscape that has not kept pace with the aspirations of their own people. By the way, Indians complain about a lot of things. But what I can say is democracy and our democratic landscape cannot be one of them. Shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on India's hands. Prime Minister Modi happens to be one of the few, possibly the only leader in the world who can tell Russian President Putin that the war with Ukraine must end because innocent children are dying. He was in Moscow for his first bilateral summit in his 3rd term. Now, Putin may be courting many countries, but he can count only few as a friend, and Prime Minister Modi happens to be one of them. And there's every reason why Moscow wants to be in New Delhi's good books. For one, there's the economic lifeline that India's oil purchases have given to Moscow. It's allowed it to run its economy, which is hit by American sanctions. India's $66 billion bilateral trade is a key part of Moscow's economy. Much of it is actually India's crude oil purchase. Why does it matter? Well, what is the war machine of Russia like? On an average, Russian army fires about 7,500 to 8,000 rounds every day, and the cost of this is about $3,500 to $4,000. That's the cost, daily cost of this war for the Russians. So it costs them about anywhere between 26 to as much as $32 million. So Putin needs that bilateral trade, which is at $66 billion and growing. Yes, it is less than some of the other countries like China, but by no account does it mean that Putin doesn't need this for his economic reasons and his war machine to continue. But there's another reason. Most importantly, Putin needs to show he's not a global pariah. He has friends. And who better than the leader of the world's largest democracy? Listen in to what Prime Minister Modi and President Putin said when they met in Moscow.
यह भारत और रूस की सदियों पुरानी गहरी मित्रता और आपसी विश्वास का सम्मान है। यह हमारी स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का सम्मान है।
Находясь уже 10 лет во главе правительства Индии, вы реально способствовали тому, чтобы российско-индийские отношения приобрели характер особо привилегированного стратегического партнерства. При вашей непосредственной поддержке успешно реализуются крупнейшие российско-индийские проекты в торгово-экономической и военно-технической сферах, в атомной и углеводородной энергетике, в области высоких технологий и космоса.
For Putin, closer ties with India could be a leverage to ensure its relationship with China does not become uneven. China is growing, Russia is not. But for Putin, this economic asymmetry should not translate into geopolitical disadvantage. Enter India. China has increased its presence in eastern Russia. In fact, there are in the far east of Russian territory, there is major demographic change that is taking place. Large influx of Chinese migrants is happening. And add to this, the much slowing Russian economy that's been affected by the long-drawn conflict in Ukraine. And the war with Ukraine has brought China and Russia together, but it's a marriage of compulsions, and it may run its course, which is why I feel, unlike some of the other skeptics, Russia will not undermine its strategic interests by taking sides in the Galwan border conflict between India and China. As many Russian scholars insist on vigilant amicability when it comes to Moscow's ties with China, which means keep your guard up. It is India that is your long-term partner, not China. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin meeting was bad optics for America. The visit came on a day when US and its allies were busy making a 75-year-old NATO relevant for a 21st century world order. Why does it matter? Let's get in our first top voice on the show. Ambassador Atul Keshav, who joins me on India Sense. He's former Charge d'Affaires at US Embassy in India. He now heads US IBC as the first top voice on the show. So thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, speaking to me. I have to ask you this, that US Ambassador to India made a veiled threat to India after the Russia-India bilateral summit. Is this suggestive of how US now views India? It's a blunt question simply because of the very veiled attack that the American ambassador made at India. Everybody knows that India exercises strategic autonomy.
So I think that getting our relationship to attain its maximum potential is extremely important, not only for India and the United States and for our prosperity and stability, but frankly for the entire world. The U.S. and India are the two great pillars of democracy and prosperity in our respective hemispheres. And we have a relationship that stands completely transformed compared to 25 years ago when I started working on this relationship. If you look at virtually every field of human endeavor, we are intensifying our strategic, economic, and technological collaboration. So while there may be some issues where we have to work to understand each other better, it's crucially important that we get U.S.-India right. And if we do, it'll be good for your people and our people and, frankly, all of the free people of the world. And every now and again, there are going to be issues where the governments have to talk to one another and develop a better understanding.
Yes, governments do need to talk to one another, but veiled attacks probably are not the best way of doing so. This is an election year in the US as well. There's a lot of flux and uncertainty that is happening. How do you see that impacting relationship with India?
Well, it requires work. There have been many issues that have been worked on in a constructive manner between both governments over the years, including some very serious issues, crises even at points. And with a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect, we can work through these things. I'm convinced of it. The American business community and the Indian business community are deeply, deeply invested in the success of one another's countries. And they are employing by the millions in our two countries, and they are doing the cutting-edge technological development. Whatever happens between the business communities can serve as a useful ballast in helping stabilize the relationship between the United States and India and making sure that it is for the well-being of all of our people. But this is where governments have a responsibility to talk to one another, and I know that that is happening all the time between Delhi and Washington. Indeed, you have high-level visits in both directions regularly. And I think with greater understanding of each other's compulsions, there may be a way forward that addresses concerns on both sides. So this is what friends do. They work with one another. And really for the United States and India, it's important that we get it right and that we work together on our differences of opinion as friends.
Right. Relationship is stable. It becomes unstable with those kind of remarks. Thanks, Ambassador Keshav, for joining us on India Sense. With that, we're slipping into a very, very short break. We come back with lots more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते। क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से। सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। सेकेंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो है
Welcome back. You're watching India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi. The other wide-angle story on the show, Pakistan's deep economic distress. Days after Pakistan's parliament passed a tax-heavy budget to get its 24th IMF bailout, its finance minister and planning minister will be in China for seeking debt relief. But the Chinese will not relent, and I'll tell you why. They have such a good deal that it makes no sense for them to revisit. Firstly, these are not Chinese investments that they've got in Pakistan. These are bonds at 17% interest rate, believe it or not. And unlike most infra loans, which are long-term, Chinese loans are short-term. They're just 10 years, which means payments start even before the projects become operational or start making money. But what's worse about the Chinese loans is that they are not part of Paris Club, the multilateral effort that reduces debt burden for recipient countries. Conveniently, China is not a signatory of Paris Club. And this is the reason why nation after nation is plunging into a debt trap and nothing can be done about it. Pakistan will be the next country. China has built 21 power plants at a cost of $21 billion, of which $15 billion sits on Pakistan's books as debt. Now look at the mess that Pakistan is. On one end, it wants the IMF bailout to survive. And on the other end, it needs to repay these loans which have been taken under the China-Pakistan economic corridor. And with no money left whatsoever, Pakistani government will do only one thing: increase tariffs of electricity to such an extent that it becomes absolutely unaffordable. Well, what does this mean for India? Well, Xi Jinping is not interested in a few $1 billion worth of loans on power projects. He is interested in having a complete hold over Pakistan's finances.
assets and the strategic location it sits on. And this is the reason why Chinese have refused to restructure loans and will refuse it again, because they want Pakistan to be a vassal state. For India, the impact will be twofold. One, there will be huge social unrest whenever the bankruptcy of Pakistan happens. There will be political instability, possibly a large-scale migration of people wanting to escape their misery. And on the other end, on a strategic and military level, it will give yet another lever for China to act against India. The second top voice on the show to talk about what's happening inside Pakistan, the social political upheaval that is happening in the country and its larger impact. Pakistani author Salman Masood joins us on the show. Thanks, Salman, for speaking to NDTV. I want to ask you this, that you've written extensively about Pakistan's struggles, the political flux it's gone through. Previous Prime Minister is in jail right now. But look at what the deep state has really brought Pakistan to. It wanted the CPEC, and this is the result of what is happening right now.
Well, right now, the political crisis is still ongoing. There's a big crisis of legitimacy in Pakistan, because after the February 8 elections, I think all independent observers agree that if there was a fair contest, Imran Khan's party would have come in a large number. But because the establishment, the Imran Khan's party accuses the establishment of managing the elections, and this has been a constant theme in Pakistani history, that almost all political parties, they accuse the establishment of managing the elections and converting the results to their own favor. So now this big crisis is going on in Pakistan. Imran Khan is in jail, and his party still has big number in the parliament, but the ruling governing parties, they are facing a legitimacy crisis. So, and Imran Khan's party is, hoping that he gets out of prison. But how they do that, and remains, a key question. There is some disagreement within his party that should they engage politically or should they just take a legal course?
Okay.
Because, Imran has been facing a lot of court cases. And his party says that almost all those cases are trumped up charges.
Right. Imran Khan's fate is undecided, but let's talk about Pakistan's fate. There is a bailout that they want, for which they're going to increase taxes. Without loan restructuring from China, they cannot do better than what they are in the precarious state. But in the midst of all this, Pakistan still wants to go ahead and buy arms.
I think the, IMF package will give some breathing space to the government. But as you said, whether the government has been successful in taxing the rich, what was the debt trap, what was the governance, these are really, really big issues which this government has to tackle. And although right now it has a good relationship with the army, it is facing a lot of, I would say, turbulence from the judiciary. There are a lot of cases right now in which there are questions about the last elections, and so let's see. I think there are a lot of challenges. Even if it survives, it will be a very tricky path for the government forward.
I want to ask you this, that what is going to happen about the Pakistan-China equation? They're asking for a bailout, Pakistan is. China is not going to relent. They're not going to give it because they want to colonize Pakistan.
Yes, China has been a very, old ally of Pakistan, and recently there has been a bit of a strained relationship because Chinese workers have come under attack, not only in south of Pakistan, but also in some northern parts where there were Chinese engineers who were working on some hydro projects. So that violence has sort of strained the relationship. And obviously, it's a big challenge for the Pakistani establishment now, how they manage the, delicate relationship with China. At the same time, they don't want to really, offend the Western bloc. So it's a very delicate balance which they face.
It's a balance that's run its course. Thanks so much, Salman, for speaking to me. The inside story on the show. Imagine living at most beautiful places on earth, making a living through the city's tourism economy and still asking tourists to leave. That's what locals are now feeling in city after city, which now has too many tourists, or facing, believe it or not, over-tourism. That's what happened in Barcelona, where tourists were shooed away because they outnumber locals with almost 8 times, impacting cost of living as prices go up for everything from food to rents. But it's not just Spain, there's a pattern to it. Locals are now trying every trick in the book to ensure that they send tourists back. Take a look.
The next time you go to popular tourist places in the world like Spain or Peru, you may not be welcome. In Barcelona's most popular La Rambla area, 2,800 locals squirted tourists with water guns, threw objects and demanded they leave. But Barcelona is not the only city struggling with over-tourism. From Venice to Bali to the iconic Machu Picchu, all are witnessing large local resentment. But it's not just about rowdy tourists littering iconic sites. Locals are fed up with the economic costs of excessive tourism, as all basic needs become costly. As a deterrent, cities are imposing extra fees on tourists. Visits to Venice will now cost an additional £5 and to Amsterdam an additional £11. Denmark, though, has a different plan. Copenhagen is welcoming tourists provided they are well behaved, in which cases they get free lunches and glasses of wine. Governments need to regulate inflow of tourists and invest money earned through additional taxes. Venice earned £1 million through entrance fees in just 11 days. What has it done to improve the life of a Venetian?
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, तब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
This is NDTV, and you're watching
NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up on the show, but first up, the headlines we're tracking this hour. The showdown over the 1975 emergency escalates as the central government declares June 25th as Samvidhan Hatya Divas, or Black Day for the Constitution. Congress dismisses it as a headline-grabbing exercise. Voting concludes in the Maharashtra MLC polls. The Mahayuti alliance bagged 6 seats. The Mahavikas Angadi gets 1 in what's seen as a test ahead of the assembly polls. Rahul Gandhi takes the high moral ground, defends Smriti Irani against derogatory remarks, says victory and defeat are part of politics and tells trolls to back off against her. Central government begins a probe into Maharashtra trainee IAS officer Pooja Ketkar, who allegedly claimed disability to enter the services and then misused power at the start of her career. First up, a quick check on the simmering troubles for Cauvery River water sharing between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu again this year after a deficit year last year. Despite a normal monsoon, Karnataka says deficit of 28.7% in inflows into the 4 main reservoirs on the Cauvery basin means that it cannot release its stipulated share of water to Tamil Nadu for the month of July. This decision comes after the Cauvery Water Regulatory Committee ordered Karnataka to release 1 TMC or 1,000 million cubic feet of water till the 31st of July. Karnataka will now call an all-party meeting to discuss the issue. This was announced by the Chief Minister after a meeting in Bengaluru.
So we have decided today's meeting that we should appeal to the Cauvery Water Management Authority, and also we have taken a decision to call all-party meeting on 14th of this month at 4 o'clock in the evening. And also central ministers will be invited to this meeting, all-party meeting.
Decision is that 1 TMC of water has been asked to, but still we have 30% deficit of water as on today. We are not able to position, so we have called a meeting of all party meetings on Sunday. All party leaders and including the union ministers we have requested and the Cauvery Basin legislators. In the meantime, we have decided to appeal to the authority again, regulatory authority, about the situation, then we will take a call.
Well, Pratibha Raman and Sam Daniel join us from Bengaluru and Chennai respectively. Sam, first to you. Karnataka says there's been deficit inflows given the history of last year, which was a very turbulent year between the two states in terms of water sharing. Just give us very quickly the overview of the situation in Tamil Nadu, because we're still at the start of July and the monsoon's still progressing in the state of Karnataka.
Viriragu, farmers and authorities in Tamil Nadu say the state is overlooking a double whammy of sorts if Karnataka decides to deny waters. Already the state has lost the short-term Kuruvai crop because of lack of waters on the Cauvery rivers, and the Metu reservoir was not open, and that had led to 9 lakh acre cultivation being abandoned there. And now farmers are preparing for the Samba cultivation that's normally done in August, and that's around 5 lakh acres. And if waters don't come, again it will be a major blow for farmers. They point out that Karnataka is supposed to give 39 TMC waters in July, 11 in June and 44 in August. And what the board has now ordered is much less, taking into account the water storage available and the possibility of rains in the weeks ahead. Even if this is not complied with, they say it could be a huge blow for farmers in Tamil Nadu, and they point out that Karnataka willingly parts with water only when its reservoirs are full. Otherwise, they say, gives excuse in the name of safeguarding the interests of their own farmers, while they leave farmers on the other lower riparian state in the lurch.
Right. Remember, it's a historic dispute. Karnataka's point right now is that the June monsoon catchment in the Western Ghats, which flows into the Cauvery River, have been 28% lower than what's normal in terms of reservoir capacity. But of course, we're in July, and if it's a good monsoon this month, obviously that trouble between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka will literally be washed away by the Cauvery waters. But now to a bit of breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. A quick check of the setback to Sharad Pawar and the Mahavikas Aghadi. Jayant Patil of the Farmers Peasants Party, supported by Sharad Pawar-led NCP, lost the MLC election that was held today, which is seen as a big test ahead of the assembly elections. The Mahavikas Aghadi couldn't gather the votes for Jayant Patil, backed by Sharad Pawar-led NCP. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins me on the phone line. Radhika, give us the latest that you're picking up.
That's right. MFC poll counting is underway. 12 candidates in play for 11 seats. Now, what we are hearing is that 6 won by Mahayuti at this point out of 9 seats that they contested. In fact, voting is still underway. But there is some sort of relief for Ajit Pawar as both his candidates, Shivaji Rao Garje and Rashesh Vijekar, they have won. So that's the point of contention, because there were a lot of murmurs of cross-voting by Ajit Pawar's camp. So that has been put to rest. So as far as Mahayuti is concerned, looks like there has not been any cross-voting. But when we look at MVA, out of 3, 1 seat won by MVA, but 1 lost by Jayant Patil. Jayant Patil is back to the party. Looks like the surplus vote of the Congress has gone to the other side, which means looks like Congress, at least about 7 to 8 Congress MLAs were cross-voted. So that's the trend we are picking up at this point, but the voting is still underway. Polling is still underway. Counting is still underway.
Right, polling is still underway. We'll keep a close watch of that. Of course, the politics of Maharashtra will be crucial in the national picture as well, given the post-Lok Sabha election verdict. What happens in the assembly elections there would be of great interest. We'll keep tracking that, Radhika. But for the moment, now to the Congress, which is bracing for a political exchange with the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state's legislature in Karnataka. Well, it's not just the MUDA controversy that the Congress is fighting with the BJP about. BJP workers who were heading to protest to Mysuru against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah were detained before they could reach the protest site. They were detained in Bengaluru as well, and the planned protest by the opposition party was thwarted. The Chief Minister and the Congress have been refuting the aggressive allegations of impropriety against the Chief Minister's family and concealing of details of the land, the controversial land in his 2013 election affidavit. Meanwhile, in the other big scam in Karnataka, the Valmiki Corporation scam, where the Enforcement Directorate is investigating alleged embezzlement of 87 crores in that state-run corporation, former Karnataka Minister and Congress MLA B. Nagendra was taken in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Let's quickly get you the day's political reactions, the top political reactions, before we head to our panel lined up this evening to discuss what's in store for the legislature session.
There is nothing in that they are trying to politicalize the issue. And there is nothing. The entire scam has been done at the instance of BJP leaders at the BJP tenure. Congress party or any of my chief minister or his family is nothing involved. They lost their land and MUDA has given them the land. They have taken the land without acquiring it, and they have given a compensated land on that. Apart from that, they have made a resolution and they have given that. There is nothing wrong. It is purely a political angle.
See, when there is serious allegation against the CM family itself, he can't defend his family. When corruption to the tune of 5,000 crores has been exposed by Bharatiya Janata Party, it's the duty of the Chief Minister to hand over this investigation to the CBI and tender his resignation. It is none of his business to defend himself. It is none of his business.
Well, so what's in store in the assembly legislature session that starts in Karnataka on Monday. Joining us this evening, Surbhi Hodigere of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Nagaraj Yadav, senior spokesperson of the Congress Party, and also senior journalist Ramakrishna Upadhyay. Nagaraj Yadav, first to you. Questions have been raised against the Chief Minister directly. Will this issue dominate the coming assembly session, and has it put the Congress on a defensive?
There is no question of Congress being defensive, but we expect the people to work democratically. There have to be constructive opposition in the assembly. People of Karnataka are looking for development activities, and they can question the government of Karnataka if there are any development activities have been stalled, or if any misdoings or wrong things have happened. This matter of MUDA, the site allotment, which has come, is a constitutional right of Parvati, who happened to be the Chief Minister's wife, and she has lost her land, and she's got a compensation land as per the law framed with the same BSP government, 50-50 ratio as such. She had her land allotment is done for the loss what she has done. It is not the favor done to Siddaramaya's wife as a citizen of India, and she has got all the legitimate right to get a compensation for land what she lost. It's not that simply some land allotted, like how Mr. BSY did the denotification to his own fancies and collected money in the check. Is that done? That is not the case of misappropriation or misdeed done by the Congress people. Siddaramaya has never intervened in the matter of Parvati's land allocation at any cost. It's an injustice done to the Madam Sri Parvati.
Surbhi Hodigere, while there is a lot of noise, is there substance? Do you have a strong argument? Because the Congress is saying that it was purely constitutional right, and the whole allotment happened when the BJP was in power. So what's the problem?
If it was absolutely straightforward, then this would not have dominated the news cycle for the last 2 weeks. The fact that in 2023, the Chief Minister in his affidavit gave merely 8 crore or so that this property was worth just that, and is now claiming that it's gone up to 62 crores, shows that there is some mismanagement here. Apart from that,
it was valued as a 62
Mr. Nagaraj Yadav, I do not like being interrupted. I do not like being interrupted, and I will not tolerate.
Urban Development Minister.
Mr. Nagaraj Yadav, I do not like being interrupted.
I am not like any other spokesman to accept nonsense.
And then you can
Please
speak.
remember that. You should know to talk of the facts as the facts of the matter is about who was in power when the matter was.
I don't understand why you have called this particular
You cannot make false allegations.
Speak one after the other.
Who's representing?
Speak one after the other. Nagaraj Yadav, you had your chance to speak. Surbhi, please go ahead.
On a channel like this, NDTV. I do accept a strong constructive criticism.
Let Surbhi finish and then you rebut.
Please have the courtesy to listen. I'd request.
Surbhi, go ahead.
Speaking. I don't like to.
I have a request with you. Please talk the facts.
Quickly, Surbhi. I have very limited time on the show. Quickly, Surbhi, because I need to go to Ramakrishna Upadhyay.
Has resigned because of the Valmiki scam. The fact is that the Chief Minister has gotten a disproportionate amount of land. If you're saying compensation had to be given, why didn't compensation be given to every farmer in prime property in Mysuru? Why has the Chief Minister got this sort of compensation? Tomorrow, farmers who have lost their land, we're asking
who gave the compensation? It is you people who gave the compensation.
Please complete, sir. I refuse to be on a television channel.
Who has given the land at 2021?
MUDA.
No, Ramakrishna Upadhyay, let me just take the heat off at the moment in this exchange. Ramakrishna Upadhyay, just step in on this. A very quick question. As far as the facts of the matter is concerned, what do you see happening, as far as the state legislature is concerned? Do you believe that adjustment politics that the Congress has said had led to its below par performance in the state will be in display in the state assembly as well? While there will be so much noise about it outside, tangibly there will be nothing that comes out of it. Go ahead, Ramakrishna Upadhyay.
Raghav, I would request Mr. Nagaraj Yadav to allow me to speak, okay? So the fact of the matter is that there is a lot of questions being raised. Please listen to us.
No, go ahead, Ramakrishna Upadhyay.
So the fact of the matter is there are a lot of questions, in the allotment of sites to Ms. Parvati, that is Chief Minister's wife. First of all, how was this land acquired? This was acquired by his brother from a scheduled caste family. That itself is questionable because under the Act, the land allotted free to the scheduled caste family cannot be bought. So that is question number one. Number two, how did the MUDA allot on a 50-50 basis on a land that was acquired? Now, why did they go about the development of a land which was not acquired? They said they didn't acquire it. And that is the reason why they were compensating. So there is something fishy about the whole thing. And it is not just Siddaramaia's wife. Let me make it very clear. There have been a number of people who have done this and benefited. In fact, the minister in charge of Mysore, Mr. Mahadevappa, said people from across political parties have benefited. And also there have been officials of former officials of the MUDA, present officials of the MUDA, they all have benefited from this. So the government should come out with the facts. Now, it is for Siddaramaiah government to say who all have benefited. The Mahadevappa even said, I'll release the list of people who have benefited. Why doesn't he do that? And and this is a huge scam because it is worth lands of worth 4,000 crores. That is the initial estimates are. So you cannot give a land somewhere else, for a pittance, and then what you've taken for a pittance. So this is a scam which the government should come out with and come clean. Mr. Siddaramaiah will be able to clear his name if only he appoints a high court judge to go into the entire irregularities and find out if there are irregularities, cancel all the allotments, including those made to his wife. That is how he will be able to clear his name. I think it has come to a stage where he has to accept that if there are mistakes, that everything will be cancelled.
Raghav, Nagaraj Yadav first, 30 seconds, and then Surbhi, the last word.
Yeah. See, now Mr. Ramkrishna Upadhyaya is saying that there is going to be a scam. I want to ask you only very thing clear. Is anything has been allotted just like that to Madam Parvati as such? She has lost the land, an alternate land is given. Which law prevents her to get from getting the place? But she has not. 1 minute, let me complete it, Mr.
Okay, Surbhi, I'm completely running out of time. Go ahead, Surbhi.
Raghav, the matter of the fact here is that the government here in Karnataka is caught on multiple sides. There's the Valmiki scam where a minister has resigned, where there's investigation going on. There is a MUDA scam now that directly indicts the chief minister. And we are requesting that, as Mr. Ramkrishna Upadhyaya said, we want a judicial inquiry, but we also want the CBI to step in. These are serious allegations. Karnataka is receiving no development. Just today, the economic advisor has again said that the guarantees are draining the state finances. There is no development work happening.
Okay, let's not divert attention beyond that. Last 10 seconds, Nagaraj Yadav, quick response from you to what Surbhi has said.
Quick response is that Mr. Ramkrishna Upadhyaya is saying that it is a scam. It is not a scam. In case if it is a scam is done by the BJP, then ruling urban development minister.
Why don't you give it up for inquiry before declaring whether it's a scam or not?
It's a constitutional right.
Ramkrishna Upadhyaya is not saying who did it. He's saying it's a scam. That's all Ramkrishna Upadhyaya is saying.
What is wrong if she did it? Just because she is chief minister's wife, she should forego the land, is it?
We expect this face-off and this exchange to go into the assembly session. It sets the tone for what's there in the assembly session starting on Monday. We'll keep a close track of it, but thank you very much to all three of you for joining us on the show this evening. Now to a bit of a lighter topic. As Indian 2 hits the theatres, will Kamal Haasan, starrer, directed by Shankar, work its way at the box office? Remember, it's a 400 crore sequel to the 1996 movie Indian. Shankar and Kamal are coming together after 28 years. So what's the verdict on Hindustani 2, as it's called in the rest of India, Indian 2 in Tamil Nadu, on the film? There are mixed reactions coming in from Chennai. Joining me this evening is entertainment journalist Lata Srinivasan. Lata, what's the buzz you're picking up, and what's your own verdict on Indian 2?
Well, there were very, very, very high expectations given that it's coming after 28 years, like you pointed out. But unfortunately, it has not lived up to expectations. And the verdict has been that it's a very average film. And especially given that it stars Kamal Haasan and it's a Shankar film. So average is the word on the street.
Well, you use the word average, but is it in comparison to the kind of movies that Shankar has delivered and perhaps Vikram 2 that Kamal Haasan had as a massive box office grosser, or is it average by any standard?
Kamal, of course, his repertoire is fantastic. We know the kind of films he's made. And of course, Shankar does, 300 crore plus grandiose films. But when you compare it to Indian, and as a sequel to Indian, the first film that came out in 1996, this was a big letdown, to say the least. In terms of the story and screenplay, there's a lot missing. And what we loved about Senapati, the character that Kamal plays, Indian Tata, is completely missing in this film. And I think the audience is also feeling it, and they're very disappointed. So.
Okay, but what's the reaction you're picking up as far as the box office is concerned in terms of weekend collections? So obviously you entertainment journalists have often catch the buzz as far as worldwide release as well. What's the buzz that you're picking up?
The first day itself, I think more shows around the world were not going houseful, which is indicative of what is going to come over the weekend. And given the fact that critics and the audience, especially if you go on Twitter and see the reactions, they've already started panning the film. So I think box office wise, it is not going to do as well. Whether it's going to recover its cost is the big question right now. And we'll have to wait till Monday and see what happens. But the other thing that I can tell you is that it's been sold to Netflix for a whopping amount. So it's probably already recovered most of its money that way.
All right, that's the critics' verdict. That's the critics' analysis of the movie and how it's coming down. Obviously, it will be, if it doesn't do as well as his earlier hits like Vikram, Kamal Haasan and Shankar would be disappointed because it's a big budget film, and obviously Tamil cinema has been looking closely at it. Let's just listen in to some of the audience fans' reactions after the release of Indian 2 from outside the theatres.
How would you rate Kamal Haasan's performance as Senapati?
He's extraordinary, amazing for his age and his personality. He's a versatile person, and the music beats by Anirudh is really extraordinary. And edge of the seats action and Siddharth outburst of emotions is really very, very good. It's really a spectacular. And this movie is an opportunity to see Manobala sir, Vivek sir, and many actors who have...
Kamal is focusing on the need to cleanse from everyone's home in terms of corruption.
Zero tolerance corruption is a very good concept, and it's really that we need to inculcate in our blood. Okay, it comes from the gene, and that is what we pass on to the next generation.
It's not like Indian one. It's like Vizhinjam 2. How is Vizhinjam 1? It will be very nice. Vizhinjam 1 will be fantastic, but Vizhinjam 2 is boring. Something like...
What was missing in your view?
In my view, Shankar's missing. Shankar's movie, all movie I like, but Indian 2 is not Shankar's thing. It's very lagging. I get sleeped. My most watched movies is Shankar movies. I always rewatch movies as Shankar movies like Onion, Robot, like that, Shivaji 3.
Does it excite you to wait for Indian 3?
Yes, it excites. Indian 3, the last trailer is awesome.
Well, Kamal Haasan's acting and his action, Shankar's direction.
Waiting so much for Indian 3. I am excited to watch it in the
Well, those are the fan reactions. Lata, I hope you heard those reactions. Very quick question to you as we wrap this conversation up. What's the lesson that not all big hits of 20 years ago can have a sequel? You don't force a sequel. A sequel is something that has to come by on its own. Is that the lesson?
Well, I think, what you said, it applies to a lot of films, not just a film that comes out, 20 years ago. I think a lot of films don't need sequels because when you made a good product, I think, you should applaud it and then move on to something new because the audience doesn't forget, their expectations grow far bigger. Like, for instance, Kamal's Vikram was a hit. Now, if you had to make a sequel to that, that's going to be a tough proposition for the director. And I think the lesson learned is that if there's a good thing, don't touch it. Move on to something else and give the audience something new. So, yeah.
Right. Of course, there's a lot of hard work that went into that movie, both in terms of the actor and director. We'll see how it fares eventually at the box office, but mixed reactions at the moment. And as Lata pointing out, not really up to what the first one was in 1996. But thanks very much, Lata, for your thoughts on Kamal Haasan and director Shankar's Indian 2. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते। क्या आप मुझे ऐसे ईयरफोन्स या हेडफोन्स सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं जिन्हें हम 3 से 4 घंटे पहन सकें?
मैं आपको 2 सलाह दूंगा मेरी तरफ से। सबसे पहला तो अगर आप ईयरफोन्स यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें आप ईयर टिप को चेंज करके देखिए बिकॉज कई बार उसका साइज़ अगर आप चेंज करेंगे तो आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा और आप लंबे टाइम तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। सेकेंड थिंग, अगर आपको स्टिल लगता है कि ईयरफोन्स जो है ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल नहीं है तो आई वुड रिकमेंड कि आप एक ओवर ईयर स्टाइल का हेडफोन लें। ओवर ईयर से मेरा मतलब ये है द कुशन गोज ऑल अराउंड योर ईयर और आपके कान के चारों तरफ जब कुशन लगेगा एंड कान बीच में आपका फ्री रहेगा तो कंफर्टेबली आप लंबे समय तक उनको पहन पाएंगे। तो बेसिकली मार्केट में आपको ऑप्शन मिलेगा ऑन ईयर हेडफोन्स का भी, बट आई वुड रिकमेंड इफ यू कैन गो विद द ओवर ईयर डिज़ाइन और उससे पहले एक बार आप अपने ईयरफोन्स का जो टिप है उसको चेंज कर देखिए, हो सकता है आपको ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील होगा। Okay, so you are like me because I personally like neckband style as well because काफ़ी convenient हो जाता है especially while working out या running। और मैं आपको recommend कर सकता हूँ you can go for the CMF neckband Pro, काफ़ी अच्छा option है। और OnePlus की तरफ से आने वाला the bullet wireless neckband style में जो आता है Z2 Pro, it also has active noise cancellation, वो बहुत अच्छा है। आप Realme का भी एक option आता है, उसको भी try कर सकते हैं। Basically आपको 7,000 जितना खर्चा करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। So, well within your budget, you'll have multiple options. You can choose any of these. They're all very good.
According to you, which one is better, Gemini or ChatGPT? Thank you.
Quite interesting question to be honest, but I would say, okay, as of now, it's still going to be even more mature, but I would have my bets on Gemini. And the reason is, कि कि it would give you a complete 360-degree approach in terms of putting AI across different apps and services जो आप use करते हैं. Gemini Google Calendar में काम करेगा, Google Photos में काम करेगा, ये Gmail में काम करेगा. तो मतलब basically it's not just like a chatbot, ये एक AI assistant की तरह काम करने वाला है. So I'll have my bets on Google Gemini.
In early July, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs released a press note on the status of government's 100 Smart City mission, which stated that 90% of the projects in these chosen cities are completed and the remaining 10% will be completed under an extended timeline of 31st March 2025. Now today on the Urban Agenda, we revisit a simple question. What did India's 100 Smart City mission set out to accomplish and what has it really achieved? After all, when flooded cities and collapsing airport infrastructure bridges make the biggest headlines, the word smart when it comes to cities and urbanization comes across as a bit of a misfit. All right, let's get straight to our guests. We have with us Dr. Sameer Sharma, former IAS officer, who was the architect of this mission during his stint at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And of course, he has extensive experience in urban affairs. He was also the chief executive to the chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, driving sustainable development goals for the state. Dr. Karuna Gopal also joins us today. She is the president of Futuristic Cities and a BJP leader and has very strong and clear views on what we must do with Indian cities to make them livable and improve their quality of life. Dr. Sharma, you were the architect, so I'm going to come to you. What was the concept of this smart city mission when it was carved out under your, let's say, tutelage? Is that the right word to use, or direction?
Thank you, Manisha. And, let me explain what was the smart cities in very simple terms. And I'll take from the plans which were prepared for the 50 cities. The 50 cities were asked to make plans, and based on the way the plans were made on some criteria, they were selected. Now, the plans had three parts. The first part was, in every city, we had to have what we call tap for each household, toilet for each household. Then we had these metro trains for transportation, garbage removal for each household. Now, with this, the connected STPs and transmission lines, all that was part of the first part of the Smart City mission. The second part was what we call the digital part, or the commonly called command and control centers. Now, these had two objectives. The first was that these were supposed to make the services more efficient, and second, to bring about accountability. Let me give an example. I was also in charge of Banaras city for 1 year, looking after the Honorable Prime Minister's constituency. So let me
The BJP-led Maha Yuti in Maharashtra seems to be bouncing back after what has been a disappointing results in the Lok Sabha elections. All 9 Maha Yuti candidates have won in the Maharashtra MLC polls. The 3 candidates who were fielded by Maha Vikas Aghadi, of that list, one has lost already. So what has gone wrong? The indications are that one of the almost 7 to 8 Congress MLAs may have cross-voted, is what the clarity is emerging. So remember, the BJP had fielded 5 candidates. All 5 have won. The Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar's NCP had fielded 2 each. All 4 have won. As far as the opposition, Maha Vikas Aghadi, is concerned, the Congress, the Sena and the NCP factions led Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar had fielded 3. And a lot of reactions coming in, and now Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister, and also another Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar, celebrating in what has been a big comeback of sorts of Maha Yuti.
5 विधायकों ने हमें सपोर्ट किया है, उनका मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं और धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूं और सबका अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। चुनाव जब रहता है तो एलिगेशन होते हैं, एलिगेशन के बारे में मैं ज़्यादा नहीं सोचता, अपना काम करने का, विकास करने का और विकास के रास्ते से आगे जाने का।
Okay, Okay, so you heard from Ajit Pawar. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister, has also celebrated and put out a tweet saying 9 out of 9, he said, and adding a thumbs up emoji as well. So voting, remember, was held in 11 seats, and for 11 seats of Maharashtra Legislative Council, 12 candidates were in the fray. What's becoming clearly here is that the BJP, which fielded 5 candidates, they have 103 MLAs, all ensured the victory of these 5 candidates of the BJP, which included Pankaja Munde, daughter of late BJP stalwart Gopinath Munde. This had guaranteed BJP all 4 seats, and they had the remaining 12. They were remaining 12 short for the 5th seat. The Shinde Sena, remember, has 37 MLAs, meaning it was 9 short. And the Ajit Pawar NCP had 39, which was 7 short. So when you look at the number calculation, it was clearly the Mahayuti, which was not really in surplus, because it is the first preference which is usually counted for the first set of candidates who have been fielded. Let me go straight to Radhika, who's joining us live. Radhika, a huge setback for Mahavikas Aghadi.
Certainly huge setback for Mahavikas Aghadi. Of course, there were rumors of cross-voting by Congress party and cross-voting by Ajit Pawar party as well, but Ajit Pawar proved that cross-voting wrong by getting both the candidates to win. So both the candidates within Ajit Pawar party have won, which is a big relief as far as Ajit Pawar is concerned, considering the fact that there had been speaks of, MLAs wanting to move the other side. That has been put to rest, but big setback for Mahavikas Aghadi, considering Uddhav Thackeray had very confidently fielded 3rd candidate Milind Narvekar, who perhaps will win because counting is underway, but who is certainly going to win. But as far as the other candidate, Jayant Patil, who was backed by Sharad Pawar, is concerned, this is a big setback. Now, if we look at the Congress figures, Congress has 37 MLAs and they had only fielded 1 candidate. That 1 candidate, Pratnya, has won. However, the remaining votes, which are supposed to go either to, NCP-backed Jayant Patil or to Milind Narvekar for that matter, has instead gone to Mahayuti. So that's the trend we are picking up. That's the latest development we are picking up. That is 7 to 8 MLAs may have cross-voted, may have gone to the other side and voted. So basically the Congress votes got divided. Instead of voting for their own faction, their own alliance partners, they voted the other side. And this is something that rumor was doing the rounds, which Vijay Wadetiwar in fact rubbished, saying that all of them are intact and there's not going to be any sort of cross-voting. But that's been rubbish. There were 2 MLAs from within Congress party were missing in many of the meetings, including Zishan Siddiqui. Today he had given a media bite in the morning saying that there's no cross-voting, they will be with MVA. However, there had been rumors doing the rounds, many within Mahayuti also saying that Congress party may vote for some of its candidates, and looks like that is what happened, because if it is 9 out of 9, which is what Mahayuti has won, without cross-voting, it is difficult for them to achieve that, even if you include independents, as well as other smaller parties.
What has happened here is, when we look at this side of the aisle, because it is the Mahavikas Aghadi which has faced a setback, the Congress has 37 MLAs, but it had named only 1 candidate. In Maharashtra Assembly, for an MLC to be elected, they need roughly around 23 to 26. That is the number, which essentially meant that they have a surplus vote of 14, which meant to be distributed among the Mahavikas Aghadi partners. But that did not really happen here. Radhika.
Exactly. So Congress, in fact, has 37 MLAs.
Yes.
And 1 candidate they had fielded, and there were talks about that. Just 1 candidate fielded among those 37, which means, of course, as you mentioned, for each candidate, it is a minimum of 23 votes. So therefore, they have surplus of 14 votes, which got divided. For sure, it got divided. Some of that may have gone to Jayant Patil or the other candidate within MVA, but most of it has in fact gone to the other side, which is why BJP, or rather the NDA, managed to get 9 out of 9. Even if you look at the numbers, 9 out of 9 is very difficult to achieve. Even as I said, as I mentioned before, if you consider the independent partners, independent parties, or the smaller parties, or the independent candidates, even then it would be difficult unless they got those 7 to 8 votes of the Congress, which is what we believe the Mahayuti has managed to get. Many within Mahayuti, in fact, had made a mention of this, that Congress is going to cross vote, and looks like that is what happened. But good day for Ajit Pawar, because a lot of murmurs around, Ajit Pawar MLAs wanting to go to Sharad Pawar's side. They may make sure that Jayant Patil wins, Milind Narvekar wins, and so on. But Jayant Patil has lost, and both the candidates within Ajit Pawar faction have won, and therefore all those rumors of them switching sides for now have been put to rest.
In fact, I am being told by sources close to the Chief Minister that it is he who took the responsibility of the elections and worked tirelessly towards in ensuring it. Hitesh Jain, who is the Vice President of Mumbai BJP, is joining me on the phone line. Hitesh, certainly a big thumbs up for all of you. Mahayuti winning all 9 MLC seats in this election.
Definitely, Maria, this is a significant result, and it shows the unity of the Mahayuti and Bigadi in the Mahavikas Agadi. All this while when Sharad Pawar, Mr. Sharad Pawar was claiming a tall claims of 255 seats. I mean, this result is an eye-opener, and it shows the support in favor of Mahayuti. And going ahead in the assembly election also, you will see the same trend. When the partners are, when they are fighting together, there is a proper coordination, there is a proper unity, and you will see the same results in coming assembly elections also.
Hitesh, what was clear here was that there is a case of cross-voting which has happened. And if we were to do direct calculation, the Congress has 37 MLAs, but it had fielded only one candidate. So if if all that is needed for one MLC is 23 to 26, MLA votes, so it had a surplus of 14. So are we looking at some of your candidates, in fact, some of Congress, MLAs perhaps voting for you?
Well, Congress is a partner in an alliance.
Okay, so there seems to be some problem with that line. Let me go back to Radhika. So Radhika, this will be seen as a fillip to an otherwise down or disappointed, the Mahayuti faction, which was facing a lot of questions from within and outside post the Lok Sabha results, and which was seen as a huge debacle for them. And now they certainly have got their act together, and sources in the Chief Minister's office are telling us that it was Eknath Shinde who had worked tirelessly, and this is again a display of his astute election managing skills. We will try and connect with Milind and others to get more details on it. So what was clear here is that even last night, Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, was there at that hotel in ensuring the head count was right. Yes, Radhika, go ahead.
Absolutely. As far as this entire resort politics is concerned, all the parties leaving no stone unturned in ensuring that their MLAs stuck together, their flock were stuck together, and in multiple hotels they were all holed up except, Sharad Pawar's party. But otherwise, be it Eknath Shinde Sena, be it Uddhav Sena, be it NCP, Ajit Pawar, or the BJP, they had all been holed up in different hotels. In fact, all the party leaders were meeting the MLAs, briefing them about the voting procedure in itself, and of course making sure that there's no cross-voting that happens, which looks like Mahayuti did quite successfully, because 9 out of 9. So it's a complete churn for them, a landslide victory for them, but however, the fact remains that it is MVA which decided to field the third candidate in the last minute, Milind Narvekar. Had it been just 11 that they had fielded, it would have obviously have been gone unopposed. The entire elections would have been unopposed. But the decision to field Milind Narvekar is where perhaps MVA got its calculations wrong, because it was quite confident that with the help of independents, and smaller parties, and with perhaps some cross voting, they will be able to win all 3 seats. But that's not what happened. While Milind Narvekar is going to win and the Congress leader has won, obviously, as far as Congress is concerned, all eyes were on Congress party, because they had the surplus votes to make sure that their alliance candidates won. Instead, it was the other way around, which was also doing the rounds. The fact that Zishan Siddiqui was not happy, many other MLAs within Congress party were not happy. They had skipped a lot of meetings within Congress party. They were in touch with some of the Mahayuti partners, including, Ajit Pawar party as well. So therefore, looks like at least about 7 to 8 votes may perhaps have gone from the Congress party to this side. So this is what the numbers look like. Earlier, of course, a lot of political analysts were saying that Mahayuti will certainly get 8 out of 8. But if it is going to be, 8 out of 9, but if it's going to be 9 out of 9, then it has to be achieved only via cross voting. Because even if you look at the independents as well as the, the smaller parties, there is a division of votes there. Some who are allied to the other side, some who are allied to this side. So even if you look at that, it may not be possible unless, candidates, MLAs from the other side decide to vote for them, which is perhaps what has happened here. As you mentioned, as you said, rightly, this is a resurrection of sorts for Mahayuti, considering the defeat that it faced post Lok Sabha election. It was quite a debacle. It was quite a humiliating defeat when you look at 2019.
Okay, we have Shiv Sena,
wanted to resign.
Shiv Sena spokesperson Shushiben Shah now joining us. Shushiben Shah, of course, this will be seen as a huge fillip for Mahayuti, particularly it is almost like a bounce back moment for you after the disappointing results which came in the general elections.
Absolutely. We were very confident from the day one that we had the numbers and we had all the MLAs with us. The entire team of Mahayuti, all the MLAs were with us. But I'll tell you this. This is the victory of the management, the skillful and efficient management of our Chief Minister Eknath Raoji Shinde. He had taken the responsibility on his shoulder that it was at his instant, and he assured everyone that I will ensure that Mahayuti, all 9 candidates win. And you see what has happened. Milind Narvekar hard scraped through. He didn't have even 23 votes. He had to depend on the second number of votes, and it is seen that Ajit Dada Patil, Ajit Dada, he was an astute statesman, a Maratha leader, had 6 extra votes. Congress cross-voted, defied the whip, and you will see that here we have a leader, Sharad Pawar, with 12 MLAs, he talks about 225. Let me tell you this, he will not be able to get, Maha Aghadi will not get candidates in their seats to fight. We are confident, we were always confident, but now we are more confident of forming the next government in Maharashtra.
Okay. Shushiben Shah, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Milind Deora is joining us now on the phone line. Congratulations, Milind, Member of Parliament of the Shiv Sena. What really worked? What were the calculations that were done? I mean, I want to understand how is the strategy going right? Because if you look at the basic calculations which we were doing as journalists, 5 candidates fielded by the BJP, 103 MLAs they had. So you were short in every case, even by the Shiv Sena numbers and also by even for Ajit Pawar's NCP.
Look, I don't think these are, elections are, the strategies are put out in the public domain in terms of what political parties do. But it clearly, the CM is somebody who personally took responsibility for the elections. He worked very, very hard to ensure that all the 9 candidates of the Mahayuti win this election. And I think he's once again demonstrated that he's a very astute election manager. In addition to being a very good administrator, someone who's trying to attract investments to the state, where the economic survey of the state, in fact, has shown that we are far exceeding or have already exceeded Gujarat in various parameters, contrary to the spin that's being used by people in the opposition. I think he's also...
This be seen as more of a setback for Uddhav Thackeray or Sharad Pawar? Because the third candidate here, of course, was Milind Narvekar. But if you look at the person who has lost is Jayant Patil, who was being supported by Sharad Pawar's group.
Let me put it this way again, that as I said, he's an astute manager. I think he skillfully managed this election. He knew that there was dissent amongst the opposition camp. Contrary to what people in the opposition are saying, I'm not saying that the Maharashtra election is easy for either side. It's certainly going to be a tough election, and I hope the narrative is constructive and positive. But, under his leadership, if you look at the Shiv Sena versus the UBT in 13 fights where they fought directly against one another, the Shiv Sena won 7 and UBT won 6. So despite what was, the so-called sympathy narrative in their favor, he's clearly demonstrated that he has the ability to win elections. People were saying
but
that...
Milind, will it be fair to make that comparison? Will it be fair to make that comparison? Because this is an election where MLAs vote for choosing an MLC. That was people's election, directly going and being voted out by the people. The fact is that Mahayuti faced setback when it came to general elections because those who were voting were the citizens of Maharashtra.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm accepting that. I'm accepting that the Mahayuti has a lot more work to do before the assembly elections. I'm not going to deny that. But I'm just saying that I think there are, sometimes there is dissent in various camps for various reasons, and it clearly means people have cross-voted. And the MLC election, unlike a Rajya Sabha election, is in a closed ballot. It's not an open ballot. So why have people from the opposition camp cross-voted? Who are the people who cross-voted? That's for the opposition to figure out and to assess.
Absolutely.
And to introspect on. It's not something that those in power who've been elected have to introspect.
Yes. You have much to celebrate, Milind Deora. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Let me bring in the NCP voice now. Mahesh Tapase is joining us on the phone line. Mahesh, what went wrong?
A party which can spend 200 crores for its image makeover can do anything. Ajit Pawar's party got two seats, they got elected in the upper house. And I don't think this is definitely a victory of democracy, because this is not a direct election wherein people are electing their representative. Now, this is also the last day before the House reconstitutes in the new assembly post the Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha election. So I think a lot of undercurrent things must have happened. And I'm not surprised that this kind of a result has come. But this is not a representation of the people's mandate. The people have cleared the people's mandate of Maharashtra. We have seen in the Maharashtra Lok Sabha election.
Understand that this is not a representation or anything to do with people's mandate, because that will be happening only 90 days from now. But it shows that your house is not in order. You had enough and more surplus votes.
See, I will not debate on that. At the moment, there will be some introspection at the Shiv Sena and at the Congress, and it's not a very big defeat, but yes, some introspection needs to be done. However, let me come again to you that a party with one member of parliament spending 200 crores for its image makeover can do anything, and this is what exactly looks like what has happened in the Maharashtra legislation.
No, but what will you be doing as a political party, as a grouping in Maharashtra, Mahavikas Aghadi? Do you see this as more of a setback in the sense that, after the results, there was a lot of fillip in the manner in which the entire group was functioning, the entire alliance was functioning. For the alliance, if you cannot manage, 3 out of 3, you had fielded only 3 candidates, 2 won, 1 lost. So, is it not clearly a sense of chinks in your arm? I mean, reports are coming in that several of your Congress MLAs may have cross-voted.
It was a tight hope for the third candidate right from day one. but that does not fit within between the alliance partners of the Mahavikas Agadi. We fought the Lok Sabha elections together. We got commendable results. We'll fight the Vidhan Sabha elections together and we'll come back in government.
All right, Mahesh, thank you so much for joining us. So what will be seen as a big victory for BJP-led Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra? They have won all 9 candidates they had fielded in the MLC polls, that is the Maharashtra Legislative Council elections, where MLAs vote, not the people in general. But certainly, given the fact that in 90 days there are going to be the assembly elections in Maharashtra, this will be seen as a huge fillip for what was an otherwise disappointed Mahayuti camp. With that, it's a wrap from me. News and updates on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, तब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में. Well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening, it's 8 o'clock. Coming up on the show this evening, our special ground report from Madhya Pradesh, a reality check on the Madhya Pradesh School Chale Hum program. Also, retail inflation rising to over 5%. What does it mean? All of that and more coming up. But first up, the headlines. Retail inflation rises to over 5% in June. The June food inflation rises to 9.4% from 8.7% in May. It's costlier kitchen items that are pushing up retail inflation. Local polls, but a Maha-political impact. After the Lok Sabha rout, the NDA wins the Maha-civic polls. In a hot contest for 11 seats, the NDA wins 9. This is the Uddhav's 12th candidate gamble backfires. Sharad Pawar-backed candidate loses in these crucial polls. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to stay in jail despite an interim relief from top court. Well, bail for Arvind Kejriwal in the ED case, but no relief in the CBI probe. The Supreme Court grants interim bail to Delhi Chief Minister in the liquor policy case. Now, a new bench will hear Arvind Kejriwal's challenge to the Enforcement Directorate's arrest. The BJP's unprecedented offensive on the 1975 emergency. The government declares June 25 as Constitution Murder Day. The Congress says this is nothing but a headline-grabbing exercise and a move to divert attention. FIR versus FIR in the Jaipur airport slapping incident. The SpiceJet employee slapped an on-duty CISF Jawan. The airline backs the employee, says there was sexual misconduct on the part of the CISF Jawan. The CISF retaliates, says it was an agitated woman who slapped a duty-bound Jawan. Madhya Pradesh's School Chale Hum call. Is it a march to nowhere? NDTV's reality check on MP's school initiative. Promises galore, but government schools in shambles. India's first transshipment port welcomes mothership. Adani Group's Vizhinjam port puts India in world lead. Karan Adani speaks to NDTV, says it's a glorious achievement. And the 25th anniversary of the Kargil War, NDTV accesses an exclusive video of the Tiger Hill attacks, unprecedented details of the Indian Air Force operations. Our lead story tonight, the Maharashtra local polls. After a wipeout in the Lok Sabha polls, the NDA or the Maha-Yuti in Maharashtra wins the semi-finale to the crucial state assembly elections. The NDA has won all 9 seats that it fielded candidates on, but a big setback for Sharad Pawar's NCP as Sharad Pawar's candidate loses in these crucial elections. What are the larger ramifications of this? We'll go across to Radhika, but before that, listen in to what Ajit Pawar had to say.
5 विधायकों ने हमें सपोर्ट किया है, उनका मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं और धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूं और सबका अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। चुनाव जब रहता है तो एलिगेशन होते हैं, एलिगेशन के बारे में मैं ज़्यादा नहीं सोचता, अपना काम करने का, विकास करने का और विकास के रास्ते से आगे जाने का।
And let me go straight across to my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy. Radhika, break it down for us. What are the larger political messages that are coming out of this result? Because we must also not forget that these are MLAs who really form the electoral college as far as the local polls are concerned. This is not the people's mandate.
This is not the people's mandate, which is why we heard Mahesh Tapase there saying that, you know, the NDA is capable of buying of MLAs, which is what they've done in the past. Perhaps that is what they're continuing to do. So big allegation there by the NCP Sharad Pawar leader, since it's not people's mandate. But, as far as the entire voting process is concerned, of course, this was for 11 seats, 12 candidates were in the fray, and now, of course, Mahayuti sweeping 9 out of 9, and MVA winning just 2 out of 3. Of course, MVA had fielded that extra candidate, Milind Narvekar, despite it not having the numbers, but it depending on the smaller parties as well as on cross-voting. It was a very confident Uddhav Thackeray who had fielded Milind Narvekar, despite the fact that Uddhav Thackeray himself didn't have that many MLAs. It needed 23 to win. Each candidate needed 23 votes to win. They didn't have that many MLAs within Uddhav Sena, but were depending on Congress's surplus votes, certainly, and of course on independence. But looks like Congress's surplus votes, instead of going to its own alliance partners, including Jayant Patil or Milind Narvekar, of course, Milind Narvekar has won, scraped through, in fact, but it didn't go to Jayant Patil. Instead, looks like it has gone to Mahayuti. Mahayuti didn't have that many numbers. Of course, it did depend on smaller parties and independents, but it also had to depend on some amount of cross-voting. And looks like that's what happened. At least about 7 to 8 votes from Congress has shifted to the other side. So it basically means Mahayuti is still intact. I mean, obviously there were rumors and, murmurs doing the rounds that Ajit Pawar faction is not intact. There will be cross-voting from there. But good news for Ajit Pawar, his party looks like is intact. But bad news for MVA, looks like Congress party is unhappy there.
Okay. Thanks very much, Radhika, for that. We'll never know whether there was cross-voting or not because it is a secret ballot after all. But it's very important for both the camps to keep their flock intact as Maharashtra politics heats up ahead of the crucial assembly polls. But moving now to the other big headline on the news this evening, Arvind Kejriwal will stay in jail despite interim bail from the Supreme Court, because remember, this is relief only in the Enforcement Directorate's case and not in the CBI's corruption case. Now remember, the important development that has happened today is that now a larger bench, a new bench, will hear Arvind Kejriwal's challenge to the Enforcement Directorate's arrest. Here's a report.
Temporary relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal from the Supreme Court in the form of an interim bail in the Enforcement Directorate case against him in the liquor policy case.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये पता था, उनको पता था कि राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट से जमानत मिल गई है, उनको पता था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी जमानत मिल जाएगी, इसीलिए उन्होंने एक और षड्यंत्र रचा और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जिस दिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जमानत का केस आना था, उससे पिछले दिन अपने एक और राजनीतिक हथियार सीबीआई से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करवा दिया।
Kejriwal, who's already been in jail in the second stint since the 2nd of June, will however continue to remain in jail for now, since he was also arrested by the CBI just a few days ago for another offence in the liquor case. Moreover, a larger Supreme Court bench will examine if his arrest in the Enforcement Directorate case was valid.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये इशारा करा है कि जब भी कोई भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फंक्शनरी इस प्रकार के अपराध में लिप्त होता है तो उसको अपने पद से इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। लेकिन माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज को गुमराह कर रहे हैं, पर सत्ता के मुंह में इतने मदमस्त हैं कि सीएम की कुर्सी को छोड़ने के लिए वो तैयार नहीं हैं।
The CBI custody, which was to expire on the 18th of July, was extended today till the 25th of July by the trial court, just hours after the top court relief, stamping out AAP's hope of Kejriwal walking free next week.
Now, having said all this, I don't know which way to be decided, but it's very clear from these facts there can never be a necessity to arrest a CBI offence after 2 years. And remember, in mid-23, when he went to CBI and spent 9 hours, he has never been called for interrogation after that. That is why, is it not an insurance arrest?
With the BJP demanding Arvind Kejriwal's resignation and the Supreme Court leaving it to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal to decide on his own to step down as Chief Minister, it's becoming clear that Arvind Kejriwal, who's always alleged that these are politically motivated cases, will not step down. Either way, it will be difficult for him, once he is released, to function as a normal Chief Minister. In New Delhi, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Meanwhile, the government mounting an unprecedented offence of the 1975 emergency. The government has now declared the 25th of June as Samvidhan Hatya Divas, or the Constitution Murder Day. The Congress says this is a headline-grabbing exercise. Take a look.
ये बहुत अच्छा निर्णय है, क्योंकि हमको एक एग्जाम्पल सेट करना है कि भविष्य में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जैसे संविधान की हत्या की, ऐसा कभी दोबारा ना हो, इसके लिए निर्णय किया गया है। ये बहुत देश के लिए ज़रूरी है, संविधान के लिए ज़रूरी है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी संविधान की हत्या करते हैं और फिर नाटक करता है, संविधान का कॉपी पकड़ के लहराने का नाटक करता है। ये बहुत गलत बात है। और जिन्होंने भी 1975 में जो जुल्म सहा है, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने टॉर्चर किया है इनोसेंट लोगों को, सिविल लिबर्टी राइट ख़त्म कर दिया है, फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस एक्सप्रेशन सारा ख़त्म किया गया था, वो दोबारा ना हो, इसके लिए बड़ा कदम उठाया गया है।
We all know that the BJP is rattled and they are unable to face the constitution story. We all know that when we named the India Alliance as India, they try to bring Bharat into it. Now when Jai Samvidhan is an issue, they wanted to divert it from this kind of things. It's a diversionary tactics. The RSS has trained BJP friends for it. And we all know that the real issues, they want to divert the people of India from the real issues of NEET, the examination leaks, the Agniveer's failure, and the price rise. This is the diversionary tactics. People won't accept this kind of politics. People will reject this kind of diversionary tactics.
So that standoff only intensifying. But looking at some other news now. Well, the CISF and SpiceJet at loggerheads as an FIR versus FIR standoff between the CISF and SpiceJet. This after a woman slapped an on-duty CISF Jawan at the Jaipur airport. SpiceJet says there was sexual misconduct. The CISF has retaliated, saying that it was only a Jawan doing his duty. Take a look.
A SpiceJet woman staffer hitting a CISF assistant sub-inspector at the Jaipur airport. The picture has now gone viral and has led to counter-FIRs between the airport security and the SpiceJet staffer. The incident happened in the early hours of Thursday morning when the SpiceJet ground crew reached the airport. Since there was no lady personnel for security check, ASI Giriraj Prasad asked the SpiceJet employee to wait and be frisked.
कल दिनांक 11/7 को हमें मॉर्निंग में एक रिपोर्ट प्राप्त हुई कि किसी ASI हैं जयपुर एयरपोर्ट पे, जिनका नाम गिरिराज प्रसाद है, उनके साथ कोई स्पाइसजेट की महिला क्रू मेंबर ने कोई मारपीट टाइप इस प्रकार की शिकायत प्राप्त हुई। तो वहाँ पर मौके पर SHO पहुँचे और उसके बाद जो शिकायत करता है उनको थाने पर लाया गया। उन्होंने थाने पर एक रिपोर्ट दी कि वो जब व्हीकल गेट एयरपोर्ट का जो है वहाँ पर अपनी ड्यूटी कर रहे थे, जो उनकी ड्यूटी है कि फ्रिस्किंग से रिलेटेड, ASI ने जो महिला क्रू मेंबर हैं स्पाइसजेट की, उनको कहा कि आप कुछ देर वेट कर लीजिए, मैं किसी दूसरे पॉइंट से यहाँ पर बुलाकर किसी महिला स्टाफ को आपकी फ्रिस्किंग करवा देता हूँ और उसी के बाद ही आपको अंदर जाने दिया जाएगा। लेकिन किसी प्रकार की कोई जल्दीबाजी दर्शाई गई कि हम लेट हो रहे हैं और इस तरीके से, और उस बात से कुछ एजिटेटेड लगी जो महिला क्रू मेंबर हैं, उस वजह से वो काफ़ी गुस्सा हुई। कुछ ही देर में कंट्रोल पे संपर्क कर ASI के मुताबिक उन्होंने एक महिला स्टाफ को भी बुला लिया CISF, और एक CISF की महिला सब इंस्पेक्टर भी वहाँ मौके पर आ गई। लेकिन शायद टेम्परामेंट हाई होने की वजह से उन्होंने एक कुछ मारपीट टाइप से कुछ किया ASI के साथ।
The CISF filed an FIR accusing the woman with preventing a government official from discharging his duty. In a statement, they said a female SpiceJet employee was asked to undergo mandatory screening at the nearby entrance for airline crew at Jaipur airport. But no CISF female personnel were available at the time. The female employee got agitated and slapped the on-duty CISF personnel. The SpiceJet employee too has filed an FIR accusing the CISF Jawan of using sexually colored language. In a statement, SpiceJet said they stand by the lady employee. They also said the female security staff member had a valid airport entry pass issued by the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security and that she was subjected to inappropriate and unacceptable language by the CISF personnel. SpiceJet is taking immediate legal recourse in this case of serious sexual harassment against its employee, the statement said. In Jaipur, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
And now our special ground report on the news this evening. Well, in June, the Madhya Pradesh government celebrated the School Chale Hum initiative to bring back students to classrooms. However, the situation on the ground paints a grim picture. Many government schools are in shambles. There is a severe shortage of teachers and students often lack practical experience due to inadequate laboratory facilities. Here's a ground report.
At Tamarai Middle School in Jabalpur, the roof collapsed during lunch on Friday, narrowly avoiding a disaster. In Bhopal, a similar incident at Shahjahanabad School injured 2 children and a teacher in December 2023. At Roshanpura, located just 3 kilometers from the ministry, one room with 5 blackboards houses everyone from class 1 to class 5th. The room also contains the kitchen for the midday meal.
क्या बोले आप बताएं, आप खुद देख रहे हैं ये चीज़ें होती है परेशानी, ऐसा नहीं होती है परेशानी, पर ये रहता है जब हम पढ़ा रहे हैं तो दूसरी टीचर अपना रिटर्न वर्क बच्चों से करा लेती है, जब वो पढ़ा रही है तो हम रिटर्न वर्क कर लेते हैं।
सर बिठाना पड़ता है, फिर बच्चों को कैसे संभालेंगे? नहीं बिठाएंगे।
कमरे में लग रही है तो कैसे एक कमरे में लग रहा है तो कुछ ना कुछ व्यवस्था हमें करनी पड़ेगी पढ़ाने के लिए बच्चों को।
In Jhota village of Agar Malwa district, about 200 kilometers from Bhopal, the secondary school building is in dire condition. The toilet is locked, taps and tube wells were installed for drinking water, but there is no water. 2 teachers manage 75 children. When NDTV reached, only one teacher, Jyoti Soni, was found running from one class to another. The walls of the dilapidated school building are cracking, the ground is sinking and the children are afraid to sit. They fear snakes, rats, scorpions and the roof falling down.
और वो ऐसे इनको काम देके उनको फिर उनको काम देके इनको बढ़ाना तो है।
यहाँ पे पानी टपकता है तो बैठने में दिक्कत आती है, इधर से भी पानी आता है। यहाँ पे पानी टपकता, खाना खाते तो उधर भी पानी आता और यहाँ पे पानी भर जाता, क्या पता है गिर जाए हमारे ऊपर। यहाँ पे छेद पूरी छेद सांप और ऐसे सांप और कब सांप आ जाता है।
The situation is same across the state. At Lalgram Primary School, one teacher teaches 80 students of 5 different classes in a single room. In Raja Khedi, the lack of basic facilities like tables, chairs and clean drinking water persist, despite funds being allocated twice for building improvements. The Lone Girls High School in Agar Malwa operates in shifts due to insufficient space and practical exams are passed without students ever seeing a laboratory.
आपने कभी लेबोरेटरी देखी है इस स्कूल में?
नहीं देखी है सर, अभी तक कोई लेबोरेटरी नहीं है यहाँ पे और कोई प्रैक्टिकल भी नहीं होते हैं।
क्यों?
क्योंकि यहाँ पे लैब ही नहीं है। कंप्यूटर मैंने देखा है सर 11th में, पर उसमें कोई सर पढ़ाते नहीं है कि हम कंप्यूटर चलाए टाइपिंग करें।
और क्या चाहती है कंप्यूटर से?
सर उसमें सब चलाते हैं तो अच्छा लगता है।
In Guna district, the primary school of Kali Bhont has been under a thatched roof for 20 years. There are no tables, chairs or drinking water. The school shuts when it rains. The funds received for the building have lapsed twice. Returning to Bhopal, the Shahpura government school has a broken boundary wall. The new one is still under construction. The toilets are too dirty to be shown and the classes are in poor condition. In the interim budget 2024-25, 13,000 crores was allocated for the school education department. By June, 398 crore lapsed without being utilized.
कई बार लैप्स भी होता है तो निर्धारित समयावधि हमारी प्राथमिकता होती है कि 100% उसका इस्तेमाल हो, लेकिन कई बार किन्हीं परिस्थितियों के कारण थोड़ा बहुत अगर परसेंटेज में बजट लैप्स होता है, मुझे लगता है वो हर साल एक इस तरह से चीज़ें आती रहती हैं सामने।
Despite significant budget allocations, execution remains lackluster. In 2023, funds were provided for repair of 7,189 schools, but the work remains unfinished. The funds and policies are in place, but the lack of sensitivity and administrative efficiency continues to fail the educational infrastructure in Madhya Pradesh. And this negligence directly impacts the quality of education and the future of students. In Bhopal with camera person Rizwan Khan, Ajay and Zafar Multani and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
An absolutely sorry state of affairs there. But moving now to our special report. Well, 25 years ago, the Indian Army was involved in some of the most extreme high-altitude warfare the world has ever seen, evicting Pakistani intruders from Kargil. The role of the Indian Air Force was also key. Vishnu Shom, my colleague who flew with the IAF on the Mirage jets during the war, has now been able to piece together the story of India's first ever nighttime laser-guided bomb attacks on the Tiger Hill. Take a look.
3 days after the Indian Air Force struck a Pakistani post atop Tiger Hill for the first time during the Kargil War, there were a host of separate air assaults on the feature, including 3 night attack missions using laser-guided bombs and a direct daytime attack mission using conventional unguided bombs. Now, videos of the attacks available for the first time with NDTV indicate the precise impact points and targets which were struck on Tiger Hill at night, with unprecedented detail of the assault now emerging from the fighter pilots involved in the attacks in June 1999. The first video is from the 27th of June, a 2 a.m. night attack flown by a single 2-seat Mirage 2000 flown by 2 officers who rose to command the Eastern and Western Air Commands of the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal Raghunath Nambiar and Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik. Video of the attack, which you see here, shows a sangar or rock fortification made by Pakistani troops being targeted. However, the single laser-guided bomb which was dropped strikes its target a few feet away from the fortification, but the explosion appears to be muted. Now, this was the first time that a laser-guided bomb had been fired at night by the Indian Air Force in a combat mission, but the mission quite clearly underachieved, which is why post an evaluation of the attack, it became clear that more needed to be done to clear the approaches to Tiger Hill. The second nighttime attack took place on the 30th of June 1999. Video of the attack that you see here shows a massive explosion at the site targeted. This was a perfect hit, with one more approach to Tiger Hill taken down. There were different settings to the Israeli laser designator pod which was filming the mission at night. Over here, you can see the same target being struck with the black hot setting in the sensor. The black smoke emanating is from the park post which was destroyed. That's what the IR sensor picks up. The attack on Tiger Hill changed the course of the Kargil War. Following the Air Force's operations, the Army soldiers were able to get atop Tiger Hill. But there is that one video that's been viral for decades. 25 years ago, the Air Force handed me a video which they said was an impressive hit on Tiger Hill. As it turns out, that was video of the first daytime hit on Tiger Hill, the first time a laser-guided bomb had been fired in combat in India. That video that you see here was first broadcast on Star News, which was then produced by NDTV. The video shows the exact spot that the laser designator pod was targeting, a park post, and then moments later, the destruction of that post. Air Marshal Raghunath Nambiar, then a wing commander in the Air Force, had this to say about that mission which he flew. It took 30 seconds, but you wrote that it felt like an eternity, right?
That's right. I mean, those 30 seconds probably stretched for almost 2 minutes for me in space and time. Actually, it was actually 30 seconds only by the clock. But the time it took was at least a minute and a half or even more for me. And it was with, bated breath, we were waiting for something to happen. And sure enough, when an explosion took place exactly where we had pointing the pod, we were hugely elated. And the immediate reaction was to give out our RT call, which was supposed to be a call of Bundolo, which was supposed to be Tarzan's war cry, indicating to everybody in the sky around that we had achieved our mission and we had to start and doing the next thing.
So, well, it was these missions that actually changed the course of the war. But moving now to the other big headline, well, India's first transshipment port near Kovalam in Kerala received its first mothership. San Fernando, a vessel of the world's second largest shipping company, arrived at the port country with over 2,000 containers on it. thus creating history. Take a look.
It was a historic day today for Kerala and also for Vizhinjam port, as its dream of 33 years has come to reality today with the commercial operations starting today with the inauguration of the first phase of the Vizhinjam port. We have with us the Managing Director of Adani Ports and SEZ, who is also building this port along with the state government to talk to us about the significance as well as the vision for the port going ahead. Welcome to NDTV, Mr. Adani.
Thank you.
So I would like to start with by asking about, what exactly is the significance of this port. This is the transshipment port, first port and the largest transshipment hub that India is creating. So going ahead, what is the relevance of this port for the country and also for the group?
I think, as you rightly said, it is a big day. This is country's first transshipment terminal, semi-automated as well as automated terminal. It is the deepest transshipment port in the country. And it is apart from the infrastructure, it is a showcase from a technology perspective, because this is the port where we have implemented all the AIs, IoT, video analytics, all the kind of technology that we can think of to make the operation most efficient. And it is a very significant development, because as you know that most of the Indian cargo gets transshipped into other parts of the country, other parts of the world, other parts of the region. This gives us an opportunity to bring the cargo of Indian importer and exporters into the country and help in reducing the logistics cost, and in turn help in terms of help our manufacturing companies to be more competitive at the global scale.
If I can ask an additional question to this, like with the operation of the first phase and then finally the second phase and third phase, what kind of impact you see? You spoke about the EXIM trade, benefits that might accrue to us. So have you all done any kind of calculation, the kind of benefit that India would get from this?
So we do expect at least 4 to 5% reduction in the logistics cost with having your own transshipment hub within the country.
Right. Group's total capacity, the kind of capacities you all are looking at in the short term as well as in the long term, say between 2025 to 2030, what is our plan going here?
So our plan is by 2030 we want to be handling 1 billion ton of cargo. That's our aspiration. From that, roughly 900 million tons will come out of India, and as the country, if country reaches the $5 trillion mark, I think we would achieve that goal, because we are indirect beneficiaries of the country growing, and so we would look at expanding our capacities across all our 14 ports and look at giving better service to our customers.
So well, this port truly puts India now in the World League. That's it from me on the news this evening. But coming up on the other side, all you need to know about the Maharashtra local polls. What is the larger national message? All of that and more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे।
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन
Good evening, you're watching The Last Word with me, Tanima Biswas, and our big focus tonight is on the big political story, which is the Maharashtra MLC polls. Now that's touted as the semi-final polls in the state and the results have come in. They have shown that it is the NDA bloc, the Mahayuti, which has come out on top. Let me just take you through the results quickly. All 9 NDA candidates have won. BJP has won all 5 seats. Shiv Sena's won the 2 seats. The Shinde faction, of course, won the 2 seats they contested in, and NCP has also done the same, won the 2 seats that they contested in. MBA, on the other hand, had fielded 3 candidates. Congress candidate has won. UBT Sena candidate, the surprise candidate which was fielded at the last minute by Uddhav Thackeray, Milind Narvekar, has also won. But in a big setback to the Sharad Pawar faction of NCP, the candidate they were backing, they did not have someone from their own party, but Jayant Patil of the Peasants and Workers Party, that Sharad faction was supporting, he has lost. So what does this mean months ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly elections? Did cross-voting let down MVA? We'll get into an in-depth discussion with a panel of experts that we have lined up, as well as my reporter Radhika, who's joining us in just a short while from now with the latest. But first, let's take a look at the top reactions coming in on this story.
5 विधायकों ने हमें सपोर्ट किया है, उनका मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं और धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूं और सबका अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। चुनाव जब रहता है तो एलिगेशन होते हैं, एलिगेशन के बारे में मैं ज़्यादा नहीं सोचता, अपना काम करने का, विकास करने का और विकास के रास्ते से आगे जाने का।
निश्चित रूप से महायुति की हमारी 9 की 9 सीट चुन के आई, नवरत्न हमारे चुनकर आए हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा हमें खुशी है। महाविकास आघाड़ी का जो अहंकार ये आसमान पहुंच गया था लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद, वो अहंकार को उनके ही पार्टी के लोगों ने विभीषण बनकर इस रावणी अहंकार को मिटा दिया है। अजित दादा के विधायक 20 दिन से वो कह रहे थे कि हमारे संपर्क में है, इनको हिसाब बनाया अजित दादा के विधायकों ने जाके, और ये अपने रहे, इनको लगा कि अजित दादा के विधायक हमारे साथ है, वो आपसे इसलिए बात नहीं कर रहे थे, आपके विधायकों को फोड़ दिया।
चुनाव में हमारे पास खुद के हमारे 15 ही वोट थे, उसके बाद में हमारा कैंडिडेट चुनकर आता है। उससे बड़ी बात क्या है, महाविकास आघाड़ी की जो सहयोग सभी को मिलता है उसका एक परिणाम है।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who's been tracking all the updates since this morning, and this, of course, is a very interesting result which has come in just ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly elections. Radhika, so of course it's an upset for the MVA, but what are you picking up in terms of your sources? What exactly led to this result for the MVA? There's a lot of buzz about cross-voting, but what do we know about that?
Yes, a lot of buzz about cross-voting, something that, all of us were talking about since morning, that there could be cross-voting. But from which side to which side, that was something that we were unsure of. Yes, a big setback for MVA. Big relief for Mahayuti, which had been facing a lot of backlash post the Lok Sabha election results. There were rumors about Ajit Pawar MLAs wanting to switch sides, and there could be cross-voting from their end. But looks like Ajit Pawar managed to keep his flock together. Entire Mahayuti managed to keep its flock together, which is why the clean sweep of 9 out of 9. But when you look at MVA, Congress seems to have sort of cross-voted. At least that's what the number looks like. It's a secret ballot. We wouldn't really know for sure. But if you look at the numbers, had it not been for cross-voting, perhaps Mahayuti may not have won. Of course, there are independent candidates. There are smaller parties. Even if you divide them, there are neutral parties also. So even if you divide them, perhaps they may not have numbers unless a party had cross-voted. And, when you look at MVA, Congress had surplus numbers, and it should have ideally gone to either Jayant Patil or Milind Narvekar. Milind Narvekar, of course, scraped through and won. Jayant Patil, very, very big setback for him because he was completely dependent on Congress votes. Even Narvekar, for that matter, was depending on Congress votes because they had surplus. The other two did not have surplus. They were short. And they were also, of course, depending on independent candidates. So yes, big setback for MVA. Perhaps it happened because of cross-voting. One wouldn't know, but that's what the number is looking like.
Right.
And big boost for Mahayuti considering what it faced post-Lok Sabha results, and big relief for Ajit Pawar as well. So yes, we'll have to wait and see what happens next, who is going to move to which direction, because Congress MLAs were unhappy over a period of time over what is going on within MVA. So will we see people like Zishan Siddiqui perhaps switching sides because he was not present in many of the meetings? His father had already switched sides to NCP. So Congress looks like could be unhappy and there could be churn there.
Right. Very interesting actually there. This is an interesting development ahead of the elections, as we were saying, and those and the celebration visuals also coming in from the Mahayuti side. You can see Ajit Pawar there leading his workers there, and these are also, we've been getting lots of shots coming in from the Mahayuti, from the NDA bloc in that sense. Let me introduce my guests at this point. Joining me to discuss this further is Charan Singh Sapra, spokesperson of the Congress, Vishwas Pathak, spokesperson for the BJP, Rohit Chandravarkar, consulting editor of Free Press Journal, Sajid K. Supariwala, leader of Shiv Sena UBT faction, Suzy Ben Shah, spokesperson for the Shinde Sena faction, Mahesh Tapase, and spokesperson of the NCP Sharad Chandra Pawar faction. My first question, actually, I would want to start with Rohit for his analysis on this. What do the results show in terms of where Maharashtra politics stands right now, just months ahead of that crucial assembly elections?
Well, Tanima, great question, because I think your viewers are looking at that only. I mean, that's the exact thing that they want to know. And your correspondent mentioned that, no cross-voting happened, etc. Look, this was the big semi-final kind of a litmus test between two big elections. The recent Lok Sabha polls in which the Mahayuti received a drubbing, and the future assembly polls on which a lot depends for all the stakeholders, all the parties that are involved. So this was kind of a test of finding out whether some MLAs from Ajit Pawar's group have, second thoughts about staying with Mahayuti. Are they in touch with Sharad Pawar? Because Sharad Pawar openly claimed that, some of Ajit Pawar's MLAs had met his state president, and there were some talks going on, etc. There was a feeling in Vidhan Bhavan, at Vidhan Bhavan in Mumbai, that these MLAs might cross-vote to show their loyalty on Sharad Pawar's secret instructions, but that has not happened. So the big picture and the indication here is, of course, the Mahavikas Aghadi has received a setback. It's especially a setback for Sharad Pawar group, and also a shot in the arm for the NDA alliance or the Mahayuti, because they can be now confident or more confident about the upcoming assembly polls and keeping their flock together. The bites coming from BJP spokesperson or even Chief Minister Eknath Shinde were indicative of this thing that they want to narrate, that we are together, we are united, and there seem to be some fissures or some disputes within the Mahavikas Aghadi. Uddhav Thackeray fielding a candidate who's his party secretary and personal secretary also, at the last moment, Milind Narvekar, clearly spoilt the game for Mahavikas Aghadi. That is the larger thing. If Uddhav Thackeray had not fielded a candidate, everybody would have won in the sense that it would have been an unopposed election.
Right.
And Sharad Pawar and everybody, all their candidates would have won. But Uddhav bringing in a candidate spoiled the thing, and Jayant Patil of PWP, not NCP, PWP, Peasants and Workers Party, lost today. He was, backed by Sharad Pawar majorly. He was Sharad Pawar's candidate, though he comes from a small party. So this is definitely a setback for Sharad Pawar and kind of a shot in the arm for the NDA Mahayuti alliance led by BJP for the upcoming assembly polls. We are very clear. I mean, that's the clear picture that has emerged today. Tanima.
Right. Rohit, thanks so much for that analysis right on top of the show. And that takes me to my first political guest, Mr. Charan Singh Sapra. That question will have to be answered by the Congress now. There's a lot of buzz that cross-voting took place and that the Congress MLAs are involved because your party had the surplus votes. So what is your initial analysis showing to that effect?
No, I don't think so that any cross-voting from Congress party has happened. Let me draw your attention towards the entire election. This is an election in which, the collegium is quite small. And the Mahayuti, which is more popularly known in Maharashtra as a Khoke Sarkar, a Sarkar which has used muscle and money power always, somehow they have succeeded in getting some extra votes. There were smaller parties in Maharashtra. There are smaller parties in Maharashtra like Samajwadi Party, MIM, GSP, RSP, Communist are there. So there are around 11 votes of the smaller parties. And BJP has got 3 more votes than usually what the strength of BJP was. They were having 115, they got 118. Mr. Shinde, he has got 2 surplus votes. And probably the NCP has got 5 votes more than the actual strength of NCP Ajit Pawar. So in a way, there have been 10 votes which they have got more than their strength. There might have been a cross-voting definitely because they have got more votes, but it doesn't say that Congress people have cross-voted. Yes, definitely there are 2 votes in Congress party, one of Jishan Siddiqui and one of probably Mrs. Godke, as they have, literally they have switched on their loyalties, but on paper they are with Congress party. So I feel from Congress party there is no cross-voting. Whatever the surplus vote of Congress.
It sounds like a bit of an admission there, Mr. Sapra.
Sorry, what did you say?
It sounds like a bit of an admission there that you also suspect that, these 2 people that you named did not really vote in favor of the MBA.
No. I am not suspecting. I am saying quite confidently that they might not have voted. And because they have already shifted their loyalties. Jishan Siddiqui's father is already with Ajit Pawar. This is the fact which everybody knows. And whatever defection, whatever cross-vote has happened, that has happened from the smaller parties. Whatever surplus vote of Congress was there was given to the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray. And hence Milind Narvekar has won. He got 22 first preferences. And then he got 3 second preferences of Prajna Satao.
Yes.
So that is how he... That is how he came to 24.
Right. Mr. Sapra, please hold your thought. I believe Mr. Sajid Supariwala of the UBT Sena has a point to make. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Supariwala.
I just want to say one thing. There's no setback as on the channel. A lot of people have been saying from the Mahayuti, which I don't know what Yuti they have. Only thing I would say is, Ibtidae ishq hai rota hai kya, aage aage dekhiye hota hai kya. We are very happy with Milind Narvekar having won the MLC. We are very happy with the Congress candidate having won the MLC. We as Mahavikas Aghadi are united. We do not have any problem with each other. And the best part is that we are not deserting each other. The people who wanted to desert the parties have gone to whatever parties they wanted to. But we are standing strong. And whoever are today with Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, you can see there a natural happiness amongst us that Milind Narvekar ji, I would like to use your channel to congratulate him as well as the Congress candidate. And inshallah, in the coming election, the purple people have already shown the places to all the other opposition of ours that how Mahavikas Aghadi has captured the Lok Sabha election so confidently very soon in the coming elections in the Vidhan Sabha. I'm 100% assured and I'm very sure about everything that inshallah we will do much better than the Lok Sabha election and the MLC election which has gone by. We are very confident. We don't have any problem, and I think this is a good start.
Okay.
And I'm very confident about the fact.
All right, all right. Let me, before I go across to Mahesh Tapase, let me bring in from the Mahayuti side, Susi Ben Shah of the Shinde Sena faction. Ma'am, this is an election. Of course, it would come as a boost for, you know, the Mahayuti bloc. But this is MLAs voting for this MLC elections. It's not really a people's election in that sense. It's not the people who are voting. So how much emphasis is Mahayuti actually laying on these elections, which is coming, of course, very importantly, just ahead of the assembly elections?
Good evening to all, and congratulations to all the MLC who's won. Again, a false bravado by Mahavikas Aghadi, as usual. False narrative is the only way that they are sustaining.
We are very confident
That's
that
an allegation.
Winning is important.
Let her make her point, please. Let her make her point, please.
I've never interrupted, so let me complete. There's enough
See,
of your
there is a
false
smile on my face, and you are so worried about
Let
me.
her make her
You
point,
people are not
Mr.
confident to be
Supariwala.
about
You had
yourselves.
your chance. Please, let her make her point. Yes, Susi Ben Shah, go ahead.
See, we went in this election under the leadership of Eknath Raoji Shinde, our Honorable Chief Minister. He is an astute politician, managed the entire election with the right numbers. We had 200 of the 247 numbers. He took it upon his shoulders to ensure that everyone communicates with each other and coordinates with each other. As far as the Maha Aghadi is concerned, it was bigadin in any case. The minute Mr. Narvekar was fielded as a secretary of, what was his qualification? Maybe a secretary or manager to the Thackeray clan.
Do you need qualification to become an MLC? Do you need to be a graduate to become an MLC?
Please let her finish her point.
This is not fair. The reason that Eknath Raoji Shinde could ensure victory of all the 9 Mahayuti candidates, because all of them are grassroots workers, are regional satraps, and has great influence in their regions, against which, at the last minute, to support horse trading, we had one Mr. Milind Narvekar, who is nothing more or less than a secretary or manager of the Thackeray family. The Congress had enough of the autocratic ways of the Thackeray. The Congress, 5 to 6 votes went against the Thackeray. Mr. Narvekar barely scraped through. He didn't have sufficient votes for first preference votes, were not there.
I'm really sorry I'll have to interrupt you there, but Devendra Fadnavis is addressing right now.
मतदारांचे आभार मानतो की ज्यांनी आमच्या महायुतीवर प्रचंड विश्वास दाखवला आणि आमच्या सगळ्या उमेदवारांना निवडून दिलं. आणि मला विश्वास आहे की ही जी काही सुरुवात झालेली आहे विधानसभेच्या निवडणुकीत देखील माननीय मोदीजींच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली पुन्हा एकदा आमची महायुती निवडून
Producers are asking me to translate this. So Devendra Fadnavis is right now actually thanking all the voters as in the MLAs, because remember this election happens through the voting that MLAs do. He's saying that, you know, all the MLAs have shown confidence in us. This is a new beginning for us in the run up to the assembly polls, and we are very confident that we'll do very well there also.
जनतेकरता 24 तास राबणारा नेता आहे. त्यामुळे निश्चितपणे आमच्या तर महायुतीच्या आमदारांनी त्यांच्यावर विश्वास दाखवलाच, पण इतरही आमदारांनी त्यांच्यावर विश्वास दाखवला. आणि
He's praising Eknath Shinde, saying that Eknath Shinde is a leader who works 24 hours for the people, and all the MLAs have shown trust in his leadership.
आज हम सभी के लिए ये बहुत ही हर्ष की बात है कि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी महायुति की 9 सीटें, 11 में से 9 सीटें विधान परिषद में चुनकर आई है. बीजेपी की 5, शिवसेना की 2, एनसीपी की 2, ऐसी 9 सीटें हमारी चुनकर आई है. और जो लोग ये कह रहे थे कि हमारी सीटें गिराएंगे, उनके भी वोट हमारे उम्मीदवारों को मिले हैं. एक अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत आज हमको मिली है और मेरा विश्वास है ये जीत का सिलसिला ऐसा ही जारी रहेगा और आने वाले विधानसभा के चुनाव में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग, हमारी महायुति फिर एक बार महाराष्ट्र में सरकार बनाएगी।
शरद पवारांनी 2 दिवसापूर्वी सांगितलं होतं विधान परिषद निवडणुकीमध्ये समजेल आमच्या संपर्कात किती लोक आहेत, त्यांना काय उत्तर द्याल?
आजचं खरं म्हणजे अधिवेशन हे शेवटचं अधिवेशन होतं या सत्राचं, म्हणजे या टर्म
लास्ट वन बिफोर द असेंब्ली पोल्स.
गेल्या 2 वर्षामध्ये जे महायुतीने केलेलं काम, विकासाचं काम,
the work that Mahayuti has done in the past couple of years,
राज्यामध्ये सर्वांगीण विकास जो झाला या 2 वर्षातलं
work
काम
of development, taking everybody along,
काम जर आपण पाहिलं तर या राज्यातल्या प्रत्येक घटकाला, शेतकऱ्याला, कष्टकऱ्याला,
has yielded result to farmers, women,
ज्येष्ठांना,
students, youngsters, everybody has benefited out of our work.
सरकारने केलं. आणि आज मी आमच्या सहकारी देवेंद्रजीकडे आहेत, अजितदादा आणि आमच्या सर्व सहकाऱ्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद.
All my colleagues, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, I want to thank all of them
अभिनंदन करतो आणि
and congratulate them also.
एक मोठा विजय महायुतीला मिळाला आहे.
This is a big victory for the Mahayuti.
खरं म्हणजे महायुतीच्या 9च्या 9 जागा जिंकणार अशा प्रकारचा विश्वास आम्ही पहिल्या दिवशी व्यक्त केला.
We were confident that we will win all the 9 seats, but some people were expressing doubts.
खऱ्या अर्थाने ज्यांनी सर्व मतदारांना मी मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
I thank all the voters for supporting us, all the MLAs too.
ज्यांनी इतर आमदारांनी देखील आम्हाला मदत केली त्यांचेही मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. महायुती.
Right, so that was of course Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde there addressing a joint press conference. Let me go across to my remaining guests now. We have very less time, so I want to take them through at least. Vishwas Pathak of the BJP. So there is of course going to be a lot of congratulatory messages now between today and tomorrow, I'm sure. But the fact of the matter is that, as I was mentioning earlier, that this is an MLC election. In the recent Lok Sabha elections, out of the 28 seats, I believe, that BJP contested, you managed to win only 9. So, you know, the status of that situation, I'm sure there's a lot of review work which has been done already by the BJP, but where does the Mahayuti go from here in terms of their preparation for the assembly elections now?
I think today's results is a big statement from Mahayuti.
Was it to me or?
We are very formidable combination and we have won all the 9 seats which we were expecting. Actually, mathematics speaks for itself. There was no need to go for additional candidate by Sharad Pawar group or MVA. But they did that. It is sheer out of their arrogance and overconfidence. The people taught them lesson. Sharad Pawar lost his candidate to whom they have supported. And secondly, whenever there is a preferential vote sharing kind of process is involved, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis is Chanakya of that. Eknath Shinde has asked him to spearhead this whole process, and we won all 9 seats. And I think with this winning track, we are going to face this Vidhan Sabha election as a Mahayuti as a very formidable combination, and we are very confident that we will continue as a government in Maharashtra.
Okay. Mr. Mahesh Tapase, now, you know, it's, I mean, first of all, do you agree with the fact that this is a bit of a setback? And also, more importantly, what are the lessons that your party is taking from this election? You know, as you heard, the opposition party is calling it MVA's arrogance, which led them in. There are also, of course, conjectures whether it was cross-voting that led them down. So according to your initial analysis, what is the lesson that the Sharad Chandra Pawar faction is taking, of the NCP is taking from this election? Mr. Tapase, if you could hear me.
He was not a Sharad Pawar candidate, but is a... Yeah, can you hear me? Is it good?
Yes,
Jayant Patil of the
PWP
was the candidate of the Mahavikas Agadi, not of the Jana itself. So definitely his loss is definitely will going to be evaluated why he lost, how he lost, and which constituents have cross-voted against the Mahayuti, but there's no arrogance to say that we were working in overconfidence. The arrogance of the BJP has been shown the door by the electorate in Maharashtra and for the last Lok Sabha election, which just happened a month ago, in the coming month of October. So I'm very certain that the same tempo what was there in Maharashtra Lok Sabha will continue, and this current incumbent will be out of office in no time. So this is the last lot of luck they had, last pot of luck that the Mahayuti had, and whatever strategic management of MLAs that they had to do. What can you talk about a party, political party like Ajit Pawar, who has got one member of parliament and spends 200 crores on image makeover? So, I mean, this itself is a big indication to what could happen behind the curtains.
All right. We are very short of time, but I would want to give the last word with the man I started with, Rohit Chandavarkar. Your quick analysis, a 1-minute analysis of what both blocks need to do now, Mahayuti and MVA.
Something.
I think the big lesson out of this is that they have to stay united. Both sides have to stay united among themselves, alliance partners, and not get into contest with each other. Last time in the Lok Sabha polls also, Uddhav Thackeray contested the Sangli seat, if you remember, Lok Sabha seat, and he lost it. I mean, with a bad margin, he lost it. And Congress rebel Vishal Patil fought as an independent, won. And he has again joined the Congress party. This time, fielding Milind Narvekar at the last moment was a surprise that was sprung up, and that resulted in loss. So I think both sides have to understand that was mentioned by Eknath Shinde right now, that staying united and getting into a good seat-sharing deal is what will get them success.
Right. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this show. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but thank you for your time on this very important political story that we have been covering this evening. But with that, it's a wrap on the show from my side. Keep watching NDTV. Coming up next, Big Fight with Maria Shakil.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This is a pub that was shut by the excise department. In fact, that was sealed by the excise department. As you can see, the BMC officials cutting off that particular sheet, the black sheet, because this is an illegal extension. And now remains to be seen what other action will be taken.
बिना उसकी उम्र जाने, उसके साथ मौजूद उन दोस्तों के उम्र जाने, उसे आखिरकार शराब कैसे दी गई?
The police's major concern or primary concern at the moment is Mihir Shah and what exactly unfolded that night.
बड़ा आदमी का लड़का है ना, तब ये इधर राजकारण चल रहा है, कुछ नहीं है, ये राजकारणी सब लोग हैं।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello everyone, you're watching The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. The National Entrance Cum Eligibility Test, that is NEET controversy, continues to hog the headlines. But beyond the headlines, it is the uncertainty which concerns aspirants and their parents. Look at these statistics, ladies and gentlemen. NEET UG 2024 was held across 4,750 centers in 571 cities, including 14 abroad. All this was held on May 5th. Around 24 lakh candidates had registered and more than 23 lakh appeared in the exams this year. The center in the Supreme Court has said that scrapping NEET in entirety is irrational and has indicated that there is no proof of any large-scale breach of confidentiality. The government has further argued in its affidavit that a drastic move like a re-examination or a retest would jeopardize the future of lakhs of honest students who attended the NEET UG 2024 exams. This year's NEET faces several questions. There are questions of the question paper leaks, impersonation, cheating, and other irregularities. The National Testing Agency, which is the NTA, conducts NEET. In a separate affidavit, the NTA has also said that alleged irregularities were localized in Patna and in Godhra. The same agency was also against cancelling of the test completely. But the student community, who are the primary stakeholders, are divided. While there are a number of petitions favouring re-NEET or retest, but there is also a high percentage of students who feel that this is a wrong move. So on The Big Fight tonight, let's speak to experts, students and parents and find out their views. Joining me on the show, first in the studio here, Dheeraj Kumar Singh is advocate of the Supreme Court. He is in fact counsel for petitioners who are seeking re-NEET. We have Sujata Rao, former Health Secretary of Government of India. Yashwardhan Azad, former IPS officer who has been following this story very, very closely, is joining us here in the studio. Dr. Shama Mohammed, national spokesperson of the Congress. Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan, spokesperson of the BJP. Anand Kumar is a founder of Super 30. Nirnay Lamba, here in the studio, is a NEET aspirant. We also have Manya Gupta, NEET aspirant. Mrityunjay Narayanan is a president of Coaching Federation of India. And Harsh Mehra, NEET aspirant. Hitakshi Lalwani, NEET aspirant. Let's begin with the primary stakeholders here who are the aspirants. Nirnay, coming to you here. Since
you are for re-NEET, the government says that the honest candidates should not suffer for the crimes of others. One may say that's a valid argument. Why should there be re-NEET for everyone? If you are interested in re-NEET, you should be given an option. But why should everyone be subjected to this?
Ma'am, what do we consider a competitive examination? It is considered as a battle. Like, हमारे लिए एक battle है. एक हमें जाके हमारे लिए हर एक क्वेश्चन, एक पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन हमारे लिए एक दुश्मन है जिसे हमें लड़ना है अपने आंसर्स के थ्रू. हमारी माइंड की पूरी स्ट्रेंथ से हमें उसके लिए लड़ना है. हमारी पूरी इमोशनल वेलबींग, हमारा पूरा मेंटल क्वेश्चन वो एक पेपर चेक करता है. अब अगर कईयों के पास, किसी भी के पास उस चीज़ का एक एडवांटेज है, एक पर्टिकुलर चीज़ का एडवांटेज आ जाता है उन बच्चों के पास, तो वो एक फेयर बैटल रही नहीं. तो इट इज़ सेड टू बी कि अगर सबका हो जाएगा तो सबके लिए दोबारा से फेयर बैटल होगी ना वो एक. हम लोगों को तो फेयर बैटल चाहिए. वी डोंट नीड.
So you are of the opinion that wasn't a fair battle, you want a fair battle.
Yes.
Okay, Harsh Mehra and Hitakshi Lalwani, both of them are anti-re-NEET or anti-retest. What will you tell your friend here? Hitakshi?
First of all, thank you, ma'am, for having me here. According to me, re-NEET is not solution for all, because if we conduct re-NEET, justice for one can lead to injustice of other five, right? And I understand that this was not a fair chance or there was injustice, but बाकी कुछ पेपर लीक कुछ बच्चों को मिला, कुछ पेपर कुछ बच्चों को मिला, बट बच्चों की वजह से क्यों 24 lakhs of aspirants suffer करें? We don't have to consider only aspirants who are preparing from urban areas or who can get quality education, but we have to consider those also who prepare from rural areas or cities where quality education is not available. And if re-NEET will be conducted, it will lead to injustice of those aspirants who are preparing from rural areas, right?
Okay, so I want all four of you to settle it among yourselves as to how, there are a number of them who, two are against re-NEET or retest. The indications from the government as far as this affidavit is concerned is clear that those who are innocent should not suffer for what are the wrongdoings of others. What do you think?
I think we can't separate those who have actually done cheating, and so we deserve a fair chance. Like,
what's your score right now?
My score is 676 at 10K rank.
Yes, so you would manage a good college.
But it's not just about a good college. 5th May ki night ko, I calculated my score. We all were very relieved that I would get a really nice college in my hometown. Now I'm getting rank that is 8K beyond what I've expected. So why would I settle for something if I had deserved more?
Okay. And Harsh, a quick thought from you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for joining me. Ma'am, my opinion is that why would everyone suffer for the malpractice done by some people? And I am from Sonipat and I was giving my exam on 5 May and I was full prepared and I don't have any exam paper. So I was innocent and likewise me, every student gave exam. So it will be injustice for the other people who are innocent.
Yes, so this is the argument that cancellation would mean essentially would be contrary to Article 14. So let me bring in experts now. Yashwardhan Azad and Sujata Rao, these are the two questions that I have for you. Yashwardhan Azad, first to you. Even as we speak, there is a news that is coming in. This is from Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, which has granted bail to one of those who were arrested by the CBI, that they were he was wrongly arrested. And that CBI had arrested the accused on mistaken identity. So do you think that there are several questions also on the manner of investigation?
No, I think the manner of investigation is not in question here. Maria, the main issue is, and let me say at the very outset, that the NEET exam has been a scam. It's spread across 6 states. Supreme Court in 2015 had said that even if the purity is vitiated in 1 or 2 cases, then you say that the leak is pervasive. And that's why in this particular case, the most important thing is to what extent this leak has taken place.
The government says it's localized.
How can it say it's localized when it has given the investigation to the CBI and CBI has not come to a conclusion? If 6 states have come in now, tomorrow suppose 2 or 3 more states you get this information, then it's going to be huge and large. And mind you, some of the students appearing even on the channels have said that some guy, if he knows it 1 hour before saying Patna, do we know that to how many people he has forwarded through the social media? And that's exactly the point which Supreme Court had asked.
Yes, so Sujata Rao, can a leak be localized? I'm failing to understand that in the time of digital India and digital movement where every information gets transferred in matter of minutes, how can leak be localized?
It cannot. And that is the reason why I think the government's defense to say that it's localized to Bihar and to Godhra is completely, doesn't sound convincing, largely because every day in the newspapers we're coming across somebody being caught in Jharkhand, somebody in Latur, and as Mr. Harshvardhan has said, it seems to be interstate. And there was somebody else caught in Dehradun over here. So, it is not possible to localize leaks. And it is very important that a fair chance is given to all the students. But I can further elaborate on that later.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Well, what I think is it's not a question of 24 lakh students being inconvenienced. You can have a solution in as much as if you had, information of a leak, you would have done very well. That is the assumption. So it's those who have got less than 50% or 40% of the students ranking, then they can always be eliminated for taking the exam again, and only those who have got more than 50% can be asked to take a retest again. So that's one way you can reduce the number of students who have been who can be asked to take a retest. But I cannot see how a retest can be avoided because the most important thing, Maya, is trust, and there is a huge loss of trust. So no matter what government says, and they may well be right that it is localized, they may well be right that IIT Madras the inquiry was right, but still, right now, the students don't have confidence in the government. And then once you don't have any confidence, you cannot insist that this is a fair exam.
Okay.
So getting back just is the most important.
So the question here is of the sanctity of exams. Dheeraj Kumar Singh, you are the petitioner of students. There is a batch of petition that is there before the Supreme Court. It's looking at multiple issues. But the centre's affidavit and the NTA affidavit is very clear. They are arguing that why should students suffer who have not done anything wrong? But if you look at the counter argument which is coming in from those students who are right here, that they will suffer if they